Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Just before we begin, I wish to report that as a consequence of the appeal this morning through the honorable member for Kalani in the absence of the member for Mount Moriah, at lunchtime, we were in receipt on a letter dated the 12th of April 2021, addressed to the Clerk of Parliament, Mr. David Forbes, registration information submitted for the attention of the Boundaries Commission. Please find enclosed the following documents as requested by the Honorable Speaker of the House of Assembly. A, Parliamentary Registration Summary Group by Island, Constituency Summary, Polling Summary, Constituency Summary of Deceased Persons, Constituency Summary of Transferred In, on all Bahamas register via flash drive. And so with this information, and that letter is signed by Mr. Lovato Duncanson, Parliamentary Commissioner acting. With this information provided, the Constituency Commission, as mandated by the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, will be able to do proper review of the voter registration statistics, and in accordance with the Constitution, provide this Parliament with a final report on its recommendation after we conclude our meeting on the 19th. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before getting into my contribution, I take grave umbrage to the remark made by the member for Kalani, where he suggested that we who are here in opposition were reckless and irresponsible, and that we in opposition opposed a number of life-saving emergency public health measures during the worst global pandemic in 100 years. The opposition to the emergency health measures that are saving the human lives will go down as one of the most disgraceful decisions of any elected party in the human history. I say that these comments by the member of Kalani, the Prime Minister of the Province of Bahamas, is disgraceful, because he cannot point to one emergency health measure that we in the opposition oppose. The only opposition we had was to the state of emergency and its extension and the impact it would have had on civil liberties. Insofar as the health measures are concerned, we only pointed out to the side opposite. We gave suggestions as to how we thought it ought to be enhanced. So, for example, Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, stop his time. Mr. Speaker. The state of the emergency is as a result of the advice from the health professionals. The advice of the health professionals is intended to be a part of the life-saving measures. So the point of order is, you're saying you did not, the point of order is, if you, Mr. Speaker, do I have the floor?
Honorable member.
The member for Cat Island is misleading in suggesting that they did not oppose any health measures, but the measures that they opposed were connected to the health measures and were for that purpose, which he admitted they opposed.
The state of emergency is an act, as a constitutional act. The emergency health measures, and in any event, Mr. Speaker, I also doubt whether I even doubt.
Honorable members.
Speaker, legal scholars doubt whether a state of emergency is a necessary tool for the purpose of a public health pandemic. Because if you look at the various measures that impact civil liberties, an exception is made. Specifically, if you look at the various constitutional rights that we have, specific provisions are made for when there are issues relating to public health. So whether or not a state of emergency is a necessary tool is questionable. We have never, Mr. Speaker, from we were on this, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about what are the measures they put in place.
On a point of order, the chair recognizes Southern Shores.
What are the measures?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. No, the chair recognized the member for Southern Shores. The chair recognized the member for Southern Shores.
Honorable
The chair recognized the member for Southern Shores.
The chair recognizes Southern Shores on a point of order.
Yes, legal scholars. My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is legal scholars, according to the member for Cat Island, question that this is the answer to the pandemic. Well, I hope those legal...
I never said that. You are saying that the state of emergency is an answer and is on the advice of the medical team. I am saying that whether or not that is a necessary tool is questionable, and legal scholars agree with that. That's what I said. It's questionable. The Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
recognize the member for Southern Shores. The chair still recognizes.
Honorable member.
No, I didn't finish.
Honorable member for Cat Island, let me hear him.
I didn't finish.
Let me hear the member for Southern Shores. State your point of order, Southern Shores.
The good member questioned that legal scholars, or suggest, the good member said that legal scholars question whether the state of emergency is the answer to a health pandemic. It's a necessary tool. Thank you for your help. And I want to say that he is misleading into suggesting that we're the only ones who took that course of action. The whole world, Mr. Speaker, has seen the state of emergency and lockdowns as a necessary tool. Thus, the whole world has followed that mantra.
That is not true. The whole world did not. The whole world, just as your Attorney General admitted and foreshadowed, that domestic and ordinary legislation could deal with the issue. And that's what your Attorney General says. Yeah, but that, because they are locked down, you're missing the point, man. Listen, if you say you're not a lawyer, right? Listen to the point. A lockdown is a measure. You don't need a state of emergency to implement a lockdown, a curfew, or otherwise. You don't have to. Talk to the Attorney General. He'll tell you that. Or talk to Carmichael. He'll tell you that. So, Mr. Speaker, I take umbrage to the fact that the Prime Minister Kalani will speak in such terms, such disgraceful terms, about, well, he call us a contaminant too. Right? But it is true. What we spoke about, Mr. Speaker, what are the measures? We talked about, we want to know the plans, for example, relating to the tools that you're implementing. We want to know what your plans were for testing. You've never said anything about it. No. Not only me want to know, the public want to know. What are your plans for testing? We were suggesting free testing. Right? What are your plans for contact tracing? That has been woefully inadequate, woefully inadequate. In fact, non-existent. And I can say so because I, having had the virus, not one person has spoken to me yet to find out who I would have been in contact with. I had the persons who are around me, my aides who all had COVID. No one yet has spoken to them to find out who they may have been in contact with. Many persons have called me, and no doubt some of you too, to say that I had the COVID and no one asked me who I was in contact with. Those are the things we're talking about. We're talking about the management of the pandemic. And so for the Prime Minister to suggest that we oppose, we don't oppose. We were constructive in our criticism of what you're doing. And if you look at the numbers, just compare it with the other jurisdictions, and you'll see what we are talking about. But the Speaker, no, but it gets, you see, Freetown, you and I spoke about these things, and I don't disclose all these things, but we're trying to help. We try to help, right? We try to help. No. No, I ain't gonna miss and say anything. Anyhow, but as a Speaker, by your priorities, ye shall be known. By your priorities, ye shall be known. And the priorities contained in the government's proposed housing scheme, announced through this resolution, well, announced before, now being effective through this resolution, raise a lot of questions. I will get to these specifics shortly, but I want to start with questions about the backdrop against which their proposal is offered, because context is everything. Mr. Speaker, we are still in the midst of the worst economic crisis our country has ever faced. We are still in the midst of the worst economic crisis our country has ever faced. Many Bahamians have lost their homes during the pandemic. Many will sleep in their cars tonight. Bahamian children regularly don't have enough to eat. Many businesses have closed their doors. Context is everything. Where is the plan to accelerate support to the many thousands of Bahamian children who are not able to participate in remote learning and have lost, in many cases, a full year of school? Where is the plan to revitalize and rebuild the economy, to bring hope to the many Bahamians who have lost their jobs? After 18 months of suffering, why has so little progress has been made in rebuilding Abaco and Grand Bahama? I ask these questions because one would think that those governing during such time would be tirelessly focused on alleviating the widespread suffering in our country. As I said many times in this place, governing is about priority. Context is everything. Hence, I put that picture as to what is happening now today. And so, Speaker, today, this government, which is dead, this government, which has borrowed billions and has so little to show for it, today, this government is making a grand gesture to offer affordable housing to young professionals in an upscale community in Western Metropolis. Are they being serious? Or is this a campaign ploy? After all, we have noted the reappearance of that character we remember so well from 2017. Campaign minister. Campaign minister is always ready with the sweetest smelling proposals and ideas. Does he intend to follow through? Are he and his government competent enough to move from proposal to action? Well, this time around, the Bahamian people have a 4-year track record to judge. I need say no more about that. Mr. Speaker, as many Bahamians have discovered for themselves, this initiative is unfortunately deeply flawed. The government is right to identify the need for affordable housing as a major issue facing the country. But why does their policy focus so narrowly? This is a policy that will, in the best case scenario, provide housing to a couple of hundred Bahamians. Where is the plan to alleviate the suffering of the many thousands of other Bahamians? And why is their proposal so fraught with practical problems? Have they not learned nothing from their previous failures? Mr. Speaker, we have not forgotten. I remind them, if they have, the Access to Affordable Homes Act of 2018. Remember that? Then the government promised to deliver affordable homes in a new subdivision in Foxhill. We were told that service lots would be sold in a similar fashion to what is being proposed today, at below market value, and with exemptions of customs duties and excise taxes to allow people to build. We have heard nothing since. What happened? We were also told that the Department of Housing had identified land for subdivision development in Abaco, Andros, Salvador, and Carmichael Village subdivision in New Providence. Again, we have heard nothing further. What has happened? What happened? Mr. Speaker, these initiatives all suffer from the same problem. No clear vision, no comprehensive policy, and not enough competence to deliver. That's why we see so much talk and so little action. Why should the Bahamians expect a different result this time? We cannot say it often enough. To overcome any major challenge, to provide any significant opportunity, there must be a credible plan. We said the same about the chaos and confusion that followed Hurricane Dorian. What is the plan? The government chose to waste time and resources creating unnecessary bureaucracy. The people of Abaco, Grand Bahama, are still suffering, and still there's no plan to bring full recovery and relief to those islands, not to mention Ragged Island. We said the same about the COVID-19 pandemic. What is the plan? The government improvised day to day, announcing and reversing policies from one hour to the next, and never managed to produce a comprehensive plan in relation to COVID-19. Perhaps that is why the Bahamas has fared so poorly compared to our neighbors. We have been outperformed by other countries in the Caribbean region in both the number of cases and the number of deaths per 100,000. That's the fact. Our PLP task force published a 10-point plan, which was in support, I would have thought, just trying to flesh it out to give some further ideas and assist where we could, right? For PLP task force, COVID task force published the 10-point plan, which led with a call for free testing. So that's interesting. Free testing we were calling for a long time. Months later, And Bahamians are still suffering unnecessarily from sky-high COVID test prices. The same high prices that made traveling domestically prohibitively expensive for so many. Why has the government allowed companies to charge more than double the price of test kits, earning phenomenal profits along the way? Are F&M friends and family making money off COVID testing? Are F&M friends and family members making money off COVID testing? Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people want to know.
No point of order.
And guess what? The people in Eleuthera especially want to know.
No point of order.
People in Eleuthera especially want to know. Eleuthera. The Bahamian people also want, need, and deserve a plan for the way forward. A plan to dig the country out of this very deep hole. As incredible as it seems, the government still has no plan to offer relief to the Bahamian people or to build a more resilient economy. Still no plan, even after the many mistakes of the so-called competent authority led to a massive second wave of cases and the shutdown of the economy. I say again, Mr. Speaker, an extraordinary number of Bahamians are still out of work, with many thousands looking for food and sleeping in their cars. Why is this not a desperately urgent priority for this government?
Question coming.
Mr. Speaker, when the details of this proposal and initiative are held up to the cool light of day, its weakness become even more evident. In the public debate that followed the initial announcement, many ordinary Bahamians expressed their reservations. Had the government consulted the public to any meaningful degree, they would have been well aware of their concerns. Now, one of the questions out there was how one would deal with this issue of professionals, or what constitutes a professional. That was very concerning to me as well. We heard the definition or an explanation of professional given today by the member for Kalani. And what I heard, basically, and I will not deal with what my questions were in relation to that, but what I understood him to say, right, is that once you are able to qualify, then you are a professional. Once you are able to qualify, firstly, to find the 50,000. Secondly, the balance of the money to build your home in the rate range of about 270,000, then you could do so. So why use the word professional if that's the case? Because I know a lot of persons who likely could qualify and would not deem themselves a professional. But that is what is being said now. So even if this basic question of definition, with respect to who is or may not be a professional, there is the issue of the purchase price, as I mentioned, and the additional requirement to build within 2 years. And as I set out, context means everything. When we look back in 2018, just before the access to affordable homes act, the central bank revealed in its financial literacy survey that nearly 50% of Bahamians were struggling to make ends meet. In a Tribune article of Friday, May 18, 2018, the business editor concluded that more than 1 in 4 Bahamians has less than 90 days worth of savings in an emergency. Now, over A year into this pandemic, that's May 2018. We now over 1 year in this pandemic, which is an emergency. It is certain that a great many Bahamians have fully depleted whatever savings they had. So, Mr. Speaker, in this time of big crisis, who do we think will be able to afford these affordable properties? Who do we think will have the funds to cover a deposit and the additional funds to build within 2 years? That's why I said context is everything. So we have to put the economic crisis in the context of the proposal. The answer clearly is only the people who are well off financially in the first place, or those who have the support of wealthy family or friends. You know, like the Prime Minister who fondly recalls recently how he was able to buy property for his children. Does the Prime Minister imagine that everyone in the country has been as fortunate as him? Don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. We fully support the right of all Bahamians to take part in the Bahamian dream of home ownership. But we need a comprehensive and an inclusive plan to achieve it. Many ordinary Bahamians have already concluded that this scheme is not for them. Bahamians are concerned that the promise of the people's time, which is again reiterated today, is once again limited to only a small privileged few. Finally, there is the institutional practicality of all this. I heard the Prime Minister talk about the interests of the bank. What have the banks and lending institutions confirmed that they will advance mortgages and building loans to those who could not afford the market rate of the land price? See, first of all, talking about banks and lending institutions. We're now talking about the demographic of the king, who it is being by the initiative itself suggests that the person is unable to afford the market rate of the land. So what do you think the lending institution, how are they going to look at such an application? How are they going to look at it? Because we start off from a very inenviable position. I can't afford to pay for the land, but because the government initiative is going to give me this land, I may be able to afford to now buy it and borrow money to build and pay all that. Because you have to look at that, but that's what I call the institutional practicality of this proposal. See? And so the banks will look at it because when you given the constraints against disposing of land, what are the banks to do in the case of default? Right? So the figure, you have, I call it the institutional practicality of this arrangement. These issues run through the heart of the government proposal. If they're not resolved, the scheme will fail and not a single home will leave it. If the government is committed to the success of this venture, they urgently need to assure themselves and the Bahamian people that they have the solutions to these substantial challenges. This is why proper planning and consultation is essential. Speaker, there are further troubling aspects of the scheme. Why is it being done under the provisions of Crown land? Crown land is disposed of entirely at the discretion of the Prime Minister. No one is reassured by his announcement that some form of a committee will be established to determine who is young enough, professional enough, deserving enough to gain such favor from the government. We have seen who he appoints to this committee. It's the same people who receive the most generous government contracts, the same people who are the most generous supporters of his party. Many Bahamians, with good reason, believe that none of this property will be granted to someone or to anyone not already within the circle of privilege. If the Prime Minister was serious about wanting independent decision making, then surely they would have it administered through the Department of Housing, when the usual rules and regulations would apply and political interference could be minimized. I didn't say eliminated, it could be minimized. And even more effective solutions might then be found. For instance, there are currently a large number of properties in the country where the homeowners have not been able to complete the building loans or have fallen into significant arrears with loan or mortgage payments. If there were a serious policy objective to secure more affordable housing, why not explore the ways in which the existing stock can be brought back into good repair and use, and affordable terms devised to allow those with some financial headroom to be able to access it? This, Mr. Speaker, is how good policy making to take account of the realities of life for many Bahamians. The government should do as our previous administration did and identify the many vacant lots or lots with abandoned buildings that are especially common in our inner city communities, and support them being brought back into habitable use. This is, in fact, a policy which our next year's government will reintroduce. Another practical reality faced by many Bahamians is their current level of indebtedness, which prevents them from qualifying for a mortgage. However, they are able to continue paying an amount equivalent to rent, and so we also propose a robust rent-to-own program, which would bring home ownership within reach of thousands of Bahamians, especially those in highly valued public service jobs, such as teaching or as members of the Defense Force. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of many persons in the armed forces, police, who have not been able to qualify for homes, renting apartments right now, but because of their indebtedness, for their consumer debt, consumer loans that they owe, they're maxed out. They're still paying rent, probably will pay rent. But if you could find an answer for that, to put a roof over their head, that's how we could empower a lot of our Bahamians, ordinary Bahamians. You don't have to call them professionals all the way, just Bahamians, right? And give them the opportunity to own a home through an aggressive, robust rent-to-own program. Consider that. Mr. Speaker, it is understandable that a government that has kept almost none of its promises was something shiny to hold up for the people in campaign season. On the campaign trail in 2017, and during the speech from the throne that same year, a great many things were promised. For the best part of an hour, the hymns were made promise after promise. That's among the Has so little ever been delivered by so many, so few? Just look at the speech from the throne and see what was delivered. But they now need to show something today. Campaign season, or something that is shiny.
Campaign minutes.
Huh? Campaign minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mr. Speaker, the government complains now that they were unable to deliver those promises because of Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic. How is it that a hurricane and a virus have prevented this government from the transparency and the accountability that they promised? What happened to the more than $1 billion in pledges of hurricane aid? Where's the report on pandemic spending? Why the determination to operate without parliamentary oversight? And Dorian struck 2.5 years ago. And Dorian struck 2.5 years into their term. What were they doing all that time? They borrowed $2 billion per year without a single new school, hospital, or road to show for it. They increased the VAT by 65%, making goods and services less affordable for the vast majority of ordinary Bahamians. And they cut taxes for themselves and their wealthy supporters. These were their choices, Mr. Speaker. These were their priorities. Later on, of course, they moved into wasting almost $200 million of the Bahamas people's money on a rundown hotel in Grand Bahama. More recently, from all accounts, from pronouncements, they chose to spend $20 million on sidewalks and only $17 million on food for the Bahamian people. These were their choices.
Honorable
These
member.
were their priorities.
Honorable member. The chair recognizes honorable member for Carmichael on a point of order.
Speaker, the member for Cat Island knows better than what he just said about sidewalks. You know what, Speaker, the member for Cat Island knows better than what he said about sidewalks. I've indicated what we have done. Yes. Speaker. Speaker, I've indicated on many occasions that the money that the government put aside to use for any number of stimulus projects, a small portion of that related to sidewalks. Very small portion. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No, sir, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Huh? Bring it back to me. Because then I'm gonna start talking about what I spent in Ragged Island, what I spent in Exuma, and what I spent on Cat Island. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that to you all.
I want to know. Yeah. So, Speaker, I recall a $20 million set aside for sidewalk. I remember the Prime Minister saying he spent $70 million on food. I'm saying that is their priority. That is their choice. And that's what I said, Mr. Speaker. Then last year, at the beginning of the pandemic, with much fanfare, the government promised to introduce big fundamental changes. They appointed an economic reform committee, which reported some 6 months later. Since that time, the government has not made any meaningful move on these recommendations. So let me pull that up too, and you can tell me what you all did in that. The economic recovery report. So why does this affordable housing scheme, this scheme to benefit approximately 150 privileged few, why does this now jump? Why does this now jump what I call the priority list? You had recommendations of priority from your economic recovery, your economic reform committee. They gave you a list of priorities. This was not a part of their recommendation. How come this now affordable housing scheme that may benefit a privileged few, maybe 150, how come this has jumped the priority list? When all is said and done, Mr. Speaker, there remains finally the physical issue of the condition of the said land itself. The government must surely be aware that in 2003, 2004, the Water and Sewage Corporation developed a water supply strategy for New Providence. This included a transition to potable water production by using desalination plants. The Water and Sewage Corporation approached the government for support of the strategy, and one of the benefits cited was the proposed availability of large tracts of water and sewage, this wealthy land that could be transferred to government to be used for national development priorities. However, it was the Water and Sewage recommendation that these lands may have abundant. That these lands be kept as forest water reserve, while recognizing that other development priorities. Speaker, may I have 2 more minutes?
Granted. Granted.
Speaker.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am free. Mr. Speaker, I recall, in fact, a discussion in the past, I believe under the previous Ingram administration, which considered using the land to site a new hospital. This land, and I'm sure Michael will recall, that there's discussion about putting the new hospital in this area to relocate the Princess Margaret Hospital from Shirley Street. But the water and sewage properties, which were subsequently transferred to the government in 2015, include the land that the Prime Minister now wishes to use in this scheme. Mr. Speaker, these are wetlands. These are wetlands. They flood very easily. This is due to the fact that, for want of a better word, the land is swamp. If a new subdivision is to be built, who will drain the swamp? Are the Prime Minister's young professionals expected to cover the cost as part of their building work? If not, who will drain the swamp? And will the enhanced building costs and insurance arrangements be affordable to any single buyer? Mr. Speaker, who will drain the swamp? It is swamp land. Mr. Speaker, talking about the swamp is a fitting metaphor, for both this scheme and the government that proposes it. In summary, Mr. Speaker, this proposal does not speak to the crisis of the moment. It does not address the overwhelming needs of the vast majority of Bahamians. It does not form part of any larger economic plan, which means it does not form a part of any meaningful vision for the country. This government doesn't have the capacity, it looks like, to create a credible plan. They don't have the capacity to implement someone else's plan. They are never going to have a plan. They are improvisers, not planners, expert at campaigning, inexpert at governing. And we are all worse off as a result. It's time, truly, to drain the swamp. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown. Yeah, no comment on this. No comment.
Mr. Speaker, while I rise this afternoon on behalf of the good people of Freetown, I must at the outset express my shock and dismay at the fire that erupted last night on Potter's Key Dock in the Freetown constituency. I watched with horror as businesses built with sweat, ingenuity, and hard-earned money were destroyed. I did. Were destroyed in a minute. But yeah, that's all right. I was there. Were destroyed in minutes by a raging fire, spurred on by a high breeze. I saw your man down there. Mr. Speaker, whatever next? First there was Dorian, then there was COVID, and now for the persons working on the Potter's Key Dock in those structures consumed by fire, their livelihoods have not only been impacted, they have been destroyed. All that they have invested is gone, and the level of despair and hopelessness must seem this afternoon like a mountain too steep to climb. Mr. Speaker, I want to send my heartfelt thanks to the members of the firefighting unit of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, whose prompt deployment to fight this fire limited the damage to 8 stalls. Mr. Speaker, this could have been far worse given the weather, had it not been for the swift action of our firefighting warriors. Mr. Speaker,
Our hearts go out to those persons who have lost their businesses and lost their jobs. And I know that this government and this member of parliament remains in these extremely difficult and challenging times committed to assist in whatever capacity we can to start the process of rebuilding livelihoods destroyed by the fire last night. My cabinet colleague, Michael Pintard, the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources, who has remit for Potter's Dock, along with his parliamentary secretary, Carlton Bowleg, has already been on the ground meeting with vendors and are performing an additional assessment of the damage. And we have talked about the swift action needed to clean up the damage and get those businesses back up and running in the shortest possible time. I do give God thanks, however, that the fire did not endanger or take any lives. While losing one's worldly possessions can be painful and financially impactful, losing a life can be so much more devastating and sorrowful. Once again, we must give God thanks that no one lost their life. Mr. Speaker, with the loosening of the COVID-19 restrictions related to the moving about the island, I've been reconnecting with my constituents face-to-face via walkabouts in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, while I already knew this, it is disheartening and devastating to see, time and time again, the level of joblessness and suffering brought on by this terrible pandemic. So many of my constituents are employed in the nation's #1 tourism sector. And as such, when the dreaded coronavirus swept across the planet and even through the Bahamas, people simply stopped traveling, causing 20,000 to 30,000 Bahamians to either lose their jobs entirely or be put in some state of furlough. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians desperately want to go back to work. Savings are depleted, assistance is diminishing, bills are piling up, and the cries for assistance are ever increasing. There is absolutely no way to help everyone. So the only solution is to get the tourism sector back on track, visitors returning to our islands, and Bahamians back to work in the hotels, restaurants, transportation, and excursion business. In order to ensure that the tourism sector comes roaring back to the 2019 record of 7.2 million visitors, I will need the help and assistance of every Bahamian. First, I note with concern the increasing number of COVID cases in the Ministry of Health's daily report, as well as the corresponding increase in the number of Bahamians in hospital coping with the symptoms of COVID-19. I am begging Bahamians, therefore, not to lower their guard in the fight against COVID-19. Social distancing and not gathering in large groups continues to be essential in thwarting the spread of this virus. And reports like the one that surfaced a week or so ago of big parties gathering in certain places like Cabbage Beach are extremely worrying and disconcerting that COVID fatigue is leading to poor choices, which is in turn contributing to community spread. Mr. Speaker, the second way that I need the assistance of Bahamians is to take the vaccine when it is offered to you. This clarion call goes out especially to persons employed in the tourism sector. With close to 200 million doses having already been administered in the United States to over 30% of the US population. Remember now, the United States is the source market of 90% of all visitors currently coming to the Bahamas. It behooves those who are currently employed in the tourism sector to get vaccinated too. And given the strategic importance of hotel and other tourism-related workers to the rebound of our critically important tourism sector, your F&M government has prioritized all workers in the tourism sector to get vaccinated. Right now, Mr. Speaker, vaccination sites have been set up in Bahama on Cable Beach, Atlantis on Paradise Island, and the Hilton downtown, all in the hope of making it easy for persons employed in the tourism sector to get vaccinated. Once again, Mr. Speaker, all workers in the tourism sector are eligible to get vaccinated right now, and they should move with haste, therefore, to make their appointments and get vaccinated immediately. Mr. Speaker, as a side note, I continue to be surprised by the number of people who claim to not want to take the vaccine. It is worrying. Mr. Speaker, almost 800 million people, yes, 800 million doses have already been administered across 154 countries with a vaccination rate of 18 million doses a day. In the United States, they are currently vaccinating at over 4 million doses a day. In the Bahamas, the age limit for vaccinations has already fallen to 50 years of age, and all of our leaders have been vaccinated, including myself, and I feel great. The benefits of the vaccine are clear. First, it reduces your chance of getting hospitalized due to COVID by 100%. No chance you will get so sick that you will need to go to hospital and maybe have an unfortunate outcome. And second, it reduces your ability to get infected and thereby spread the virus onto someone else by 80 to 90%. As every credible doctor has been saying over and over again, the benefits outweigh the risks. So definitely take the vaccine. And with so many Americans getting the vaccine and the desire for them to travel to the Bahamas increasing every day, they will want to travel to countries with low COVID rates. And the only way to ensure lower COVID rates in the Bahamas is to get vaccinated, plain and simple. The bottom line is there's a direct correlation between the rebound of our economy and taking the vaccine. Look at the United States, if you want an example. They're vaccinating like crazy. And not only is the number of positive cases decreasing, but their economy is slowly bouncing back. So please do your part and get vaccinated. Let us help you get a job. Let us help you go back to work. Mr. Speaker, tourism is coming back. Since the reopening of the tourism sector on the 1st of November 2020, the number of visitors has been ever increasing. In November 2020, approximately 14,000 foreign visitors bought a health visa to come to the Bahamas. In March 2021, that number jumped 4.3 times to 60,600. Mr. Speaker, while that 60,000 visitor number only represents 30% of the number of air arrivals for March in 2019, the trend is upward, and I remain optimistic, Mr. Speaker, that the number will slowly increase all the way to Christmas, barring any shutdown or restriction in movement imposed as a result of a third wave. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians are slowly returning to work as those numbers increase. And of course, we're expecting another little bump when home porting of Royal Caribbean and Crystal Cruises gets underway in July. And more cruise companies are coming forward wanting to take advantage of this home porting. But more on that as the details become concretized. Mr. Speaker, with the bounce back in tourism underway, we must focus on attracting our best and brightest into the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, while many of our best and brightest are here in the Bahamas, working now or available to work, there is no doubt that many Bahamians go overseas to study and for any multitude of reasons fail to return home once their studies abroad are finished. The United States is an incredibly alluring place, with the perception among many young Bahamians that they have better jobs, better pay, and better opportunities. So much so that they are attracting many Bahamians to stay over there. This is no secret, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 young sons working in the US, so I deal with this perception, this reality every day. Throw into that mix Canada with its extremely liberal immigration policy, and once again the perception that it too has tons of attractive opportunities, and Bahamians are heading there too in search of what they feel will be a better life despite its cold, wet, and dreary weather. Mr. Speaker, when you ask young people why they prefer to stay overseas and not return home, they state a whole multitude of reasons. Better job opportunities, better pay, access to opportunities is based on what you know, not who you know, better respect for their qualifications, access to capital for startups, and access to capital to purchase an affordable home. While it is not the intention of the government to fix all of these problems with this resolution is an attempt to focus on one of those problems and address access to affordable housing by young professional Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, this resolution seeks to take a large tract of Crown land, 83 acres, located out west on Skyline Drive, lying fallow since the beginning of time, and develop it into 250 lots, costing $50,000 for a multifamily lot and $40,000 for a single family lot. Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be a genius to know that that price is a deal. Some would even say a steal. It results in an immediate savings of $100,000 to $150,000 for the land alone, given that the value of this land is about $200,000 per lot. Then you receive from a number of plans pre-approved by the Ministry of Works, architectural drawings for $1,000, which represents another savings of $25,000 to $30,000. With the proposed duty-free concessions on the materials to build a house, duty-free concessions on the furnishings of the house, duty-free concessions on the appliances for the house, the enormous time savings by not having to go through the time-consuming process of getting all of the necessary approvals to build a new home. Remember now, everything has been pre-approved. One immediately sees that this proposal is wonderfully attractive to Bahamians who are not looking for a handout, but a hand up. With all of the cost savings, a home is estimated to cost approximately $250,000 to construct, maybe $300,000 when you factor in the cost of the land, which immediately becomes very attractive to Bahamians looking to get on the ladder of home ownership. Banks, I'm advised, will be willing to lend to prospective property owners, since when you look at the value of the home once constructed versus the loan against that property, it will be more than sufficient collateral, more than sufficient equity to ensure that the bank can recoup its money in those rare instances of default. So much equity is going to be in the property that not even a down payment may be required. Mr. Speaker, this is a powerful move by this F&M government. We've heard about how the PLP helps Bahamians secure home ownership, and it's seemingly riddled with unaccounted money, up to $1 million, according to the Minister for the Public Service, and missed targets for the number of homes constructed. Now, in return for all those cost savings that this initiative is promising you on your new home, and in return for the installation of all the necessary infrastructure in the community, roads, water, sewage, power, verges, sidewalks, etc., the prospective buyer must build their home within 2 years. And to guard against speculators, to guard against flipping, buying the land at the preferential price and selling it onward to someone else at the market price without adding any value to the land, the government is going to prohibit such activity by allowing you only to sell the land back to the government at the price at which you bought it, if you are unwilling or unable to build your home within the specified time period. Mr. Speaker, think about the economic activity this one proposal is going to create. This housing development represents a homegrown, Bahamian-run, Bahamian-managed, Bahamian-financed, Bahamian-constructed project that will create, in my estimation, well in excess of $100 million of economic activity. Think about it. You have 250 lots. Multiply that by 300,000. That's 75 million right off the top. And you've got all the investment in infrastructure. You've got all the other investments and economic activity that will be offshoots of this. This is going to create $100 million of economic activity. And every single dollar of that economic activity is going to benefit Bahamians. It's going to create jobs. It's going to stimulate businesses, landscaping, construction, retailers, and most importantly, it's going to create home ownership. In addition, Mr. Speaker, it's going to create a compelling reason for professional Bahamians not to get on the brain drain train. Mr. Speaker, this project targets professional entrepreneurial Bahamians who are so critical to our economic growth. Either remain home or come home after an educational tour of duty overseas. Mr. Speaker, study after study has revealed that in order to take care of our fiscal imbalance, where we are spending way more than we are taking in order to provide employment opportunities for the tens of thousands of Bahamians who could not find employment even before the pandemic, We need to grow our economy by at least 5 to 6% per year, instead of the less than 2% per year we've been realizing for the past decade. And in order to grow our economy by that required percentage, we need bright, innovative, educated Bahamians to roll out their ideas, create businesses, expand businesses, launch businesses, to create economic activity and grow our economy. Mr. Speaker, we just don't need employees, we need employers. And the government must do what it can to create the enabling environment to encourage our young professional entrepreneurs to keep their ideas, their ingenuity at home, and not get on that brain drain train. And the creation of this affordable, very attractive housing development is an attempt to do just that. Remember, Mr. Speaker, what we have learned from this pandemic is that many of these young people can go anywhere in the world. Once you have a computer, internet, you can set up shop anywhere. Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that the response to this initiative has been overwhelming. Someone mentioned to me that thousands of Bahamians are interested in the housing proposal being debated here today. They are very intrigued. They are very interested. They are excited by this incredibly worthwhile proposal. And I want to tell interested Bahamians that this is only the beginning. Since this F&M government plans to do this type of project on 3 other plots of land here in New Providence, as well as available land in Exuma, Eleuthera, Abaco, Andros, and Grand Bahama. This is clearly a great prototype to take vacant land owned by the government, doing nothing for the people in its undeveloped state, and turn it into an asset that empowers the people with home ownership and gives them a tangible piece of the pie. Think about that land, Mr. Speaker. What that's doing for us right now? Not one thing. It's just sitting there, fallow, ain't doing nothing. And here we are, creating a mechanism, very little expense to the government, creating a mechanism where Bahamians who are eager, interested, yes, there are a certain group of Bahamians who are interested in this type of real estate option. And you're taking a piece of land that ain't doing nothing for nobody. It's just sitting there every day staring at us. And we can take it, we're going to sell it to them, we're going to create a community, we're going to enable them to have home ownership. We're going to create economic activity. We're going to create $100 million of economic activity. We're taking this asset and we're handing it over to Bahamians and we're telling them, go forth and build your home. After all, Mr. Speaker, this government is and will always be all about your future. Freetown supports this resolution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne.
Speaker, as always, I rise on behalf of the good people of St. Anne's who have elected me to this place. It is interesting, just a recap since we're further on in the resolution, that the government intends to make a priority for land to be more accessible to young Bahamians. Sorry? It says young Bahamians if you read the resolution. And whereas and they're going to make an upscale development with minimal charge, etc. And you talk about the fact that it is the dream of achieving one's home. I do not know how anyone can stand in this place today and not accept that it is a dream for young Bahamians to own a home. That should be the priority for all of us as parliamentarians, as parents, as Bahamians, to make sure young Bahamians own a piece of this island, this country to call their own. And instead, we come up with these ideas of why we cannot do it. Let's take the ideas of why we can do it. So the cup is half full, not half empty. Around the world, ownership of one's home is probably the biggest investment any one person will ever make in their life. It gives them the start in life. It gives them a feeling of being there, of being accomplishment, of being, you imagine a husband and a wife getting a house, a father being able to bring up his child in a house. That's a sense of pride, a sense of, we all get that feeling. And the FNM government, under the leadership of the member for Killarney, is making that happen within 83 acres of land in the Island New Providence. We should say, yes, let's try and do more. Not why can't we do it? Now, the member of Rumkey made the point about the hospitals. Yes, the government looked at that land for a hospital. I was part of the government, so I'm speaking from my own personal knowledge. A study was undertaken by a benefactor of the Bahamas, and it was decided that whilst the green space would have been better to start the new hospital, the continuing of the hospital where it was made more economic sense in the entire environment of what's been happening. And so you've seen what's happened is the emergency section has been added on. The new and 75 million various expenses have been made into Princess Margaret to upgrade it. The Minister of Health can tell you very easily the state he found, the current Minister of Health, he found the environment in with wards that were not working under the woulda, coulda, shoulda government. Weren't even open. So let's not go there. So the government of the day, the FNM government of the day, decided to maintain the facilities in Princess Margaret Hospital, upgrade them, and also provide out clinics and care elsewhere throughout the island. So let's put that one to bed. As far as the low-lying area, that's why the member for housing, Marathon, came here and he brought the compendium of legislation, which will deal with the whole question of whether or not it's suitable for development, because we sat here and passed laws of which the government is subjected to, in which they have to fulfill to make sure that's subdivision. So we have another safeguard. This subdivision, as the Prime Minister, Member Brani alluded, will have the various benefits, etc. So, yes, we can ask questions of who will qualify. But there are people that can qualify. There are people that are making good money today, that still have jobs, that will have the ability to go forward. The banks have plenty of money, so they can loan. So this is a win-win situation if we look at the positive side, instead of continuing to pull people down who try to get ahead in life. Speaker, I challenge the government, this is where I'll take a slight detour, to do more. So this $1,000 for the plans, let's make that available to everyone, not just people that build in this subdivision. Let's say to anyone who wants to build in a government subdivision, if you want to restrict it, the $15,000 lots in Carmichael. You can have the $1,000 plans if you want to. Why not? We have the plans. The Ministry of Housing have plans for subdivisions. There are about 10 sets of them. You can go down there and get them yourself. So make that available. So everyone can buy a set of plans for $1,000. Now, the architects might want to shoot me when I go outside the room, but, that's a way of affording people to also have a quantity surveyor, say how much 2x4 or how much sheetrock or whatever goes into building that house. So you know that the materials are X, and therefore when the builder comes along, the builder will know full well he cannot charge much more than Y, because there's a takeoff for what the supplies are going to be. You need 20 bundles of shingles, whatever the numbers are. So that house should cost no more than X. So the unsuspecting person will not be taken advantage of by builders who quite often do, unfortunately, take advantage of some people. So you have another safeguard. In terms of duty-free, budget's coming up. The revenue in this country has gone, unfortunately, sideways. Let's look at the cost or the duty on building supplies. They're about 15% on the whole. Someone can correct me. Let's look at making those zero for certain types of, so ordinary shingles, fine, 0. High class, whatever, you know, enviro-friendly, whatever. No, that's a bad example. So let's take marble as opposed to tile or whatever. Let the duty on one be 0 and maybe keep the other area. It's not impossible. You just do that. So let's look at that. Or move completely to VAT. So therefore, this issue that we're giving duty-free to these houses doesn't become an issue of preference for just the 83 acres. It becomes a benefit for all Bahamians who want to build their home, provided they're Bahamians, first-time homeowners. Goes, for instance, like stamp tax or on mortgages. There's already a program in place that first-time homeowners under $250,000 do not pay certain amounts of fees. That's already there for everyone who wants to. Let's just remind the public that they can go and get these. Then there are some laws, Mr. Speaker, that we haven't updated for a long time, or ceiling. So when my wife and I bought our first house 40-odd years ago this year when we got married, it was $210,000. The subdivision I bought in, you can't get the lot today for $210,000. So maybe the government needs to look at the ceiling for real property tax instead of $250,000. Let's make it $500,000 for 2 years or 3 years or whatever. Because number one, it's the middle income people, a lot of people in this country are suffering. So then let's give them the perk and the benefit of not having to pay real property tax on $500,000. Because you heard, I think, the member for Freetown said these houses will probably be at $350,000. So that's already putting these people in that other bracket. So let's take that bracket up. Very simple. Because we have the budget coming up, give a 2-year moratorium, make it $500,000. Then let's talk to the central bank, Mr. Speaker, about possibly reducing the 20% deposit that you need to get a mortgage. Just make it 10%, 5%, to encourage more persons to be able to benefit from construction. They don't need 20% of 500,000, whatever it is, $100,000. So they can get it in, and more people will be able to afford this home ownership. So this is where I think the government needs to have a good challenge. So just coming back, I missed one issue. I look at my notes at the plan. I wouldn't be surprised if the government would come up with a plan that transfers the liability for building the house onto the architect, which means that once the architect has professional liability insurance or whatever we want to call it, he doesn't have to go to the Ministry of Works. He doesn't need a building inspector because that architect will certify that that house was built according to the plan and thereby speed up the process, and also meaning you wouldn't need to find the inspector to come. Now, if there's a mistake or a liability, of course, the insurance for the architect, it comes back on that. I'm sure the government are considering something along those lines. And these are all ways that we can make a lot of benefit for others to get into their own house. I talked about building plans. At some point, we do the takeoff on those. We know what it's going to cost. We give persons with first home ownership duty-free concessions on appliances, on building materials. It's very easy to control because we know what those sums are. Speaker, when we talk about the deposit, it's not unusual in countries around the world that other people help persons with the deposit. And I think any former Minister of Health, Minister of Housing in this country will realize when the government puts lots out, that purchasers go around and find a family friend, whatever, to get that deposit. So I don't think we have any problem in finding people who can find the money to buy the lot. The uptick is, imagine 250 homes, whatever the number are, all coming on the market. The question is, will we have enough construction workers to build those homes in any given time? So at this point where we do need work, we do need to find employment for a lot of people, this will be a boom for a lot of persons who can go out and build homes. There are many people who do it. There are many people who stopped building and went into other professions. So now they'll be able to come back and look at those things. Mr. Speaker, I think that's where the government needs to go from here. They need to look at other ceilings, other avenues. So I mentioned real property tax, taking it up to 500,000. Stamp tax. There's a stamp tax, I think, before you get into VAT for 50,000 to 100,000. Maybe we need to eliminate that and take that up again to another level. So we remove the costs of persons acquiring land. We talked some time ago, and I don't think we ever did it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, about when a person borrows money from, let's say, Bank A and wants to transfer their loan to Bank B. Traditionally, you have to satisfy that mortgage, go to a lawyer and take out a new. We talked about not having those. I don't think we ever did anything about it. So we need to find, here's a good example. The title for this property was, I think, by acquisition of land, probably from I'm sure if you remember, Centerville will tell us where the land came from when he speaks. So the root of title is good. The government has sat on it for 30 odd years, whatever length of time. So therefore, there are no adverse claimants. So when it comes time to do a title search and all these things lawyers do, there's not much they have to do because they will get a conveyance from the government of the Crown, whoever it is, to Brent Simonet. And when Brent Simonet goes to sell it, so the title search in there will only be a question of judgments and whether or not I mortgaged it or whatever. And so therefore, the transfer of mortgage, if you have to, from Bank A to Bank B, should be another area that goes through seamlessly. We should have no taxes, no charges, and for instance, it should be a stock transfer. I'm amazed, Mr. Speaker, and being an attorney myself, the difficulty it is to convey land. You know, there's difficulty, first of all, in the Supreme Court, in being able to do a title search. We need to make sure that happens. And that is getting worse by the day. So I need to, I'm sure, Member Engelston and those who do conveyancing, whatever we can do to make that system a lot easier so that we can check documents online, we can do judgment searches, and all of that would be greatly appreciated because all of that adds to the cost of home ownership where people cannot afford to pay. You know, they talk about lawyers, but the average, I think the bar scale fee is 2.5%. It's not an egregious amount, considering the liability you take in the event that there's a defect in title. So I think these are all areas that we need to look at. We're benefiting first homeowners. We're trying to get people in their homes. Now, North of Eleuthera sat next to me, and Central and South of Eleuthera are here too. I raised that issue because there are a number of persons on Eleuthera who have been on certain lands for years. So let's get them their conveyances. Successive governments have failed to get them their conveyances. So that's another form of home ownership. The Prime Minister, Member for Killarney, has started in the South and issued a number of Crown grants. We need to speed that process up. Whether we need surveyors, whatever we need to throw the resources at it so that persons in those areas can feel the same sense of pride, right, Eleuthera?
That's right.
That they own their homes. And also agricultural lands.
Yes.
You know, I was just in Eleuthera this weekend, and you go in places like Hatcher's Bay, and you see the great ability to be able to farm in Andros, and those people need their title deed. And before Centerville stands up, I'll see a little bit of sun. We also need to deal with the ever-vexing problem of commonage and generation land, so we can bring that into the fold where persons can use that. We've talked about it for years and years and years, so they can use their title. Well, it's not really title in the sense of their entitlement to be able to go to a bank or go to a financial institution and get the money they need to build on their houses and to make sure that is transferable to generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I fully support what the government is trying to do here. Yes, persons will have concerns. That is it. But to sit back as the member for Cat Island was trying to suggest and do nothing is not an option in fulfilling the dreams of every Bahamian to own a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many Chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Good afternoon to all. Mr. Speaker, the audacity to believe the socio-political housing program, a double-edged sword, Mr. Speaker. We are damned if we do. We are damned if we don't. I wanted to ask the member for Freetown if there was an appraisal of the value of this property, because we did not get an appraisal attached, even though I hear numbers being thrown around. But I want to say to the people of Centerville and also the people of the Bahamas, we shall lend and not borrow. We shall be the head and not the tail. Today is the resolution on service lots in Western New Providence for persons up to the age of 45. Dangling, Mr. Speaker, of the carrot, season part 10. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, once again, and members of the House of Assembly. Good afternoon to the entire Centerville community, and good afternoon to the entire Bahamas. To those persons, those younger persons, especially those between the ages of 18 and 45, who see this resolution as a possible opportunity, I would encourage you to listen. As we continue, Mr. Speaker, to celebrate a risen Lord, and as John reminds us about the importance of belief to succession and to moving forward, as Thomas doubted the resurrection, Jesus would have said, "Blessed are those who have not seen, but yet they believe." The audacity, Mr. Speaker, to believe in something bigger than ourselves, something better for our children, something greater, Mr. Speaker, for our nation. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are debating a resolution to allow the government to proceed with the distribution of land in an attempt to make it affordable for Bahamians. Whether this is a new idea or not is debatable. However, the policies of this and prior administrations is one that we can debate. We have seen such programs, Mr. Speaker, attached to the Department of Housing. What do I mean by such programs? Programs, Mr. Speaker, where government-assisted housing and or social housing has been initiated. However, the cycle of social political housing and the cycle of political poverty continues in our country and has existed since the 70s. These policies, Mr. Speaker, seem to be under the direction or guarded or directed through the Department of Housing. And we have yet to see a report on the real benefits of social housing. We must break the cycle of socio-political housing and at the same time break the cycle of political poverty, where we depend on politics even to eat. Mr. Speaker, the IDB report on the state of social housing in the Bahamas was very clear. It began, and I quote, "Despite the large number of social housing in the Caribbean, inclusive of the Bahamas, little is known about their outcomes and the factors underlying the evolution of their housing policy." The report, Mr. Speaker, speaks to comparative data and housing demand deficits and housing production in our country. It speaks to the importance of housing to alleviate poverty, to encourage economic development, and of course, paying attention to climate resilience, which we all could agree. However, the report doesn't speak to, and I haven't heard anyone speak to, the issue of social political housing programs that I believe have been at the very fabric of our social housing policies, leaving families desperate of yet another political favor just to get a house, just to get land, just to get rental assistance. The essence, Mr. Speaker, of social political housing policies. Centerville welcomes the resolution put forth, and we hope that Centervillians would be able to benefit from such a promotion. Our governments, however, must not disregard our housing culture, whether we mortgaged it or rented it. The psychology, Mr. Speaker, of the concept has to be measured, taking into consideration our culture in order for it to be sustainable. And I do believe sustainable development should be and is a part of this platform. This issue, Mr. Speaker, is not only an issue for the so-called lower income people or the ones that may not be able to afford. This is a national issue. And so from whence we came, at some point, we were told that land was being given to persons for vote. As the only way to vote back then was if you owned land. So these socio-political housing programs have been used from time immemorial to garner the voting bloc. Back then, land was given to Blacks for their support at the polls. Then we moved to where land was given to political cronies for their efforts in the fight at the polls. Then we began with the government-assisted program, where governments rented housing temporarily or are supposed to rent them temporarily until such time as renters can become owners. That turned in, Mr. Speaker, into a political ping pong, depending on who was the government. Many, Mr. Speaker, I have 7 government rentals in the Centerville constituency, have lost their dignity and their pride due to government public policy at the Department of Housing. What is the difference in your social housing policies from the last administration? But, Mr. Speaker, we must pay attention. We must pay attention to the socio-political housing culture that will no doubt have its impact. I heard earlier with regards that there will be no political influence. And not to say it is not possible. It is quite hard, Mr. Speaker, to believe. Your track record shows otherwise. This issue, Mr. Speaker, once again, it's not an issue for the so-called lower income or those that cannot afford. This land access and housing issue is a national issue and will undoubtedly have an impact on the upcoming elections. So before I get into, Mr. Speaker, and that's just part of the substantive debate, but I just wanted to speak. Before I get into the substantive debate, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to recognize a few people. Let me take this opportunity to thank Mrs. Gina Knowles and congratulate her on her Facebook show, No Filter. Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Knowles is a Bahamian voice, a Bahamian woman that loves the Bahamas and wants to see our country progress economically and progress politically. Her show is a show that filters political rhetoric and focuses on the person, the honesty, Mr. Speaker, of their track record, their humanity, and their belief system. Mr. Speaker, I'll be remiss if I do not mention and congratulate my sister, Fontella Chipman Roll, on her decision to enter frontline politics, understanding the challenges our country faces and the need to fight for what is right. Fontella will be offering in the Port Charlotte community, one where the Chipman heritage lingers. As a matter of fact, the Tribune of February 1923 and the Ministry of Works may confirm that her great-grandfather H.N. Chipman was the founder of Rainbow Village Township in the Port Charlotte area. This village was to be done on a huge portion of lot owned by himself in the Port Charlotte constituency. The PM spoke earlier today about property designated in Port Charlotte, and we are sure that that is also inclusive of the Rainbow Village development. Another aspect of political influence, Mr. Speaker. The Tribune spoke to this years ago as H.N. Chipman established the same plot of land known as Rainbow Village Township. And his idea was that it would be the best place in the Bahamas as far as sanitation was concerned. His lawyer, A.F. Adderley, at the time, actually filed the application on his behalf to rename the area Chippingham. And Mr. Speaker, the rest is history. So Fonzie, as I call my sister, you have some big shoes to fill. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the Rainbow Village Township must be resurrected, and in the name of our great-grandfather, H.N. Chipman. You see, Bahamians, sitting out in this election is not an option. We must vote. Staying home is not an option. If the one thing you can do for your children and the next generation is to ensure you vote, our vote, our voice will be our victory. So thank God for the resilience of course, the spirit of Chipman. That is why we are here today, still helping people, still giving of ourselves, and still pressing on regardless. This is the story, Mr. Speaker, of every Bahamian who has endeavored to do what is right, who has endeavored to be lawful, who has endeavored to be their brother's keeper. Mr. Speaker, as we are talking about land distribution, I had requested through the Natural Resources Committee the original map of the Bahamas, in particular New Providence. That map has not been forthcoming as yet. However, I made another request, which I would have done prior to the Natural Resources Committee. And I was told that the maps of the Bahamas or New Providence started at 1967. I was pleased, though, Mr. Speaker, to say that, and I really want to table this map because this map is prior to 1967. And with the assistance of my good colleague, Pinery, this is actually the original map, which I'll be tabling and will be here for all. In the House of Assembly from 1944, it was done by Mr. G. O'Brien, and it was at the instance of H.G. Christie. And Mr. Speaker, this map reflects ownership of property and land in the Bahamas prior to 1967. And many Bahamian families' names are on this map. This was done by Mr. W. Arner, and thank you to Paul Arner and Lightfoot Key, who wants to. Thank you very much to Paul Arner, a historian in Lightfoot Key, whose father was the one who actually did the original map. But I say all of that to say, Mr. Speaker, that I went to Land and Survey and asked them for this, and they told me no. They only have a map that begins with 1967. This is the sort of thing that went on. And I will have more to say on it later as we prepare, because when, and I would move into more of a personal direction at this point. When my great-grandfather's land was escheated in 1967, which happens to be the same year the new map came out, they were saying that there were no lawful shipments. They couldn't find any shipments because back then, of course, you had to be lawful. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it's so funny, and this is why I think Bahamians, I think we need to continue to pray. We need to continue to pray because this is so important. It so happens in his late stage, the lawful shipment comes back and gives the unlawful shipment power of attorney. God is so good. And let me tell you, this is amazing. And if it, you know, and it's good when I reference this so I can tell people, don't ever give up. He will never leave or forsake you. And Bahamians, we are at the cusp of realizing the true wonders and to live long enough to experience the wonders of a God. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Freetown, shipments are no land grabbers. It's actually the least on our priority list. We are land givers. We have been given land to Bahamians since 1919, and we continue. Nothing has changed. Today, Mr. Speaker, I will not request the Public Accounts Committee report, the Statutory Committee report, the House Rules Committee report, all of these reports that were not brought to the House of Assembly. I won't ask for the University of the Bahamas audit financial statements, PTVI audit financial statements, Airport Authority. These are delinquent reports of the House for over 4 years. But yet we are to trust what comes out of this government. It's very, very difficult to do. And it's not that, you know, I wish them the best and I wish the opposition the very best. Unfortunately, the Bahamas is speaking a different language. I always preach, Mr. Speaker, to Senator Williams and especially to my children, what my mother would have taught me and her mother would have taught her. And it holds true today, Mr. Speaker. Nothing in life is free. However, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for a report from the Public Treasury Committee, who has not met in 4 years or reported to this House in 4 years. As it seems, these parcels of land is vested through the treasurer for distribution. And I think it's very important because the Westminster model or the democracy of this House requires us to produce these reports on behalf of the people we represent. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to give notice of the parliamentary bill today, because hopefully that would help to make the parliament more independent and demand that the executive live up to their responsibilities. To me, it's a radical dictatorial approach to governance that will not work. Well, it definitely won't last after the next election. By the way, where did the treasurer get it from, the land from? See, we must not overlook the fact that the government has been one of the largest land grabbers of land over the many years, with no recourse to families that they have disenfranchised. And that's throughout administrations. It's like once this Quieting Title Act came into place in 1959, it's like everybody just started, well, not everybody, because they obviously kept it away from the majority of Bahamian people. Because here you are presenting land at $50,000 each that I could actually go, I or anybody else could have possibly gone and sit on for 12 years, if that's the time frame, and claim title to it. I mean, if you look at the amount of title, quieting title that's going on, and I really appreciate it. I applaud Bahamians who are going out there and doing it, because governments have kept that away from us for a very long time, hiding the education of our people as it relates to land ownership. This land was put here for us, for the Bahamian people. So don't come here as if you're bearing gifts. You are not. Who owned the land, Mr. Speaker, in the first place? Was it another land owned by Bahamians, politically stolen from the Bahamian people? And now the same politics comes as if they are bearing gifts? Give me a break. It's always only been 200,000 to 300,000 of us, maybe a little over 400 now, considering all and sundry. The new politicians would probably not know much about this, but politicians after politicians, chief justices after chief justices, and the land becomes only a fragment of the Bahamian people's imagination. Why is that the case? We need honest governance. We need honest leaders. We need honest surveyors. We need honest members of parliament with no political honors. None, Mr. Speaker, as far as their policy is concerned, have seeked to address the government's acquisition of the land owned by the Bahamian people with no recourse. They just move ahead as if they're doing us some political favor. You're not doing us any favor. We've been getting along this well so far by ourselves. What difference is going to make? I think possibly Bahamians who are interested in this, I know they could afford this, whoever wants to go live in this development. And once it got into the hands of the politicians, Mr. Speaker, all you get is smoke and promises. What is the F&M policy? And Mr. Speaker, I'm so tired over these many years of hearing about this is our policy from the PLP, this is our policy from the F&M, but they will not legislate our advancement. They do not legislate it. They talk it. They create policies, but they do not legislate our advancement. Not one thing Kilani said today is in our legislation. Not one thing he said about the advancement. Not one is in any piece of legislation that will hold them accountable. And when you do that, when you do this sort of policy during an election time, it just becomes another carrot. Albeit, if you have the opportunity to get one, get it. But it's demeaning. It's demeaning. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the Chipman legacy in our country has given rise to Elizabeth Estates, Pride Estates, and many more, allowing Bahamians an opportunity for home ownership. Mr. Speaker, a political independent judiciary, a politically independent House of Assembly, is that too much to ask for the next generation? Not me, not you, not us. But is that too much to ask for them? At least leave that in place. For only, Mr. Speaker, only truth will inspire change. Can the government legislate this land to the people, please? Not policy it out. And then you talk about it's going to be fair. We know our socio-political culture. We know from every lens we came. Nothing you say will make anybody think otherwise. We'll make it a lottery. Put them in something and spin the lottery right on TV so everybody could see you pick out whose names and whoever name pick out to go with that. Now that's transparency. But the record of transparency, your record of transparency is it's zero to none. It's unbelievable. It's untrustworthy. Today is a simple resolution. But I would like to see some of your policy items legislated, especially when it comes down to the advancement of a people. They had a whole dray load of concessions, this, that, and the other, that came through with the emergency orders. Nothing legislated. So we don't even know, we don't know who's liable, who is responsible. Mr. Speaker, there are some items in this, in the policy, I guess, of the administration, because it's not legislated, so I can't speak to a legislative position. There's definitely a conflict in your definition of young Bahamian professionals, especially when you're going to financial institutions, because financial institutions have their own definition of what a young Bahamian professional is. And so I think you need to, when you deal with your policy structure, I think you ought to look at whether we can ensure that the definition that was given by Kalani is the same definition of a financial institution that our young people are expected to get some money, to get a loan from. The no down payment issue is the no down payment was something also was, I guess it's a policy item. But I think if you do not have a down payment, then we have to look, when I said we, financial institutions would look at salary deduction. But when you look at your professionals, you say they are also inclusive of farmers, which I think is a good thing. But now the financial institution is going to ask them for 5 years of financial information. And so how do we protect that? So if you don't work for the government, these lots may be difficult. It may be difficult to qualify. And so I just don't want us to go ahead without looking at our housing cultural issues and inequity when it comes down to individuals. You know, we are all in different places, different states, but there's something real common about us. And that's why we call it our culture. Whether it's our financial culture, our junkanoo culture, our house culture, there are variations of our culture. What will banks accept, Mr. Speaker, as a collateral? Because if you're accepting a piece of property as collateral that cannot be sold, I don't know if that qualifies as collateral. You know, but I guess those are the sorts of policy clarifications that would be needed. And in both sides, I think the member for Cat Island spoke to looking at different policies as well. But, you know, and again, like I would have said earlier, I just want to hear more of what will you bring to legislate advancement for our people? I mean, me personally, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know, you know, I'm discouraged when I hear policies. Because if you can't even live up to your commitment of this house, do you really think you can be guided by a policy? If you can't live up to your legislative responsibility, do you think you'll be able to be guided by your own policies, which there is no real legal liability? But you know, all of these things you must consider. So in moving forward, which we will, we need to look at our socio-political housing. It isn't just social housing. This is social political housing, and that's something we need to ensure that we understand and embrace before we start throwing out these ideas across this house. We have to look at our delinquencies. We know how we go. have a high delinquency rate in our country. And that needs management. That needs understanding. That needs psychology. That needs therapy. And so when we start looking at the organizations that are supposed to be mapping the progress of this advancement, we must ensure that we include in there monitoring. Let's look at, don't forget, overcrowding of homes, multiple ownerships, code compliance, and of course, it leaves room for gentrification. Mr. Speaker, I just need one more minute. Is that okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, for more than 3 years, we've been asking this administration, to meet their obligations to the House. Our problem in our country, Mr. Speaker, is governance. A serious concentration of the IDB, refusing to meet your legal obligations or even your parliamentary obligations, increasing taxes, dictatorial, emergency orders, carrot campaign, a system that even miseducated our professionals. Wow, this system is brilliant. But we have to put a stop to it. We cannot go any further like this. We cannot go any further pretending we do not know what's going on. We do. And if your campaign is good enough to rise above that, then so be it. Let's move forward with that. But your campaigns are doing the same thing that they've been doing for the past 40 years. Nothing different. And it bothers me, Mr. Speaker, to see these young people just taking on the system. Where are y'all from? Wake up. We expect more out of you. Mr. Speaker, finally, just let me give condolences to the family of Azorata Kalma in Plantal Street, Mr. Elgin Ramming, Mrs. Jackie Bullitt, and Mrs. Patrice Nottage Poodle from the Roll Avenue area in Centerville. Mr. Speaker, the choice is clear. Their goal is to divide and conquer us. Our goal and the goal of Centerville is to unite and fight. Mr. Speaker, a passion of sacred responsibility for the community and the country of which I'm from. The people of Centerville, you know who to vote for. We are voting for our freedoms, independence of our children. Parties have not done it. It is time to do it for ourselves. God bless Centerville and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Centerville, are you tabling the map?
Yes, I am tabling the map, and I want to just reiterate that I did support the resolution.
Okay, just sign it, the map, so it can be tabled. Order that the map be brought up.
Yeah.
Order that the map do lie on the table. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Psalms 33 and 12. Grant to me clarity of thought and precision of expression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight, God, my strength and my Redeemer. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed honored and privileged to stand on behalf of the good and gracious people of the Pine Ridge constituency, the people who have sent me to this place to represent their concerns, their needs, and indeed their arguments. Let me also commend the government for this morning. When I came to this place, I felt that I was free and out of prison, knowing that the barricades have been removed and you can bring your children into this square now and take a picture with Queen Victoria. And so again, I thank the government for listening and again, recognizing the importance of taking away from the minds of the Bahamian people this kind of police state or military state. Also, I want to commend the government and say to Kalani, as he spoke this morning, that I support us giving a monetary donation to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, I think it is. Gonzalez, yes. And I watched him as he passionately cried for his people, not another people, his people. And let me also indicate that the last time I stood in here some almost 4 years ago, I also supported that we should help Dominica monetarily. But we chose to wanted to do some other things that I didn't think that we were capable or able to do at the time based on our own personal circumstances. I'm a biblical scholar. The Bible says you should love your neighbor as yourself, not more than yourself. And so monetary assistance, I think, was appropriate for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I also thought it would have been appropriate for Dominica as well. One of the things that perturbed me, Mr. Speaker, and I will get to the resolution, but since everybody else took a detour, I think I'll do likewise. No, but I follow the trend in here, particularly at this time. That's the policy, that's right. I'm happy to hear about the Crystal Cruise initiative. Happy to hear about the Crystal Cruise initiative. But one of the things that's hurting our people now in this country is this PCR testing, along with them having to travel domestically. The standard of being able to take a PCR test is when it's convenient. And then when it's convenient, the adjuvant test, which is cheaper and more affordable, is accepted. And it puts people in a quandary and a quagmire economically. First of all, I would have thought that the government would have been happy for domestic tourism to boost the economy. But I recognize that I almost get the feel, and so that many people in this country, that you're trying to avoid Bahamians from moving about, perhaps due to COVID-19. And as you say, perhaps you want to keep it, it's no longer that, but you want to keep it in terms of virgin territory by preserving it from becoming contaminated with COVID-19. The juxtaposed position I hold with that, and perhaps many Bahamians are, you're trying to stop Bahamians from traveling, first of all, to it is too much. It hurt me the other day to have to hear how a family, a mother has to go to the island to bury her mother. To take the grandchildren and her and the husband. It costs over $2,500. And these stories we're hearing every day. People can't afford it. But yet, and this is why people look at you with jaundiced eyes and say, what is this government doing? Why is it that they seem to have a love affair with everyone other than Bahamians? Case in point. You say, how did you get there? Well, let's start with the Crystal Cruise. Europe now preparing to allow Crystal Cruise to travel these islands that you tried to keep COVID free. And you're going to allow hundreds of people to enter these islands who are coming from a place who's not talking about a fourth wave. And even though, let me finish the point before you, even though there will be precautionary measures put in place, despite the precautionary measures that are being taken, people still recognize that, hold on here, we want to bring in a cruise ship, but I can't even get to the family island to bury my loved one.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown on a point of order.
First and foremost, everybody on the cruise ship is going to have had to be vaccinated. So there's a slight difference there. Secondly, as these persons enter the Bahamas, they will have to take a PCR test across the border to come into the country, and they will take whatever, they will abide by whatever testing regime the government of the Bahamas has in place. That was explicitly laid out at the outset. So it's slightly different. And then I want to use this opportunity to say that, trust me when I say, all of us believe that and feel the pain and the financial suffering of doing these tests. But this is the guidance that we're being given by the health professionals. This is what they're saying, that what they're trying to do is whatever a person coming across the border has to do. So if you're coming from Miami to Eleuthera, the same process applies from Nassau to Eleuthera. It's just, our population centers where there is considered to be outbreaks or community spread, we want to protect the more remote islands from taking that community spread from a Nassau or Grand Bahama to those islands. And from time to time, we add other islands like Abaco and Eleuthera.
Thank you, Minister. And you know, I must confess, you are one of my favorite, my favorite people in here. And I thank you. I thank you. But again, and I hear you, but again, here's where the controversy starts. America is on its fourth wave, and you brought up something about testing, so I'm going to get into that in vaccination. So as to tell you where the problem lies right now in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, even with vaccination. You are allowing a cruise ship to do in the Bahamas what the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, for those of you who will not allow them to do in America. You now are allowing them to do it here at the expense of making our people, the Bahamian people, vulnerable and acceptable to this virus. Now, you tell me about testing and vaccination. Here is why vaccination is moving very slowly in the Bahamas. You got 20,000, the first batch that came in, got another 33. So if I could do the maths right, you've got to first get that 20. And then once you get that 20 to do it, this back from the 33 got to be the second shot for that 20. So roughly, you only get about what? 20,000 people to get 2 shots, and you'll have about maybe 13,000 people left with only 1 shot and another shot to go. So you got to wait till that reach here before you even start to talk about them. Plus, you said you're trying to get 100,000 in shipment. Well, it's actually 400,000 approximately of us here in the Bahamas. So that don't even measure up to the 70% of your population to reach what you call herd immunity. But let me move on and get to the point. The point I'm trying to make is the reason why you're having problem with this AstraZeneca vaccination is because we've heard so many stories. And you want to convince me that if a boat loaded full of people with tourists from America come here because they've been vaccinated, and your point? Because based on what I've been reading, what I've been seeing, and what I've been hearing, you can take the vaccination. I still got to wear masks. I still got to social distance. There have been people right here in the Bahamas who have taken the vaccination, second shot, and got COVID. Has gotten COVID. I yield. Stop my clock. I got a long way to go. I ain't resolution yet.
So, honorable members, I permitted this contentious debate, but this matter is not really before us today. You're anticipating a debate and provoking a debate in the process of anticipating. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Yeah, Mr.
On a point of order.
I don't want, just a point of clarification, I don't want the member to get out in the public domain somehow that taking a vaccine is not something that they should do. It's inconsequential. I mean, I said 800 million people across the planet, 4 million people every day in the United States. And it has been proven, and you've listened to all the experts over and over again. I mean, even Dr. Sands, who comes into this house, yeah. I don't think, yeah. But I think, let me finish. My point is that getting the vaccination, the studies have shown that 100% of the people do not end up in hospital, and it significantly reduces your ability to spread the virus on to someone else. I mean, time and time again, study after study, people from all over the world are doing it. We're trying to encourage Bahamians to do that, and I would greatly beg that we don't discourage that, because I think we want to save lives. And if we take the vaccine, 100% of the people who take the vaccine don't get sick enough to go to hospital and possibly have an unfortunate outcome.
Thank you, and I agree.
And I'm not the Minister of Health.
No, and I got you. And let me say this right now to those of you watching and listening. I am pro-vaccination. I got all of mine. And I didn't take this, but I got all of my vaccination, chicken pox and measles. So I want y'all to know, I support vaccination. But in this instance, all I'm saying is, perhaps one of the things our people's very concerned is about perhaps the type it is, because even now, there's still countries that are putting a halt to the AstraZeneca. And so that's not helping your cause. And so for me, the cause is still the Bahamian populace, protecting them at all costs. We talk about the Bahamian dream. For most people, they felt that under this government and this leadership, it has been a nightmare. And I have, and let me say, so that I make myself emphatically and parenthetically clear, I support this resolution. I support the empowerment of Bahamians. Period, full stop. Matter of fact, I'll go as far as to say, every one of us in here love the Bahamas and want to see better for the Bahamas. We just have different opinions as to how and perhaps how it should be governed. So when we talk about the Bahamian dream, here, let me start talking about this resolution. When I talk about the Bahamian dream, I want to see the fella from Baintown, Centerville, Engliston, people from Miami Street, Freetown, Camps Road, because you ain't talking to everybody at Freetown. Particular areas. When we talk about the Bahamian dream, we're talking about elevating people's status, lifting them up to a higher level. And part of that, to get that done and to accomplish that, really starts with education. Education and respect for life and values and principles. See, my concern is, and still is, that these properties we're talking about out west, it's still for a select few. It may not be your intention, but who in this economic environment where there is shortages of jobs, where your population is almost 50% unemployed, and well, I don't know the status unless you have a status that you can present. But according to last time when I was reading from the director, he said we're about 50% unemployed. Well, he now got a nomination pending. Things change depending on nomination.
Wow. That applies to you as well.
Oh no, I'm not looking for a nomination. I'm a nominee. I'm here. I'm here.
But it applies to everybody else except you.
No, I didn't say that. But I'm an incumbent. It is what it is. That's right. That's absolutely right. Take that to by the people of Pine Ridge. That's who ratified me. The people of Pine Ridge has ratified me. And so when I said that, here's what I'm talking about. It is likely that people of the upper echelon and upper class and elitism and those who have just recently fallen to the fortune of being able to now be named among those who can make 100,000. Since coming in here. So what's the problem? The problem is there's a certain echelon who can now purchase this for their children. If I got 2 children and overseas now, I could buy it for them. No, I got a daughter overseas. I'm just saying, in general. Yeah, but anyone. But the point that I'm making is very few people in this economy, where many are not working and some are hardly working. When you look at it, people can't put their hand on 50,000. I heard the leader of the opposition say today, everybody who is somebody that had something saving is not dwindled and dwindling. And so you say to me, there's no down payment. So how you can put your hands on $40,000 and $50,000 easily? It's not impossible, but it's not impossible, but it's mainly possible for a select few and a certain class. Okay, now, what it is, what, now, let me say this. I support this, and I would hope that you're getting the point that I'm making, which is we need to allow more persons who do have a Bahamian dream to be elevated and brought in to the scheme of things. You know what Bahamians are concerned? They like this initiative. But the problem is equity and fair play. 50,000 lots. 50,000 lots. You know what I'm tell you what see, you're from time immemorial, quicksand government. From I come in here and I used to talk, y'all used to gee. And every time I came in here, I was telling you what the Bahamian people were saying. And you got mad with what I was saying. I was only the messenger until you start hearing it yourself. No, I wasn't the wrong messenger. I was the right messenger. That's why they gave me the message. And you see, and one thing about when election pendant swings in this country, one thing I noted, check your history. Nassau only has been left with one seat. One seat. When the pendant swing and the FNM was in, on the way out, one seat, Montague. Pendant swing last election, one seat in Nassau. Engliston, y'all better take note. Take note and listen. One seat. And when it did swing, Kalani wasn't even in the number. So let me tell you what Bahamians are concerned about. They're concerned about fair play. They're concerned about their 24 seats in New Providence. The opposition have won, so let's exclude that seat, and you now got 23. Let me tell you what they're concerned about. That the list will already be made up with 10 persons from each constituency, and the balance will be left up, the other 20, throw them up in the air, whoever get it, good for them. That's may not be the case, but that is the perceived thought in the minds of people. Can I get on that list? Will that list be made up before we even get a chance? Of course, we heard Kalani saying this morning, oh, need not worry, there's nobody with no list because the list isn't made up. But you think people don't forget, you know, we came here 3 years ago talking about Carmichael. 3 years ago, we came in here talking about Carmichael and these lots. There's lots of sold, they tell me. But they still just put in the infrastructure. They still just put it in the infrastructure. That means they just still trying to put in water, plumbing, like just putting it in. We love pictures, you know. We love pictures. But let me also tell you what took place 4 years ago, right here. You brought another set of pictures. And you promised me a nice boardwalk on our Waukee. How he's gonna have this and how he's gonna have that. And there was all pretty pictures. I told you before, it was Sir Lyndon who taught me. Paper can stand still and you can write anything on it, draw anything on it. That was 4 years ago. Where's the boardwalk? 3 years? Where's the boardwalk? Where is it? See, this is why, you see, again, that's what Senegal was trying to tell you, you know. Credibility. We're tired of these promises. We don't have the boardwalk. Carmichael still putting in the infrastructure. So let me get to the real question, what people really want to know. Is this going to happen in this century or the next? When this going to happen? Is it going to happen before the next general election? Well, if you want me to tell you, they ain't going to happen. Because if they just put it in the infrastructure in Carmichael, they got to sell it to y'all first. And I'm happy to know that the government is in the banking business. Because I found out that you're in the banking business because you're not guaranteeing that these properties will be sold and the bank will guarantee that they can build on it. In a COVID environment where people are hardly working or got a job and struggling to find food daily. So here's what the people want to know. Since you have all this influence with the banking, why are you allowing CIBC to bring in a managing director from Barbados? If you have that kind of influence, why didn't you influence them to say, listen, you can't find a Bahamian for this job? And why are you even allowing a permit to be permitted? You mean tell me there's no qualified Bahamians in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that can be the managing director? Of this bank, but yet you want to convince us that you're going to convince the bank to give loans for building these houses. You're going to give them a service lot to build some houses on because the bank you got so much power with the bank that they could build the house, but yet at the same time, you had no influence to ask the bank. You know, I move around or not. This is, listen, in the Bahamas, listen carefully. Bahamians are concerned. If you have all this influence with the bank that you want to prove to us that you have today, one, you should have had the influence to say the managing director should be Bahamian. That is our policy at this time. And based on the conditions, we cannot do this at this time. You know they ain't gonna do such a thing. Well, but then perhaps more power to Bank of the Bahamas and Commonwealth Bank and Bahamians Bank, and maybe you will allow some more Bahamian banks because there are Bahamians who wanted to open a bank. And the greatest stumbling block to that has been the government of the Bahamas. And no, let me also indicate, when it comes to banking, Bahamians also say, since you have all this influence with the bank, why didn't you do a better job during this time in avoiding foreclosures? People are losing their homes, left, right, and center. But you want to convince us that the bank that you have great influence with is going to just allow people to build housing and build it. Now, something else St. Anne said that I disagree with. If you have a housing plans that are being drawn by the ministry, and understand, I support the initiative in principle. But if you have plans that you've drawn for out west, I don't want to see that plan in Stapleton or in Binghamton, because you just devalued my home. The plans that have been drawn, that St. Anne said, open it up to everyone. I have a problem with that because I just said to you earlier, which has been paraded around here all day, you have to keep a certain standard if you're going to maintain the Western District. Don't make it a ghetto. But when you take my plan of my home and take my home and put it in Binghamton or Eggleston, my home, you have devalued my home to an extent. Elevate me, hold on. No, you ain't elevated. If you want to elevate me, move me out of Binghamton. That's how you elevate me. Because what I'm saying is there is still a certain standard, zoning. Well, would you like me to build a shack next to your house? Would you like me to build a shack next to your home? So what's not good for you ain't good for me. Elevate. If you're going to elevate me all the way, not part of the way. Southern Sure, I know you would understand. You don't mind that. You don't mind it. Yes. You said you don't mind that. I support. No. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Ladies and gentlemen, through you, Mr. Speaker, they're taunting me and saying that I'm basically trying. I know they're trying to say, but I can tell you, if I always to test this. I do not like to see your BMW parked in front of a clapboard. Prioritize. Just like I talk to children and I talk to adults. You have a problem buying a book, a maths book for $150, which is going to help educate your child and make your child better. You have a problem with that, but you have no problem buying a $250 sneaker. Priorities. 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 And as you elevate, see, because that's what you think of Bahamian. You all want to keep us at a lower standard, at a substandard. And I'm saying we have a right to dream. Whether we from Bingtown, we don't want to stay in Bingtown all our life. We want to move out west and out east too. But the reality is you really don't want us next to you. That's the truth. That's the truth. I want to come out of Hawksville. I want to come out of 8 Mile. I want to come out of Pennis Point. But you don't want me on Miss Shipman. You don't want me next to you. Because you know what it really all boils down to? I forgot you to Nassau Village. But you know what it really boils down to? Because even now we're doing it in a subtle way. Class. This really is all about class. No, because class is one of the major problems we have. People want to know. People want to know that this project will happen before the next century and before the next election. And they want to know it's sustainable. They want fairness. They want to know that they have a fair shot at this. And this is not for a select few. And they want to know that this process is void of politics, favoritism. People want equity in the process, not where 30 MPs or 23 MPs give their personal list, and then the rest of us get the rest. And so Pine Ridge supports this initiative to empower Bahamians of all walks of life. And all that I'm asking you is to make sure you want to talk about the Bahamian dream. The Bahamian dream is education. Education is the Bahamian dream. Jobs, healthcare, and the economy. Yes, I do. No, because it sounds good. Unfortunately, him now saying it now sounds political because you're now in a point where your good will be evil spoken of. Anything you say from here on in, the Bahamians will look at you and say, now why couldn't I come up with that initiative 2 years ago, 4 years ago? About what? No, I'm not talking about that. No. And by the way, Bahamians, let me, unless I'm misreading, don't let them fool you again, as if to say, oh, we can give you this and you're not gonna have to pay stump tax? Stump tax. Yeah, but I think that was always on the books, if I'm correct. First time owners don't have to pay. Okay? No, but then it isn't a new initiative. Just like I know that people who, if you had certain amount of PGCSEs, you could go to the University of the Bahamas for free. But now it's beyond that. And now it's once you're accepted. That's the difference now. It's beyond if you have to get now. Once you are accepted, you go free. That's why I brought that point up. Yeah, so in other words, people was applying and wasn't getting in. So in other words, if this is not the get people who are accepted, you pay. Now once you are accepted, you must help get repaid. Oh, so in other words, so you're telling me anybody can now get into the College of the Bahamas? No, I see the light. I don't see the light. I don't see the light. I don't see the light in that. Because there has to be a certain standard, and so something has to, so you got, anybody just got, now, I accept. Yes, and by the way, and I accept that. That I can accept, okay? But the point I'm trying to make, don't let them swing you about you can get stamp tax. You always could have get stamp tax free if you was purchasing your first home or dealing with your first home. That was always on the book. Okay? Yeah. But yeah. So we must be careful. As I said to you before, Commonwealth of the Bahamas Tree, Mr. Speaker, I'm wrapping up. Don't listen so much to what they say. Watch what they do. Heinrich, if you wish to have somebody representing you who's going to represent party views, special interests, or party, if you want somebody who will represent your views, I am your man. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and long live the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. God bless you.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas on Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of Exumas and Ragged Island to contribute to a resolution to provide for the availability of service lots for young professionals to be able to afford homes in Western New Province. Let me say at the outset that I support the idea of making housing more affordable for young people and people in general. This is an ideal that the PLP supports. Of course, access to decent, affordable housing is closely aligned with the PLP's philosophy. The PLP founded the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation and has tried for over 5 decades to increase home ownership amongst Bahamians, particularly those who struggle with the means to become homeowners. Housing security and housing affordability are ideas that are near universal in governance in the Bahamas. How one administration goes about it may differ from the other, but all administrations have tried to help more Bahamians get into homes. I do believe that the current administration's policy of not building homes, but mainly providing service lots for people to build their own homes is wrong-headed at this time. And I will get to that later. But any genuine effort to realistically support Bahamians getting into homes is one that I support. If 150 benefit, God bless them. However, we think your policy is unfair, elitist, and frankly discriminatory. But these are your policies. So carry on smartly. We do not think it's a rational, credible policy. It's electioneering. So let's just call it for what it is. Now, the member for Kalani criticized Exuma for criticizing this policy. I think he's forgotten how democracy works, Mr. Speaker. In democracy, the government have their way, but the opposition has got to have their say. So let me say for all to hear, I'm not here to play games. I'm not here to hold your hand and teach you how to govern. I'm here to be helpful. I'm here to give you constructive feedback. If you want to use it, fine. I'm here to be helpful. Improve your plan. Although I believe this plan is unrealistic and fraught with problems. And I question whether anyone has sat down and seriously thought it all the way through before forcing this as a political agenda item. And I know your time is running out. So you got to get some shiny things in the face of Bahamian people. But let's call it for what it is. This is clearly an effort to appeal to the largest voting bloc in the country without actually doing something broadly impactful for the largest voting bloc in the country. It is using what will clearly be millions of dollars in taxpayers' funds to implement a program that is exclusionary, discriminatory, elitist, unfair, and fantastical. I fear you continue to sell dreams. Like many of your other half-baked plans, it is exclusionary in that it automatically and intentionally boxes out of eligibility those who are over the age of 45 from participation, and also uses taxpayers' funds drawn from the widest pool of Bahamians to make an exclusive community for a certain number of Bahamians to create income-producing properties that will only benefit a few. It is discriminatory because by nature of the very design of the program, it will end up leaving out almost all people below the age of 25 who are being led to believe they have a shot at qualifying for a loan to build a home because Kalani is taught to the bank. More than likely, many will not qualify within the constraints of this particular program. And I will explain why in short order. It is elitist in that it takes the VAT money from the single mother in Baintown who is making minimum wage to build infrastructure, including a community center and a swimming pool in a gated community in Western New Providence for those above a certain income level. It would be better, however, Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes Honorable Member for Freetown.
I think the members is leading the House in that public money is going to be used to build infrastructure. Now, you can easily craft a real estate deal. The persons acquire the land and you use that money to build the infrastructure. So I buy a piece of land, I put my money up, and they use that money in order to develop the real estate. So I'm a little lost on how he's intending to use public money, because that's not the case. We're not using the VAT money from the poor lady down in Baytown or wherever he's talking about.
Speaker, the member for Freetown is a former chairman of Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, as I do. And I will address his point specifically, because whilst he must defend his government policies, he knows better. I say it would be better to provide benefits for all first home owners. What about a fresh start program? What about addressing some of the systemic issues of home ownership? That's what a PLP government will do.
They didn't do it in the last term.
It is an affront to those Bahamians from the inner city
Or he wasn't there.
who dream of home ownership themselves. One would think with this administration having sought or fought so hard to sell the idea of over-the-hill redevelopment, there would have been a thrust to identify properties as well in the areas to develop for new communities,
You already have that.
for housing renewal,
Service law.
That's on board.
to inject life into these communities.
We got a menu of options.
You see, we believe that access to affordable housing with dignity is a human right, irrespective of age or class, or whether you are a lawyer or an accountant or a plumber or a hairdresser. What we see is a very nice park development in the over the hill area, but the same problem surrounds the park. It is unfair because your proposal only provides for 150 lots, thereby leaving out thousands of young professionals who also dream of home ownership, even though you claim you're identifying a few more areas. So at the beginning, you say 150. Today you come, you say 250. It makes me wonder whether you're making it up as you go along. But I tell you, you will pay a heavy price by the thousands of young people who feel disenfranchised by not being one of your chosen 150, by not being the chosen one in your 150. But that's a matter for you.
Ain't nobody done that better than y'all. Anything about dignity, God.
What the government, in my view, should be doing is crafting a policy that is more equitable and impactful, and that will positively benefit most people as broadly as possible through means everyone can access. For instance, what the government should be doing is using the power of exemptions in tax policy that a large category of people, such as first-time owners, can widely access. By the very introduction of this resolution, the government acknowledges that home ownership, including the purchase of the land and the building of the home, is becoming ever more expensive. And therefore, the answer is not simply to develop lots for people to figure out financing, which will not have a broad economic impact, but to craft sensible policies that allow access to home ownership for thousands who do not need to navigate the strictures of government programs that are often tedious and move at a snail's pace. And yes, I believe this program is fantastical. Yes, I believe you are trafficking in fantasy leading into an election. The government has yet to put a shovel in the ground in this parcel of land. It will take a matter of years, given the topography of this land, to properly grade it, carve out roads, put in utility infrastructures, and build the parks, community centers, and swimming pool. Let's not forget the swimming pool. It has taken this administration numerous years to prepare service lots in areas identified within the first year of its tenure. Perhaps you should tell us how many Bahamians have benefited and built so far. To think of this will materialize anytime soon, as I've mentioned before, is absolute fantasy. Because now you gotta execute it. And you're not very good at that. Then those who are selected to purchase the lots will have to qualify for the loans and have construction completed within 2 years. I am sure that there are 150 young persons who can qualify for loans to do this. Whether they really do need the government's help or intervention as much as many of the thousands of other young people who could use a hand up remains an outstanding question. And how will this 150 chosen ones become chosen? That remains a question in everybody's mind. And don't tell me about transparency. You wouldn't know what transparency looks like if it hit you in the face. We suspect that this is just another scheme to benefit friends, lovers, and FNMs. There are thousands more who struggle to gain financing from local banks and who, barring that, will struggle to find the funds to fully complete construction of the home within 2 years. For many, many Bahamians, there will be no closer to home ownership after the government finishes with this program, and a few lucky ones will be the beneficiaries of an administration's pandering to the electorate when so much more could have been done. So let us look at the resolution before us. What we have is an initiative that involves the sale of 83 acres of public land located in Western Providence, where land is traditionally more expensive to young Bahamian professionals. They say it's going to be sold to between the ages of 18 to 45. Let's pause there for a minute. I do not know personally of very many 18-year-olds or 19-year-olds or 20-year-olds for that matter who do not already come from wealth, who are able to afford to buy such properties, much less able to qualify for a loan to build a house or pay out of pocket to build a house within 2 years. You see the problem? If they are able, they certainly do not need your government help in becoming a homeowner. In fact, few under the age of 25 are financially secure enough to handle the sort of commitment that involves purchasing such land without the aid of a parent. Let's not forget that unemployment is still believed to be in the 40% range in our country. And let's not forget that youth unemployment usually trends higher. We also wonder what the government means by young professionals. And yeah, we heard some explanation today. We didn't get that up front. So again, you continue to make it up as you go along. To my mind, Mr. Speaker, any young person with a career would seem to fit this description, but I'm still not sure today what this administration has in mind when it talks about young professionals. The Prime Minister claims that the government will put all the infrastructure in place, given the lot value of $150,000 when it is all said and done. Free down, the Prime Minister says the government will put the infrastructure in place. These lots, according to Kalani, will be sold for $40,000 for single family, which accounts for 60% of the lots, and $50,000 for multifamily units, which account for 40% of the lots. And the Prime Minister claims that certain banks have said that once they determine the land is worth $150,000, the equity in the property would be so much that no down payment would be needed to construct a home. Absolute fantasy. And now about this, I do not share the Prime Minister's view at all. Banks look at the lower of the cost or the appraised value. I also worry about how much government funds it will take to make these lots livable. Asking some in the industry, I get anywhere from $25,000 to $30,000 per lot, about $5 million overall, Freetown. And as far as not needing a down payment for a mortgage because of the value of the property, I don't know about that either. See, I've worked in finance sector for most of my life, and I know that when determining who to lend money to, there's one thing that's paramount above all: skin in the game. Then there is the ability to finance the loan. It does not matter how much the property is worth, particularly with banks already being liquid and already being started with foreclosed homes and unfinished homes, and customers who cannot make existing payments even if they're paying some on the loan. That's the context. Leader of the opposition talked about the context in which we live. So when you bring your glossy, pretty pictures, make sure that you properly lay out the context. So if you're not generating an income where you can service the loan, and if you cannot demonstrate an ability to secure a down payment, then you get no loan. The average builder's will build at $100 per square foot on the low end. We do not yet understand the covenants in this subdivision, but let's assume each of these houses in the 2,000 range take about 2,000 to complete the home in addition to the cost of the land. I say again that very few people in their 20s, married or single, would qualify for that size loan. In fact, banks are more likely to lend for home mortgage to a married couple than a single person unless they demonstrate a history of work stability. And then there are the legal fees, the closing costs, and that's likely to run in the region of $7,500. The government claims it will waive property taxes for a while and customs duties associated with building in the home and the appliances. Would this not be a beneficial policy for all first-time homeowners and not just the ones in this upscale gated community? Are there not many more Bahamians who would be spurred to take advantage of home ownership and inject more activity into the economy if we allowed them to build their homes duty-free? Why not put in place a set of concessions for first-time homeowners, not just the chosen 150? Yes, the price of land is a barrier to entry for home ownership, but so are onerous taxes that increase the cost of building a home. Systemic issues. We will address them for all first-time homeowners. That's what a PLP government will do. And what are you saying to those who cannot access this program? Tough luck. So what if a 46-year-old got a piece of land from a relative, been saving for many, many years? They don't benefit from this program. Dog eat his lunch. The people in the upscale community can build and bring in appliances duty-free, but he can't. Why not? Is he not a Bahamian? What about the young woman in her 30s, a successful hairdresser, for example, who has her own business, found a good deal on some land in the Southwest New Providence for about $80,000. Now she wants to build but can't afford the taxes. She can't bring in her materials duty-free like the rest of those in this special community. Is she not Bahamian? Does she not deserve the opportunity to build her home to help to restart, kickstart the economy? We then also have the problematic policy of having to build a home in 2 years. Lenders are reluctant to give money to build for the very same reason the government says it no longer wants to be in the home building business. The contractors. So what it has left us with is a list of approved contractors and banks that may be too busy to complete these homes within the allotted timeline at an affordable cost. I personally think it was a mistake to get the government out of the business of building homes before. I say it again. History proves this government wrong-headed approach. While there has been many instances of shoddy work by contractors, the government should be seeking to improve the system, not abandoning it. Resolve the systemic problems so that everyone can benefit. There are still many thousands of people awaiting approval through the Bahamas Mortgage Corp who need assistance. But this administration prefer to pander to certain segments of the electorate who will jump the line of more than 10,000 people who are waiting on a waiting list. Imagine that. The 150 lucky chosen ones will jump the line of more than 10,000 who've been waiting for home for many years. And then when we look at this policy, we also see a critical flaw in that the government intends to effectively bar people from selling their homes on the open market by insisting on a first right of refusal if the homeowner wishes to sell the home. They gotta offer it.
The land.
They gotta offer it to the government first.
The land, not the
They gotta offer it to the government first.
land.
This will depress, in my view, the appraised value. And then there's the political issue. You got an F&M in a house, and they got to sell it to the government. Then the bank got to evict them, and they got to deal with the government who got the first right of refusal. And then the government takes its own time. This complicates an already complicated systemic problem. So what I'm saying is, you haven't thought it through. And before you come here profiling with your pretty pictures, patting yourself on the back and saying how great thou art, you should think through these things.
Like you all did.
You should think them
Like
through,
always in office.
Mr. Speaker.
And they didn't build one house.
Yeah.
So banks will be reluctant. Banks will be reluctant.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. Progress.
Kelani can talk to them as much as he wants. But I would invite the chosen 150 to consult their financial advisors. Because a home is more than just a shelter. The greatest investment that many Bahamians will make. It should be something that increases your net worth and a tool that you can use to increase your wealth. You cannot borrow against the home because the appraised value is suppressed. The government will not allow it to be sold at will. It won't be as an effective investment as it could be. We say to the Bahamian people, under the sound of my voice, let's ensure that your dream don't become a nightmare. Like I say to the Bahamian people, just like your dream of better government has become a nightmare in this F&M administration.
You forget where we come from.
Mr. Speaker, when you involve the government with restrictions on these private investments, as I've mentioned before, they become difficult to monetize. And they become akin to dead assets or dead investments. We already have generation property issues on some family islands. People have the land but cannot access it financially to increase their generational wealth. These are the kinds of systemic issues that we want to look at. How are the homes to increase in value if market forces do not determine what they're worth? Overall, this is not a well-considered scheme. However, it is in the national interest to have more people become homeowners. It is in the national interest to have more Bahamians owning homes. It is the Progressive Liberal Party's philosophy that decent, affordable housing is a human right. And in that vein, the next PLP administration will return to building homes for Bahamians. This will help to kickstart our economy by providing jobs and cash flow. And we will do so carefully and deliberately and considerately. There will be no free for all. And we cannot continue to have a situation where we allow a few unscrupulous contractors to hamstring a critical asset of our national development. We also want to pursue public-private partnerships to develop new subdivisions. We believe we can have a practical model that has broad impact without alienating so many as your plan does. We will examine a program of acquiring distressed homes on New Providence to be bought and renovated, perhaps through a PPP in mass. And we hope we can pass on the savings to individuals. This can beautify our communities. We can make them safer. and put more people in homes more easily. We will examine broader exemptions to make home ownership more accessible and building costs more affordable. That's what a PLP administration will do. Land is scarce on New Providence, and there's a serious case to be made for building upward on our capital, New Providence, as the means to expand outward increasingly becomes limited. These are the types of discussions that we need to have. We're also looking at key projects for family islands to naturally spur growth. There are partners with stakeholders to develop proper infrastructure and housing, to plant the seeds for reinvigorating settlements throughout the family islands. We won't just talk the talk. Cat Island, Rumkeys, and Salvador won't just talk the talk when it comes to family island development. Exuma won't just talk the talk when it comes to family island development. And we won't continue to ignore the systemic banking issues in our country.
Honorable members, the member for Exuma has the floor. Honorable member for Exuma, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, family islanders, Exuma, and Eleuthera, we're becoming increasingly concerned about the lack of access to funding through banks. RBC recently announced the closure of yet another branch in Eleuthera. This is a tragic blow to our economy. And we have spoken to this before. We renew our call for more attention to be paid to this issue. We've spoken to the issue of Scotia and Exuma before. We renew our call for more attention to be paid to these issues. There are ways that we can have broad impact for home ownership on New Providence. There are ways we can have broad impact for home ownership in our family islands, whilst transforming our landscape and boosting our economy. But this plan falls short. It falls short. But this seems to be the track record of your administration. Half-baked schemes, ill-considered, not very deliberate, poor execution. This can be the legacy of your administration. Mr. Speaker, as I close, my heart goes out to the vendors at Potter's Key. I visited Potter's Key today with a colleague of the opposition. We didn't go with our hands swinging. We didn't go with our arms full. And we want the vendors at Potter's Key to know that the PLP stands with you. Our prayer goes out to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We want them to know that the Bahamian people stand with you. We pray that God will bless the wonderful people of Exumas and Ragged Island. We pray that this member will continue to have the opportunity to continue the great work of the people of Exumas and Ragged Island for quite some time yet. And I'm committed to continuing to serve them with diligence. Exuma, Ragged Island, I am committed to continuing to serve you with diligence. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member. As many the chair recognizes honorable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I'm honored to be able to rise in this honorable house representing the great people of Central and South Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just before I get into my speech, I would like to send out my condolences to several family members in my constituency. And I'd like to send out my condolences to the family of Edith Roll and Governor Harbor, Mr. Speaker. Edith Roll was one individual that I have to take a minute or two to tell you who she really was and what she meant to me. As many Bahamians may not know, or the residents of Eleuthera may not know, my journey to frontline politics and my journey to becoming one of the chief counselors in the island of Eleuthera began when Edith Roll herself invited me to her home and sat me down, and she was that individual, the first person who saw their leadership and the ability and to me to be able to lead. I say thank you in her absence. Edith Roll was that individual who sat me down and showed me where my leadership role was important. Even later on, as we journeyed along, we both served in the Progressive Liberal Party. And after I decided to jump ship, sorrowful days, Mr. Speaker. And at the time, no, because I didn't see better. I was born in a family who believed that the Progressive Liberal Party was the chosen party for this country, who only believed that only the Progressive Liberal Party can govern this country. But they were wrong. I saw it later on in life. And I decided to jump that ship. And I thank God that I did jump that ship. I didn't want to go there, but she lead me. And so why did I give God thanks for a lady like her? I say may her soul rest in peace. Our friendship remained the same. Mr. Speaker, there's another lady from Rocktown, her name was Gloria Knowles. Passed away. Gloria Knowles passed away. And Mr. Speaker, just recently, Ms. Rosanna Cartwright, one of the oldest residents in Rocktown, passed away just this Saturday past. I offer my condolences to her family. And of course, Mr. Alvin Lloyd Evans, one of the oldest men in Rocktown, who was a fisherman, a farmer. He was a father, a grandfather. He was an individual who played a major role in his church as well. I say farewell, and I offer my condolences to him and his family. Mr. Speaker, there was a young man that drowned in the ocean hole on Saturday past, Leroy Brenner. I don't know him, but I'm sending my condolences to him, to his family as well. Mr. Speaker, the resolution before us today speaks about the type of government the Free National Movement is, Mr. Speaker. A government with a vision, a government who cares. No matter how the opposition and those in the opposition may try to paint the picture today, this Free National Movement government has taken the initiative to give Bahamians an opportunity to own a piece of the rock, to call their own, Mr. Speaker, right here in New Providence, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, because of all of the attention is being mostly placed in New Providence, Eleuthera is waiting for its opportunity as well, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. And I say to the Prime Minister and to my government, we are awaiting our turn. Mr. Speaker, we've made recommendations to the government to make sure that the land in Hatchie Bay
for God's sake, it's about time the residents in Hatchet Bay be able to have their title for some land that they've been battling for the last 25 plus years, Mr. Speaker. The time has come for us to give them people some relief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the other things that I speak about is that we've requested from the government to turn a portion of the land from BAIC to make it available for the local men and young women in Hatchet Bay to be able to build their own home, Mr. Speaker. We await the day that happens, Mr. Speaker. I'm urging my government, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that these young people have an opportunity to own a piece of the rock, just like we're doing in New Providence, we've done in Abaco, and we've done in Andrews. It's elusive time, Mr. Speaker. We are looking forward to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the day has come when my people should be looked after and should be cared for. Yes. Mr. Speaker, one of the most disturbing things to me as a member of Parliament for Central and South is when we discover that the BAIC land that belongs to the government, the people of this country, has been given away to some person or sold, however it was done. Some companies have 25, 30, 50 acres, and no one knows who owns these companies. But local residents in those communities cannot get a house back, Mr. Speaker. We still have people in my constituency today who've been asking government to lease them a piece of land for farming, Mr. Speaker. It's just not right, Mr. Speaker. The time has come that our people be able to get a piece of the rock, Speaker. We're not asking the government to give us that, asking them to allow us to have access to it, whether it's by lease or whether it is by purchase. We have a right as a people to be able to have a piece of the rock, Mr. Speaker. Gone are those days, Mr. Speaker, and only certain families and certain individuals were able to come in. Mr. Speaker, you know what's annoying? Persons have the land who doesn't even live in the spot. You don't even know where they come from. People there. Land, government have land in the island of Eleuthera in abundance. And my people needs to have a piece of the rock, Mr. Speaker. I'm urging this government. Let's set it right. Let's get it right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have land in Governor's Harbor that the Prime Minister spoke about. Governor's Harbor young men and young women have to do likewise. They have to leave their communities to go in other communities to be able to build, have a home, and have a raise a family, Mr. Speaker. That 50.44 acres that we have been questioning of the government to turn it loose. Just before the pandemic, the surveyors were inside there and they were cutting off the land and making sure that the land, the title and everything was clear. Mr. Speaker, I pray that in the next few months, that land will become available to the local residents in Governor's Harbor, like other areas in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make a recommendation to this government. Crown land is an issue. We're talking about lots in New Providence. We're talking about building homes. But in order for you to build a home, you've got to have a piece of land to build on. And so whether this is part of this resolution or not, we have to start with the land, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to start with the land, Mr. Speaker. In the island of Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker, the Crown land, multiple individuals have applied to the government for Crown land, not under this Justice administration, but the previous administration, Mr. Speaker. And that Crown land has not been made available to some of the local residents in the island of Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker. It just is not right. Mr. Speaker, the land is there. It belongs to the Bahamian people. And it is about time that we be looked after. I'm tired of every day, phone call after phone call. What are y'all doing? I still want this piece of Crown land, Mr. Speaker. Our young people want to build their homes. Some of our young people who was granted grants to be able to go on the land. After 25, 30 years, they still doesn't have their deed. The grant has not been issued to them, Mr. Speaker. It's about time that they get their grants so that they can move forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a very serious time in the island of Eleuthera. And not just in Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker. When I speak as a common man, I speak for the entire Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The family islands in particular are experiencing mostly the same thing, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes we feel as if life is not so fair. It is because of the decision that is made sometimes that hinders us from moving forward. Mr. Speaker, down in the area of Roxanne have farmland in abundance. And there are a lot of individuals who have applied for some of the farmland and were having issues and still have not been able to get get a portion of the farmland. They're not asking for it for free. They're not asking the government to give them anything. They want to be able to purchase them and own the piece of the rock. Mr. Speaker, I know of an individual personally who are building on farmland in one of these communities. He's not a Bahamian, but a portion of the land was granted with a crown deed in their possession. And a foreigner today is building a home as we speak on that piece of farmland. And that individual has cried out over and repeatedly, and no one is paying them no attention. But the foreigner continues to build. And that crown grant was given to local Bahamians. That matter needs to be looked into. Mr. Speaker, while I'm talking about crown land, I want to throw something out to my constituents and to Rockthorn in particular. Today, I said I wasn't going to speak about it, but I must speak about this. Rockthorn is one of the largest communities in the island of Illusion, Mr. Speaker, who've been crying for the last 10, 15, maybe 20 years to various governments to have them, to allow them to build a cemetery. And from the time I've been in office, Mr. Speaker, I've been asking for the assistance in building a cemetery for the residents of Rockthorn. That cemetery today, Mr. Speaker, is full. They're now removing the remains of some of their loved ones and putting them where their ancestors are. Not in 2021, this should happen, Mr. Speaker. And the government have land in Rockthorn in abundance, Mr. Speaker. And so the people like myself, we came together. We decided to do something, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me? Okay. And so what we did, Mr. Speaker, we came together and they were doing something. Only to find that every time you make an attempt to do something, there are individuals who pops up out of the box, claiming these lands. But the land belongs to the government in trust for the people. And this land, Mr. Speaker, the research was done in 1956. This land was awarded by the UBP government to the residents of Rockthorn for the extension and the growth and development of that community. And for every time you turn around, Mr. Speaker, you're faced with challenges for trying to stop the progress of these communities. And then, Mr. Speaker, was so annoying they try to make it a political game. But I don't have time for politics when it comes to building my community, in case they don't know. I pick up the baton, and it's time to pick up the political baton. My job is to represent the people of Illusion. My job is to make sure that they are fair and square. And whatever is done in the interest of the people and not a particular individual or individuals, Mr. Speaker. And so today, I say, no retreat, no surrender. I will leave that just like that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Rockthorn have the right to have access to some of the land that belongs to the people. And in this case, they're only asking for a cemetery. That's all they're asking for. But Mr. Speaker, from hell or high water, they will have that cemetery. Mr. Speaker, I didn't intend to stay here very long today, Mr. Speaker. I want to touch base on what has happened and took place in the island of Illusion over the Easter weekend, Mr. Speaker. While there is a bittersweet situation, Mr. Speaker, with this testing and this traveling, I want Illusionians to understand something. It is not the will or what the wishes of the member of parliament, but we have to adhere to the call of the medical team, the professionals. We are at the stage in this country where whether we like this or not, We got to find a way to manage the pandemic. It is here, and we got to find a way to manage it. So we can come in here, and we can criticize one another much as we like. We're not fixing the problem. We're not fixing it. We need to learn to listen. We need to learn to use ideas and pay attention to each other and listen to the medical team. That's going to help us. And while I was a bit upset by the way it went down, it was saving lives of individuals to be able to contain this thing from spreading throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, doing you do and doing you don't. If the government makes a decision to stop it, the spread, we make noise. If they don't do it, you're making noise. So how do you face these people? What do you want? Do you want to save lives or you want this thing to spread? So what is it? And the sad part about it, Mr. Speaker, when we as politicians are going to walk in this honorable house, knowing that we have a pandemic on hand, and find ways and means instead of trying to help to solve the problem, we come to criticize each other. We come to score political boundary points, Mr. Speaker. But the Bahamian people ain't fooled, Mr. Speaker. And while they may be upset, a lot of them were upset because they were not able to travel. A lot of them were upset because of the cost. And then they want to point the cost of the finger at the feet of the government. Everyone knows within themselves that the government have no control over private clinics. In our constituency, both North and Central, sir, there were private companies who were doing the testing in those districts. And I am upset, was upset with them and still is, Mr. Speaker, because I felt within myself that the prices was really too high for the poor people. Some of our people are hurting. And I think the government needs to find a way of helping to find a way to deal with it because it is hurting the poor. And some of them, Mr. Speaker, are not able to pay some of this cost. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to remind the Bahamian people, and I want to remind, and I'm going to go back to a matter, I'm going to go back to this land issue. My constituency, Mr. Speaker, 4 years I came to the Honorable House. And I know of a situation of land that was awarded to a family and families in my constituency. Today, after 15 years of a court ruling, they still does not have access to their property, Mr. Speaker. They still today does not have access to their land, Mr. Speaker. The residents who are entitled to this land are being forced by the rich and the famous. But the law is there for everybody. One day the law will catch up with them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say to my people, hold on. The day is coming. Justice will be served. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Lucia, Mr. Speaker, support this resolution, Mr. Speaker. And we support this resolution wholeheartedly. But just one more point before I leave, Mr. Speaker. I have an idea. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go back to the Crown Land situation. I looked at my notes just now. This is an idea. Every island you go to, you find residents complaining, oh, I made an application to Crown Land. I cannot get the word on this Crown Land situation. I think what the government needs to establish is an officer in every family island to be able to be the eyes and the ears of the Crown Lands Office, to make sure that persons are not squatting on this land, persons are not taking possession of this land without permission, and to make sure that I, for one, as a citizen, for example, can walk to an office as an Ontarian and submit my application, and my application can be processed from there to where it has to go. I think we would have better control over the Crown lands in this country. We are faced with a challenge, Mr. Speaker. Every time we turn around, they try to control the Crown lands from New Providence. And some of you know nothing about this Crown land in these various islands. I do not even know where to start, Mr. Speaker. I think the time has come. In order to fix this, land has become an issue. And we can fix this by making sure that there are an officer or officers there protecting the rights of the government, and the rights of the local residents, and that we will have an opportunity to be able to get a piece of the rock. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Neutral support this bill and looking forward to Central and South being able, we're looking forward in the next few weeks, hopefully, that we will get a piece of this pie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? We recognize the honorable member for Golden Isle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I firstly give honor to Almighty God Yahweh Elohim, who's made it possible for all of us to be here. Speak, I stand courtesy of the good people of the great constituency of Golden Isle, who've afforded me this courtesy to stand in this place and to be their voice maximized. Just before speaking to the resolution, it has come to my attention that in the community of Coral Harbor, that they're facing some challenges, and particularly as it relates to protection of property. Yesterday, there was a situation that occurred as a result of several persons driving through their community, attempting to steal some items from a vehicle, and we followed them and ended up in the chase. And luckily, no one was injured. But they feel that they're being preyed on by criminal elements because of the distance from the Carmichael police station. The properties are being trespassed on without any respect. We feel that there should be a greater police presence. Also, Mr. Speaker, gunfire. You don't know whether persons are hunting or practicing or whatever they're doing, that makes them feel very uncomfortable. In Golden Isle, of course, dumping, not just an issue in Golden Isle, but it's a serious challenge, and in some instances, it's happening there. Mr. Speaker, they feel that since the pandemic and some of the effects of this pandemic, that they're being targeted by criminals, and even got to the point that they were putting out on social media and almost taunting about it. And, so the need for greater police presence in the area is an urgent one. And so they're seeking intervention from law enforcement urgently. Mr. Speaker, as we sit and as we debate this resolution, and as the campaign season has seemingly arrived. Mr. Speaker, there's an issue that's of national importance, and it has national security implications to it. It's one that we've been passing it on, and it's one that at some point you're going to have to deal with seriously. And as I move about in the constituency campaign, even before campaign, just moving about in the constituency, and it's a challenge. I think Golden Eyes probably has the most Haitian villages of all the constituencies, probably throughout the country. And the real challenges, the real issues in terms of regulating and in terms of really dealing with the issues. And of course, as we in the political season, and the conversations I'm having, some limited discussions that I'm having, it's a situation that must be dealt with. And it has implications of national security risk if we refuse to deal with it. And some of them feel as if they're political pawns, because around election time, successive administrations tend to give them more attention, and documents tend to be looked at more around that time. And so, no. And the Speaker also, I didn't see it. No, they didn't, no. No. This happens with, no. It happens with successive administration. Okay? And this resolution, Mr. Speaker, the question is, the challenge is that as the member from Pine Ridge said, as the member from Centerville alluded to, and it's a matter of, they didn't use the term, but in terms of inducement, it's seen as, in that light, whatever is done, it comes off as being political. Mr. Speaker, with the transfer of title during the mortgage process from the vendor to the purchaser, what happens, Mr. Speaker, if homes are not complete within the 2 years period? How will the state then enforce the 2 years provision? Also, Mr. Speaker, the question came up, if they are if there are pre-approved plans, Mr. Speaker, for the development, as I understand is the case, would it be cheaper for Bahamians, for the state to organize the construction process, arrange the construction process, and sell turnkey packages to Bahamians? Of course. Okay. What, Mr. Speaker, is the process for procuring the lot? What's the process? Mr. Speaker, will there be evidence of due process?
as we talk about the transparency, as one national imperative after another is raised in our country, more and more, Mr. Speaker, it will become clear to Bahamians that the root cause of a lot of our problems is the mismanagement of our natural resources, the air, the sea, and the land. Mr. Speaker, if we consider the high price of food, we find that over a period of time, that the attention that should have been given to agriculture has not been given the way it should have. If we consider, Mr. Speaker, crime, one of the root causes is the concentration of most of our population on this little island that's quickly becoming polluted, cramped, and where young and idle, undisciplined minds roam our streets. If we consider housing, many say the root cause is landlessness. People just don't own land. For generations under colonial rule and since independence, the Bahamian majority have been deliberately denied by government after government, party after party, prime minister after prime minister, the right as sovereign citizens to a grant of a piece of the rock. For generations, instead of taking land to the bank to get money, we have been taking money from the bank to get land. Mr. Speaker, the history of this in our country, in our Commonwealth, the territory consisting of over 100,000 square miles of sea, seabed, islands, keys, and our airspace above. The British Crown held sole and absolute right and authority over this territory from 1629 till July 10, 1973. During those 3+ centuries, Mr. Speaker, some 90% of the territory was never alienated from the Crown, either by grant or by sale. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, on July 10th, 1973, by order in council, did bequeath all her rights and claims in these Bahama Islands to us, the inheritors, the successors, and the sovereign citizens thereof. All rights to, authority over, and ownership of these rich and varied God-giving terrestrial and marine natural resources are now vested constitutionally and legally in the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The management of these rights and authority and ownership is carried out by the Treasurer of the Bahamas under the directive of Cabinet and in accordance with statute law. Over the course of time, both before and after independence, free and clear title to large tracts of publicly owned land and seabed have been granted free of charge or for a nominal charge by the government and without public notice to a small and select group closely associated with the political power of the day. That's why when I said earlier, what happened to the Bahamas before independence and after independence, I compared it with what happened to Africa at the Berlin Conference in 1884 and 1885 when it was a carving of Africa. And in many instances, similar thing happened to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Most of those to whom such lands were granted, particularly in New Providence, became wealthy by subdividing these tracts and selling miserably small lots to hundreds of thousands dispossessed, disenfranchised Bahamians, many of whom would have been granted a modest acreage which to raise their children had they had a connection, or in some cases back then had the right complexion. Mr. Speaker, this centuries-old vile and odious practice of cold, callous disenfranchisement and alienation of the whole people from the basic natural resources has resulted in this resolution today, seeking to make land accessible to a mere handful of so-called young professionals whose parents, probably because of chronic disenfranchisement and maybe because of deliberate dispossession, had no land to bequeath them, who themselves now find that the price of the land that was originally granted free of charge is now too expensive, even for them with their professional income. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian majority, after almost 50 years of economic deprivation, and in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, and in the face of the coronavirus pandemic, require that their full share of the economic opportunity require the full share in order to recover it. And so, Mr. Speaker, today, as we've come to discuss this, to debate this resolution, and to support it, Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, and how do we then, for those persons cannot afford, I heard he spoke earlier of a form of discrimination, a form of elitism, offering to special interest groups. The challenge then becomes, Mr. Speaker, those persons who I hold near and dear to my heart, the poor, the locked out. How do they benefit? How do they participate in the process? What's in it for them? In the midst of this pandemic, $50,000 is a lot of money to come by these days. Young professionals. So, Mr. Speaker, is this really a gift? I grew up on the island of Eleuthera. I grew up at a time, Mr. Speaker, when land, as I heard the member for Central and South Eleuthera presenting, I can tell stories upon stories upon stories of how some of my ancestors got, quote unquote, slain out of their land. What bothers me about this, Mr. Speaker, foreigners can come to our country and get crown land by the hundreds, thousands of acres. Some people can get crown land, thousands of acres, very little paid for it. And Mr. Speaker, as the hymn in this country, where we say, this land is my land, this land is your land, this land is our land, from Grand Bahama to Nauru, from Bimini and the Berry Islands, Marijuana. And when it comes to crown land, at one point of which we had some 2 million acres, and so many Bahamians had applied for crown land, over 30,000 had applied, without a response for crown land in this country. And others can come and just apply and get crown land with Bahamians. So now, Mr. Speaker, what is happening in the Golden Isles constituency? What is happening in the Pine Forest to a great extent? Persons have become frustrated, persons have become fed up, and persons have decided if other persons can come, put down their stake, lay claim, and end up getting the land, they can do the same thing. So many of them now are going in, clearing the land, putting their stakes down, and attempting to take ownership of this land. Why? Because Bahamians who cannot afford $50,000 for properties, Bahamians feel as if they are second-class citizens in their country. They feel as if other persons are coming and taking advantage, and that they can do the same thing. So many Bahamians are now beginning to do just that, to take back the land. And so, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Golden Isles, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I move that the business of this House go beyond the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House to extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. If many members that are in favor remain seated, those who oppose will rise. The business of this House will be extended beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Honorable members, now I deputize the honorable member for North Eleuthera. As you can see, the member for Paul Pines is not with us today, taking care of a family matter. And so, the chair, I yield the chair now to the honorable member for North Eleuthera.
Honorable member for Golden Isles. Continue.
You look good, didn't you? But as I was saying, when it comes to the average Bahamian who also desires to own a piece of the land, that is it's an extreme challenge. And that's where my concern is in all of this. How those persons who, to no fault of theirs, they are out there, they're fighting, they're pushing, they're trying their best. and they have ideals and they have these goals, and they too. How do we reach out? How do we help them? As an independent member of parliament, I went on record as saying that I believe every Bahamian, we may put the stipulations in, whatever the requirements are, every Bahamian should get at least an acre of crown land. I was on record as saying, I believed it then, I believe it now. If we are going to truly empower our people, I believe that land ownership, it said that land is the basis for all independence. That's collectively as a nation, and that's collectively for us as individuals, as we grow and we work and we become employed. Growing up, the first thing on the island, as you know, they taught you, get a piece of land, own a piece of land. And it gave you that sense of independence and entering manhood, womanhood, because you owned a piece of land. So how do we empower our people? To no fault of their own, like I said. How do we empower them? For a long time, the perception has been that with the crown land issue, kisses go by favor. And it's kept in that small group of family, friends, lovers, and cronies. How then will the masses of the people benefit? How then do we get to empower the masses of the people? That's the real issue. That's the real issue. Because how long will people sit by and just watch it happen? I promise you, the Bahamians who are becoming more fed up, the Bahamians who are becoming more frustrated, and the Bahamians making statements and making remarks that we need to revisit this. We need to look at this again. We need to decide how best do we empower our people. And not just at one level. Because you spoke of this being discriminatory in terms of if you don't have the money, you can't get it. So you eliminate it, you're out of the equation. It is said that governments are for the elites. When a previous speaker spoke and said, this is for the elitists, like an elitist program, I understand. But for me, the pressing concern, the pressing issue is how do we make this broad-based? How do we make land more accessible to the average, ordinary Bahamian who's working hard? Because you know what the minimum wage is? If they're depending on that to attain it, it'll never happen. But how do we make it accessible? How do we make it possible for them to attain it, to get a piece of the world? The poor people, marginalized, locked up, boxed out, feel powerless. How do we empower those people? So while I support this initiative, while I support the resolution, I do not wholeheartedly support it because my concern again for those persons who many have fought for us to get here, to sit in these places, that they'll never, don't even have any aspirations to get here. But they're looking to us to help them. So that's my concern. That's my heart cry. How do we empower the poor, the locked out, the marginalized, hard working? I'm talking about hard working, honest behavior. They just want to make it better for their children. Not even so much for them, for their children. Where do they fit in this equation? $50,000 profit. In the process, how do we know? Persons ask me all the time, how can I get a piece of the land? Michael, how can I get a piece of this land that they're talking about? How can I, Miller? How can I? Do you think they're playing politics as usual? How do I do this? The Bahamians want a piece of this. And so for those things, stand for, speak on their behalf, and who I wish also be empowered. So, Speaker, thank you. Golden Isle support this initiative, and certainly hope that for those Bahamians who really are working hard, really hard, that something they're hoping for can work for them. And that's the kind of Bahamas I want to be a part of, building and leaving behind those who have would inherit and succeed us. And so, may Almighty God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth more common. For that I support this resolution. Thank you.
As many. The chair recognizes the member for Southern Beach.
Mr. Deputy or Mr. Sitting In Speaker, it is with great joy and pride that I address you, Mr. Chairman. In such a distinction, I would like this to be recorded, that I am addressing you with honorable.
I thank you.
Congratulate you for achieving such noble distinction. I do accept and recognize, sir, the lateness of the hour, and I kindly ask for indulgence to please permit me to stand on the authority and the kind generosity of the wonderful people of South Beach, whose affirmation I am here in this place. I wish to just share, Mr. Chairman, a few remarks in respect of this resolution, which I wholeheartedly and unqualified the support and endorse, because it is the ethic of my life. In my entire being, I have lived the mandate, spiritual, religious mandate of being our brother's keeper, in fleshing the Shema, Deuteronomy 6:4, loving God with all heart, mind, soul, strength, and a brother, neighbor, ourselves. So as a young child, in the days of St. Margaret's Church in Camp Road, I've been in service business, in human development business, offering, extending, giving of myself, talents, gifts, resources to make life better as I can, to the extent I can, for our Bahamian people. I've done it again throughout my career, throughout my life. As many of you know, I served for some time as a member of the Catholic clergy in the office of permanent deacon, deacon coming from the Greek word diakonia, which means service. Some of you also know that for a number of years, I was a member of the Rotary Club. Again, service club, such distinction that I was twice honored with the highest award in Rotary, Paul Harris Fellow, my club, city club, or some refer to it as the cardiac club because there's a number of old members that it has. So service is my life, Mr. Speaker. It's not here that I have just acquired a sense of service to our Bahamian people. Come to elevate, as it were, to the extent and again to the expenditure of my resources, the opportunities for our people to be realizing their maximum potential. So it is with great joy and pride that I am able to stand here on behalf of the people of South Beach to endorse this resolution. I've listened quite attentively. I don't say much. I prefer more the ethic of listening and understanding before I expound on any of those which I believe. And it's quite interesting to hear some of the commentary. It is remarkable that we who have come because we want to see the best for our Bahamian people at times seem to discount and discredit the ventures of our people in respect, particularly in those critical amenities which are constitutive to a quality of life, such as the provision of housing. It is, just incredible to listen sometimes to that which pervades into this honorable space. I just take a word from my honorable brother, member for Cat Island, who said that we need to see a plan. I agree. I absolutely, positively agree. And I question whether the member has been paying attention to this government in its announcement of its plan, particularly in the field of education, Mr. Speaker. Because from the day that I entered here and gave an opportunity to present to this honorable House, I laid out the government's vision and plan for education in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I am proud to say that up to this point, as we touch the 4-year mark in our term, we have virtually completed that plan. Virtually completed that plan. Well on our way to achieving the objectives in education in the 5 critical areas that we had set out to do, which I will briefly lay out here this evening. But since I had been again in public life, as many again know, that I spent some time hosting radio and television shows. And I can remember the many complaints or observations by our people with regard to the disease of brain drain that people in the Commonwealth, this country, suffer. Not only the Bahamas, but let's just speak about the Bahamas and how maybe we can try to either prevent it or, if not prevent, certainly seek to reverse it. I'd like, for the benefit of this August Assembly, Mr. Chairman, to refer to a 2016 article in the Harvard Business Review entitled Preventing and Reversing Brain Drain. And it speaks thus, quote, "The first imperative for policymakers is to create opportunity and a critical mass of the educated and the entrepreneurial." So the first imperative, I'm quoting from the Harvard Business Review, is for policymakers to create opportunity and a critical mass of the educated and the entrepreneurial. Well, let's take a look at least the educated. When we came to office in 2017, but it preceded us, there were thousands of students in our southern, particularly southern family islands, who had been deprived of what we had proclaimed as being committed to what is described as access to quality education. And it is not entirely our fault. The specter of the teaching profession had fallen to some degree out of the limelight of elegance and preference for many of our college graduates. And as a result, we face the misfortune of having to deal with a perennial shortage of dozens of teachers, particularly those in the skilled areas. And so the most affected in our case were those who lived in the Michael and to the honorable member of Exumas, honorable member of Cat Island and Ragged Island, in those various islands in North and South Andros and so on. Because it was difficult to, first of all, attract more persons to the teaching profession, but even more difficult for those who were attracted to want to be transferred or to be posted in those respective islands. And one of the ways that this government sought to address that was through the digitization of the educational system, so that we could install a virtual school, which would enable those students through the power of technology to benefit from the same instructional values that students in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abacoa, Lustra, and Exuma would also benefit. Such then that in 2018, Mr. Chairman, we launched our technology initiative, some tens of millions of dollars to wire the entire educational system, and on top of which to plant two very important programs. One, the learning management system, and the educational management information system. Well, in 2019, those students in those various islands who had previously been deprived of instructions in physics and math and biology and other science subjects and technology now had the same access as those in the urban centers because of the launch of the virtual school, the first of its kind in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the first of its kind in the Caribbean. The virtual school. Imagine, sir. We began with some 580 students had logged on. Naturally, you're beginning a new project. It will have its growing pains. It is something brand new for our country. And so, yes, we would have experienced those pains. But in September of 2019, 2 days after the launch of that virtual school, came an unwelcomed guest known as Dorian. And so now some 4,000 students between Grand Bahama and Abaco were thrust into other family islands, many of whom had to access their educational continuum by way of the virtual school, which swelled the ranks of the virtual school enrollment from 580 to just short of 1,800. But before we had time to even perfect that, Mr. Chairman, there comes the pandemic on March the 14th of 2020. And the enrollees now roll in from 1,800 to 47,000 public school students. And we met the challenge, Mr. Of course, this society and our educational system was somewhat unprepared. We certainly did not have all the necessary devices for those students. Parents had to acquire them, and immediately worldwide there came a shortage of such devices. But we were able to snatch some 12,000 from the inventory that was available, eventually swelling to 15,000, working in concert with a number of our partners, particularly BTC and Alive. And many of the schools across this country, particularly in New Providence and all in the Family Islands, were able, and students who didn't have the benefit of being able to acquire, because again, so many folks were out of work, we were able to provide those students with those devices, such that today, with our partners in the private sector, Leno Financial Services, many other corporate citizens in the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, today we are virtually now completed with all of our devices. Further, sir, further. We have just a few more islands to complete the full digitization of our technological project right now. And we have just now concluded in Cabinet our decision so that we will be able to finish off those family islands. Not that they had been deprived, because they had satellites that were able to transmit the instructions over satellite. But now we are going to have the fiber optic cable to provide a permanence in the delivery of technological services for our family islands. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a plan. Okay? We also realize, sir, that we cannot just think about today. We can't. We live in a hurricane belt, or some call the Hurricane Valley. we are going to be touched by some weather system as we were. Well, let me speak for New Providence. As we were last evening when it looked like there was a storm on the outside, many persons complained about being affected, some damages to their homes. So we crafted in the Ministry of Education what is known as a responsive and resilient sector through teamwork and technology. So we have, therefore, Mr. Chairman, a blueprint as to what happens in the case of any school or any district or any island would be affected by one of these atmospheric or man-made or otherwise disasters. That is now, you're talking about, sir, a plan. Additionally, sir, number 3, we also realized that we needed to do something about the quality of graduates in the Bahamian society. When we came to office in 2017, of the 12,300 students who were in the ages between 3 and 4 years of age, only 1,700 were in a government-approved preschool curriculum. The government, therefore, set out with what it called the Preschool Initiative. We realized we did not have the capacity, the physical capacity in the public sector, so we partnered with some 100 qualified preschool operators to deliver quality preschool education to our students by paying those preschool operators some $2,000 per student. Today, don't clap yet, clap now. Today, some 3,500 additional students have so qualified for that government benefit. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about a plan, and a plan that is being executed. Our target is that by the year 2025, this country will experience and see universal preschool education in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and we are 4 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, in 2011 or 12, whenever they put out our plan, the Progressive Liberal Party promised to double the investment in education. It was a noble objective. I was impressed when I read and said. So they came to office and they had a budget in 2012-13 of some $276 million. And they left office in 2000, and which we all know, with a budget of $300 million. Some 8% increase. Doesn't sound like double the investment to me, Mr. Chairman? Doesn't. And yes, the country was coming out of, a pretty rough time, 2008, 9, and 10, when we saw, a deficit growth in our society because of the worldwide recession as a result of the housing issues and so we understand. But there was some growth, and it started to pick up quite well. So there's no real excuse as to why that doubling or some significant increase in the investment could not be made possible. But here we come in 2017, and immediately we go from 300 to now this year we will spend some near $390 million. Almost a 30% increase. I heard the honorable member criticize this government for not building a single school, and he is absolutely right. We have not yet completed the schools that we met underway or that we have started, no question about it. That honorable member is a member of a government who for 10 years never built a single class. Not one. We have built 75 classrooms
Point of order.
in our 5 years.
Point of order. Chair recognizes the member for.
What about the San Salvador primary? Mother.
That was done when you came.
The honorable member, I've given the honorable member credit that there are a number of schools that were started under the member's administration. There's no question about it. And that is their credit. The Home Talk was started under, the Low Sound was started, the Stanhill Keep was started, no question about it. And there's that credit. But in addition to that, Mr. Chair, we have built 75. No, we have not completed those schools. Yes, I agree. I accept that. But we have built 75 new classrooms. And my point is, during that member of administration, completed. I'm talking about completed. Not one. To the tune of some $7 billion. Right? And look at what we have to deal with. Look at what we have to deal with. We came in here and Irma slapped us around within 5-6 months. A year and a half, we met a Dorian. Then 6 months later, we have a pandemic, and yet we were able to complete it. We're talking about empowerment. We're talking about empowerment. Well, listen, the Bahamas Academy fiasco has been ventilated in this place over and above. We are unable now to lay access to that land that we have spent nearly $20 million. Nothing we have been able to gain and garnish from that land. Not one single benefit have we been able. But the Bahamian people are quite aware of that circumstance, so we don't need to further ventilate. But let me just for the educational part of this, let me just speak very briefly to one of the most important initiatives by this government, and I would say by any government in the history of the Bahamas in respect to education. There have been talk. Now let me say this: all my life, I have been a fastidious observer, interested person in the news. My father used to, when the news came on, and we all know this who were in our age group, the news used to come on 8 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock, and 7 p.m. I think it was like that. The Tribune was in the evening, the Guardian was in the morning, and the news period was sacrosanct. So all of us in our little two-room house on Camp Road and in Long Island, where I eventually grew up, had to listen. You had to be absolutely silent, unmoving, and had to listen to the news. So I've been an observer of the affairs of this country virtually all my life, Mr. Speaker. I have heard government talk about making tertiary education accessible to the Bahamians. I credit the government of the day, 1974, with the beginnings of College of the Bahamas. I was once an instructor at the college way back in the day when one of the campuses is where now the BTVI, I think it was the campus of ITC, Industrial Training Center, or something of that nature, okay, if you remember, right? So there's good progress. But not before 2018, Mr. Chairman, has the Bahamian student, full-time, qualified, been able to see a $6,000 benefit in his or her enrollment in the University of the Bahamas or the Bahamas Technical Vocational Institute because of a free tuition amendment. Free tuition. Free tuition. As a result, enrollment rose from 4,000 or thereabouts, and now today bursting at the seams of over 6,000 on both campuses. Both campuses. In addition, over 6,000. Okay. In addition to that, we have also provided financial support to other local tertiary institutions like Omega College and Galilee and so on. Again, expanding the opportunity for access to tertiary education in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We're talking about having a plan. Let me just close, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, sorry, by identifying that's the education. Remember the Business Review talked about entrepreneurial. Let me just speak to that for a brief moment. All governments have made an effort to increase entrepreneurial opportunities in the Bahamas. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. All of them. When I assisted the Progressive Liberal Party government, there was a program under, I don't remember the minister now, Neville Wisdom, I think it was, Neville Wisdom. There was not Fresh Start, it was Fresh Start. And here as well, where you could get $5,000 Yeah, and some of our youth students so on. And in fact, because of the Progressive Liberal Party, through the youth program, young men were able to access that. Okay, let's be and give credit, right? But no government has made a point and has laid the resources available to the Bahamian people, especially the young people, as we have done through the Small Business Development Center and the Accelerator Program. To date, some 960 Bahamian businesses to the tune of some $50 million have benefited from that Small Business Development Program. 960. In addition to that, during this pandemic, as you would have heard from Minister Brenzel Rose, over $250 million, $250 million, have been made available for an employment benefit and or for income replacement for businesses in order to maintain employment within their business. Talking about the expansion. Right now, SPDC, the Accelerator Program, has got, I think it's a $1 million or so initiative to advance entrepreneurs in the field of technology. That right now is underway. So when we talk about empowerment, when we talk about empowerment, when we talk about providing the opportunity for land, and I heard the honorable member for Eximo talk about discrimination. Every government has tried to make available and continues to do so, available to those of lesser, if you want to call it that, lesser means opportunities for the participation in the real estate of this country. Every single government. I think that the nomenclature at one point was low-cost housing, okay, 5% and so on. Even in that dispensation, if you really want to look at it, there is discrimination because you have to come up with 5%. You have to have some qualification economically, fiscally in order to. And even so, I think it is through the Mortgage Corporation, there was a certain ceiling that you could not benefit from the Mortgage Corporation if you were making a certain amount. They have changed it over the years, Mr. Chairman. But you could not qualify if you were of a, because they were targeting a particular category of persons in the commerce. There's nothing wrong with that. That's wonderful. That's phenomenal. The Free National Movement government has made available, is making available land in Carmichael. There is 15,000 for the single lot, 20,000 for the family, the multi-family lot. That's for that category of individuals. I think the honorable member for Exuma says that you are discriminating by taking the VAT money from one and giving it to another. But isn't that exactly the same exchange exercise that is going on in this situation, Mr. Speaker? But plus, let's put things in context. And I love the member for Cat Island because he talks about context, and he is absolutely right. Put it in context. We are taking care of this category. We are seeking to prevent and reverse brain drain. All of us recognize that that is an issue. I think it's going to be difficult for my daughter, his daughter, my son. I don't have a son, but our grandsons and so on, who may wish to think of going elsewhere. Once they plunk down that money on piece of property, where are they going to go? And we're just talking about the business review in terms of making it possible through policies for entrepreneurs and continuing to educate our people, Mr. Chairman. So it's a non-starter. And as a matter of fact, you have actually disqualified your argument just by the very utterance of those words. Because it doesn't make sense. There is naturally, if you look at it as discrimination, there is naturally a certain, and I don't call it discrimination, by the way, I call it a selection process, okay? Which requires you to at least be somewhere within a certain requirement pool. Of course, I would like for any and every Bahamian to have access to University of the Bahamas education. But at least let's have some qualifying standard in order for you to be able to access that particular education. Right here, as a matter of fact, all Bahamians have access to the House of Assembly. But there's a certain standard which is required. You can't be bankrupt. You have to be at a certain age, so on and so forth. So that argument, Mr. Chairman, cannot hold water. And may I just say, sir, that I have heard nowhere in the media, some of those that have, a kind of penchant for criticizing this government. Nowhere in the media, anyone who can deny that this is not a noble and sensible and valued proposition on behalf of young Bahamians. Now, you can define professionals, whatever category and whichever way you want to define them. That's for a group of individuals who this government will appoint to make that selection. But one thing for sure, there are going to be Bahamians who will benefit from this great opportunity. South Beach endorses.
Ms. Many. The chair recognizes the member for North Abaco.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, it is an absolute honor to be representing North Abaco in this place to put our endorsement on this resolution. Thank you. This resolution for the development of a subdivision, the west of New Providence, which to the benefit of young Bahamians. It is very difficult, though, to follow the inimitable, my brother from South Beach, Deacon Lloyd, I call him after such a tremendous presentation. But I'll do my best. You know, Mr. Speaker, affordable land and housing initiative in this country that this administration has embarked upon in earnest. It was said here, it's nothing new. But this minister-led administration has deliberately gone out and tried to make available through such initiative as the one that we're debating here in this resolution this afternoon, this evening, the accessibility of land to individuals who likely would not otherwise be able to achieve this goal if it were not for what we're seeking to do here this evening. This is intended to benefit young Bahamians. I don't know how anyone who sits in this place could have a problem with such an initiative aimed at empowering young Bahamians with the ownership of land, which is so valuable. You know, one member spoke and he said, I think it was Golden Isles, who indicated or suggested that the ownership of land by a Bahamian man or family in this instance it was considered a rite of passage for us. Growing up on the island until a fellow had his own house and land away from his parents, he wasn't considered a fully developed or operable man with a family. He was considered a man with a family who could take care of himself. Then he possessed a home where he could take someone's daughter from her parents' house and put her in his own place and develop and grow a family. And that's a rite of passage. And that's what we're trying to enable here through this resolution. We're trying to enable young Bahamians, and today I say to my three sons, you know, find a woman like your mother who was able to help me to go out and find a place or build a house that we could do that together. Can you imagine two young professionals? We call them young professionals, working, earning a decent living, say in the region of about 45 to 50,000 each. They could work wonders with a piece of property like this in the West. You know, they come into it with equity, probably in excess of 100,000 to go along with whatever they have in their savings, and they're given 2 years to build a home with the assistance, of course, of some lending institution, the mortgage corporation, or some other banking or financial institution that will permit them to do this. This minister-led administration, and so doing, Mr. Speaker, is helping Bahamians to achieve that Bahamian dream. Part of that dream is home ownership. Nothing like when we used to say on the island, mommy got Daddy got, but God bless that child that got his own. And everybody ought to have the opportunity to be able to have their own. I mentioned how my wife and I did it. We got married pretty young. I was about 23, she was about 18. That's pretty young. I had a secure job in the Defense Force, and she was working for a car rental company at the time. But we were able we were fortunate in that her parents had a little house in Mount Pleasant, where we were able to live there. Her father was from Long Island. He was a fellow who believed in owning property and building houses, as an island boy, right? And he said to me, son, you could live in this house for as long as you like without paying me any rent. All you have to do is pay for your utilities and take care of my daughter, of course, right? And we were obliged to live there for a few years before we were able to build our own. And I can tell you, even entering into a mortgage as a young couple is difficult because the interest in the traditional way that you do it, you end up paying for that for about 30 years or more. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have to keep it, you're going to have the upkeep. So you're going to go and do renovations, So I see the young clerk right there shaking his head. He understands what I mean. He's probably in that place right now where he's faced with these very challenges. And when you go to the bank and you get your mortgage, and then you over the years you have upkeep, and then you have the children that come. Of course, you want to provide for them the best possible opportunities in their schooling. And so, for us, we wound up living paycheck to paycheck, and really struggling to get it done. But the proudest moment for me, Mr. Speaker, was when I picked up my second son, and we were able to move into that house in Carmichael. And I was able to walk in there with him in my arms and lay him in the bed and say to him, boy, you in your own house now. He of course, as a little infant, he was only months old. He's now about 33. He was only months old at the time, but that was a proud moment for me as a father. No, Daddy knew, and Daddy felt the moment so palpably. I stood there and a few tears, flowed from my eyes. And I said, he's now in his own place. My family, we're in our own place. And I thank my father-in-law for what he did for us. But every man deserves an opportunity to have his own place. And that's what we're trying to do here. I often hear people talk about all of the things that are wrong with these initiatives. Who are not going to be able to afford it. The 18 years, the 45 years, and a plethora of other things that I call nitpicking in a sense, because we all appreciate and understand what this initiative is seeking to do. And so if you're 18 and you don't qualify, then you simply don't qualify. But if you qualify, it gives you the opportunity to have home ownership in a coveted space in the island of New Providence, which is in the west. And we're not concerned about gentrification, because what we seek to do is to cause there to be a maintenance of the upscale disposition of these communities that as they are now. We're looking at putting in a community center and all of these parks and other amenities and tennis courts and the kind of things that young professionals would enjoy with raising their families in these types of environments. And I think we all aspire at some point or the other to move, like the Jeffersons used to say, we're moving on up. I used to watch that, right? We're moving on up to the east side. We finally got our piece of the pie. And a deluxe apartment in the sky. You used to watch that too, right? What is wrong with young having this opportunity to move on up? To finally get there piece of the pie. That is all we're seeking to do. And you know, this administration is not Nassau centric. And so you would find that this opportunity and this initiative does not only exist for those who live in New Providence, but also for those who live in the Family Islands. You know, we were able in this administration under the leadership of Kalani to move recently into several Family Islands and to open passport offices, which would enable Bahamians who are living in these far-flung islands the same opportunities as those who live in Grand Bahama and Nassau, to be able to just go into a facility, an administrator's office, in some instances, in most instances, and make an application or make an application online, and in 5 days, 5 to 7 days, be able to collect their passport without leaving that island. You know, I think that's a tremendous improvement on what we had recently, because it is a tremendous saving South Beach, because what we had in the past was that a family from Long Island, or a family from Inagua, a family from Exuma, and so on to be a family from Eleuthera, would have had to get on a plane, book the ticket, get on a plane. If it was a family of 4 or 5, you had to bring all of them with you. All right. And so you were looking at living in a hotel or living with family. And I always say this when we open these passport offices. You know, on the Family Island, when you go and you stay for more than you come to Nassau from the Family Island, you stay with your parents and your family in New Providence for more than 5 days, they start looking at you funny when you open the fridge. Say, why you don't close that fridge? You open that fridge too long. They probably are used to them, you know, that kind of thing, which we know better. But you want your own independence, and by opening these passport offices in the Family Island, we believe that we've been able to save cost Bahamians and these islands to save thousands of dollars, because somebody reminded me that not only did you have to come here to make your application before we made that available online, but you had to make your applications in New Providence, turn them in. They looked at all your documents, and if it wasn't right, that prolonged your stay. And then after that, when they approved your application, they will tell you come back in a couple of weeks, which means then that you have to go back home to the island and then fly back here to collect your documents. That's the thing of the past now. And Long Island, and Exuma, and soon to be in Eleuthera. We would have gone to Eleuthera. We were scheduled to come to Eleuthera, Central and South Eleuthera. We were scheduled to come to you this weekend, but you know, we can't make it this weekend, and so we're looking at how we can speed up the timetable to be able to get to you, to cause you to be able to have the same facility within your community to get your passport. And listen, I promise you, I wouldn't be long, and I won't. You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to say also that this initiative could potentially cause there to be a construction boom in the Bahamas. It could potentially cause a construction boom in the Bahamas. After Hurricane Dorian, we you know, everybody understands and appreciates the tremendous loss of housing that we suffered. I looked at a list recently of destroyed housing in Abaco, the entire Abaco, and I count near 300. And these are only the ones that we had registered, because some people's homes were destroyed and were not registered because people, you know, they had to go somewhere else to find somewhere to live, and they weren't able to be able to benefit from all that the DRA and the other people were doing to help us in our recovery efforts. And so, you know, housing is a tremendous need in the Bahamas. In Abaco and in Grand Bahama, even more particularly since Dorian, we need housing. And so I'm so happy that this administration is not solely focused on New Providence with this initiative, but we understand and we appreciate that this initiative would be happening in Abaco, in an area identified as Central Abaco and Central Pines, where we have identified 60 acres of land. We have also identified subdivisions of a similar nature in Spring City, where we will continue to build on the housing initiatives that we've had there. And in Wilson City, just going south towards Sandy Point, where we will also be able to develop these organized and properly organized communities. I heard the Prime Minister talk about a garbage pickup schedule. That's where we need to move our communities to. That level of organization. And so you know, if your bin has to be out on Thursday night, that's beer on Thursday night, and then it's taken back in. When I lived in California for 15 months in a place called Monterey, I had to get used to taking my bin out every Thursday evening. And you leave it on the curbside, and then they come and they collect it, and you bring it back in. You bring it back in, and you kept it there. And then they had one for the green waste, and they had one for the other waste. So you didn't commingle the two. That's why we have so many issues, I believe, with these rodents. We have some rodents now, they say, with the red tail, and they are very aggressive, moving about, you know, seriously, moving about the place. That's what that red tail, you know what I mean, right? That's what they say, you know. And these communities, we must seek to move our people to these levels of organization, where we too can enjoy relatively good amenities as does the rest of the world. I know Andros is excited to have their Crown land development and turn into residential communities. I know Grand Bahama can't wait if you're going to go outside of the confines of Freeport, where you have so many restrictions, and make available these type of land grants and communities for residential purposes. And you can do them through public-private partnerships. In a depressed touristic economy such as we face here, there's nothing more important right now in my mind than for us to have this construction boom, potential construction boom, where we can take some of that money in the private sector and infuse it into these land developments. Yes, the government has promised to put in the infrastructure. We will put in the infrastructure. The place in Central Pines, 60 acres of land. We intend to put in the infrastructure. We looked at what the piece of land would cost in that area, and we came up with an average of about $20,000. So if we put in the infrastructure, and the cost of putting in the infrastructure, say, is about $5,000, then you begin with $15,000 equity in your land. And all you need to do then is go to the mortgage corporation or whichever lending organization, and you qualify, and then you're able to begin commence construction of your home. You know, the former prime minister, a member of parliament in North Albuquerque, had tremendous foresight in this regard, and that he identified all across Albuquerque, with the help of surveyors and planners, land that he made available for exactly these type of initiatives. And these lands were, I looked at them recently on a plan at OPM, because the Office of the Prime Minister now has embarked upon for several months now, an aggressive effort to be able to identify these lands in all of the family islands, and so that we can make them available to young Bahamians and those wishing to build their homes and residences in our communities. And you would find all across Albuquerque. I mean, I looked specifically from Dundas Town all the way to Crown Haven, and you can find, like, say, for instance, in Cooperstown and Seven Hills, you can find a plot that is already laid out for such communities. All across Dundas Town and Murphy Town and Central Pines, you come down to Little Albuquerque, there are plots of land. I was not surprised to see it, because I was in Grand Cherokee and I looked at it. There's land in Grand Cherokee as well. For such a community, all the way down in Grand Key, the foresight to put these lands into a position to be able to be used by young Bahamians who and I believe, Angliston, that this is one of the most important things to do. Despite, there might be challenges here and there that we need to iron out. I always say to people who plan operations, you are never going to see the challenges that will pop up until you begin the operation. You can plan for everything, but there are always going to be things that will pop up to cause challenges to your operation. But you got to work through them. You got to just work through them, and no plan will be a perfect one. There will always be something that will cause us to second guess our plan. I believe that this is a good plan. North Albuquerque believes that this is a good plan, and we support this resolution to put land and homes in the hands of young Bahamians. Just before I sit Mr. Speaker, there are a few housekeeping matters that I need to attend to. The travel ban from Haiti, which we imposed on the 12th, I think it was to expire on the 12th of April. Say again? You know, that's you know, yeah, but you know, you can check numbers and then you can check numbers. That's as a foreign minister, let me just put it to you as diplomatically as that. All right. But I have people on the ground. I have people on the ground who look at this stuff every day, and they report to us. They report to us their findings every day. In the first instance, the reason why we put the ban on travel from Haiti was because Haiti was the only country in the Caribbean. I think Haiti was the singular country that had their carnival, persisted that they would have their carnival, and we thought that, and the public health officials thought that mass gatherings that would take place at carnivals was not conducive to the COVID environment, and so we felt the need to put in place the travel ban. And in this instance now, the travel ban would have expired. I think it expired today, and so we've extended it till the 12th of May for one more month. And the reason for doing that, I want to say very carefully, is because you know, I think the Haitian government has determined that they will not accept the AstraZeneca vaccine, and so there is no, we've seen no vaccination program in Haiti for the moment, and among other things. But we've already informed the international service that looks at these flights, IATA, that we will extend the ban. We are too close right now to vaccinating all of our people who will take the vaccine in the Bahamas. We appreciate that, and I see the Minister of Health just coming in. We appreciate that the vaccination would get us back, we believe, where our touristic economy can begin to grow again. You know, I was sitting somewhere this afternoon with the member from Garden Hills, and we saw Bay Street looked as if it's coming back to life. You know, there are more doors open, there are more people moving about, there are more tourists. A far cry from what we've become accustomed to in Nassau and in the Bahamas, but obviously there is more activity, and so we're going to err on the side of caution and keep the ban in place, and that impacts us in several ways. You know, Angliston, myself, you, Mr. Speaker, we're all impacted because we have constituents who travel, and I get the calls every day about how we work our way through this naughty problem. But it is, that's where we are. Of course, the Prime Minister also spoke to the tragic events of the volcanic eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And as the Foreign Minister, I want to say that we support the Bahamas' efforts to provide financial support to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves, who in my humble opinion is considered among the deans of leadership in this region. I love to sit at his feet and just hear his historical discourse on certain positions. And the Prime Minister, as he indicated, he has spoken to his colleague, Prime Minister, assuring him of the Bahamas' support. He's also spoken to the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Motley, because, you know, as he indicated, the fallout of the volcanic ash is blowing on Barbados and causing it to be very dark and gloomy, and that's what's precipitated. And you know, I heard someone say that someone asked, well, why are we not sending the troops? Well, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is quite a long ways for the Defense Force to travel and assist. And of course, we know after Dorian, we had troops coming from all over the region. CARICOM were among the first troops to be here to help us in our recovery and support. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when we look at Dorian and we look at the amount of help that God sent to us in our darkest hour, we thought we would be less than not to to be able to support in any way that we could our brothers and our sisters in the region by sending this type of help for them. We would be heartless not to do so. And we think we know we're doing the right thing. We want the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to we stand with them in solidarity. This is an act of God, no fault of anybody's. And so we're going to respond right alongside them, along with our Caribbean colleagues and anyone else who would help them in this time of their need. I think we begin, Minister, I think we begin vaccinations in Abaco. Did we do it this week or we begin next week? We're supposed to start next week. Next weekend, I think it is, to start the keys. And I want to encourage my people in Abaco that we're pretty close to breaking the back of this thing, we believe. As many people as we can get vaccinated, as many people as we can keep a bit more safe in this environment. Of course, nobody knows the science, how it'll work out. But we believe that if you take the vaccine, as I have done, I had no adverse effects. If you take the vaccine, you stand less chances of becoming ill, so that you would be hospitalized. And that's a good sign, because the whole effort that this government took under the wonderful leadership of the Prime Minister and now the Minister of Health and their team, I thought they did a remarkable job, because what we see happening now in these third and fourth waves around the world is the same thing that we had to do to mitigate the spread of COVID. The only chance that we had in this country of being successful and standing strong against the COVID pandemic and this war was mitigation. And the only way that we could do that was by restricting some movements to keep people, and then we were able to, when we saw outbreaks popping up in certain places, we would be able to come in and close it down a little bit. And I want to encourage my people in Abaco, all across Abaco, to continue to cooperate. We are very close. We know you're tired of being locked down. We know you want to get out and mix and mingle with family and friends in the way that you used to. But let's do it. If we're going to do it, let's do it responsibly. Wear your mask, social distance, use your hand sanitizers, and let's all get through this together. This is a collective fight, a collective effort. And we can only do this if we do this together as one people, united. And we have the resolve to do it. There is no weapon that is formed against us in this country will prosper. And we believe that in faith. And so with that, Angliston, may God continue to bless the people of Abaco, and may God continue to bless the people of Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I thank you, sir.
That's many. The chair recognizes the member for Angliston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is late, and so I will seek to be as concise as possible, because I know we've been here a long time, and it is an important debate. And so I could not opt for the voice of Angliston not to be heard on such an important issue. And I rise, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the good people of Angliston, to contribute to this debate. Before I get into the actual debate, I wanted to raise a couple issues. One is the fact that recently jet ski operators had a demonstration on the beach, because somewhere along the line, they have become overlooked by this administration. And these people, a lot of them have families, or maybe all of them. Some of them have developed businesses with multiple craft. And of course, like everyone else, including us in here, depend on our income to survive. It's been more than a year, and jet ski operators continue to be unable to participate in this economy, even in the face of the fact that other water sports activities have been allowed. Now, when I served as minister, we put in place a rule that jet ski operators cannot accompany a person who rents the jet ski. So clearly there is no risk factor of transmission of COVID or anything of that nature. and any other aspect of the enterprise can be governed by protocols like everything else is. And so it is very surprising to me that jet ski operators have been deprived of the ability and the right in this economy to make a living. And I want to call on this administration to do what is right and bring to the fore the interests of these individuals. These are small business persons. See, and I want to get into the difference between small and big, but these are small business persons. And we should not be comfortable in ignoring the urgent needs of people who are small business persons in this country. I'm told that there's also some issue. I saw a story in one of the papers where they're not being licensed. And so there is this question going out now that this might be some device to stifle the industry, eradicate, I don't know. But I'm calling on this administration to do the right thing, to hear the voices of those that are jet ski operators in New Providence and elsewhere, and to give them the opportunity to make a living like everybody else in this country. The second thing I want to raise, and it's been raised before by others, but I want to reiterate it. We are in a pandemic, and the cases are rising, on the rise again. We had, when I looked yesterday, 41 people in hospital, which is a lot of people. And that's between Nassau and Grand Bahama. And so we are in, and we've been a year in this. It's affected our economy. It's killed so many people. And it has changed the way of everything. And it's for many people, it has taken away a quality of life because of all of these restrictions. The testing is critical, and it's required. It's a mandated legal requirement by the state to travel, to do other things. The cost of these tests are prohibitive. Now, I know you might want to stimulate some special interest in this industry, but there's a greater interest, and it's the interest of the Bahamian people, particularly people with little or no resources who live in the islands, who have to get back and forth. I went out one day outside there, and there was a woman out there who came to Nassau out of Andros with her son because he had broken his arm, and he came for medical treatment, and she was stuck in Nassau because she didn't have the money to get the test. Now, ultimately, social services assisted her after great agitation. She was here for weeks. But there has to be something wrong with a country that thinks it's okay to create tremendous wealth for a select group in the face of a pandemic to the oppression and suffering of the Bahamian people. And so I'm going to put it on the table. I am asking this government to bring some control to the cost of these tests. You have to bring control to it. You cannot mandate it by law and then turn around and just throw up your hands and just let it be a free-for-all for people. In a pandemic, this is a special situation. So I'm calling on the government to address this because it is causing severe hardship in this country. The third thing I want to raise, and the member for Pine Ridge raised it, and in relation to Freetown, and it's the home porting. The home porting is a good idea, even though I think one of your faithful supporters said y'all didn't give Bahamian, didn't give him the opportunity, and you prioritized a foreign entity over him. A proposal that they put, that's what he claimed. But part of the problem the cruise industry faces is that the Center for Disease Control in the United States has some concerns about this industry and the ability for transmission and all practices, protocols on the vessels, etc. And so they've had a no sail on these vessels for more than a year. And they've extended now, I think, to June, I believe. Now, the concern I have, and I think we have to be very careful, we have to be careful that we do not give the perception that we will facilitate the evasion of standards in a pandemic. Because if it ain't good enough if for the CDC and it's good enough for us and the capacity of our country, I mean, we know what they're facing at Princess Margaret Hospital. There is tremendous strain on our healthcare sector right now. And I know you got your COVID police, but I don't know how we are going to monitor, protect the interests of our nation on these cruise ships. And I think we should be careful sending a signal that we will facilitate an evasion. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to just, and so I'll move on to the debate itself. And this debate, I see this debate maybe a bit differently than what I've heard to some large extent. I think maybe Golden Isles touched on it a little more in the way in which I see it. We are all lawmakers here. We are in the business of governance. And I always, I was telling someone today, our role is, I see my role as a form of architecture. It is how you shape and create a profile of a people. I don't see myself as a maintenance person where you shine up this and you nail that and you put a painting up here. I don't think that's what governance is about. Governance is about advancing a people. And it's very complex and very challenging because things shift all the time. The pandemic is a challenge. Shift all the time, and you have to be adept. It's just the necessity of the requirement. There's no excuses. If you take on the task, you have to meet the task. And so one of the issue we're talking about is land. And I looked at the resolution, right? And it starts off saying that land has been made prohibitive for many young Bahamians to achieve their dreams. So land is prohibitive for everybody, not just young Bahamians. And there's a reason for that. And that is why, you see, this approach of this one-off thing or ad hoc thing is, in my view, not satisfactory. Because if you start off telling the nation that the cost of land is prohibitive, then you're not dealing with the issue by a special project in the Western District. The cost of land really has been attached to the issue of our land policy. We had the Immovable Property Act, which put in place controls to monitor how land is divested and how it is controlled and monitored. If you go and Google it, most countries do this. It's not a special thing I'm talking about. Most countries, or many countries, see how what is necessary to do to protect the land. Because land is a limited resource, it is exhaustible, it is invaluable, and it's not just the land, it's everything under the land and on top of the land, minerals, resources, water. So it is critical to any nation. And so you have to have a policy in place that causes for the rational development and use of land. The Immovable Property Act was repealed, and it was substituted by the International Persons Landholding Act, which was then subsequently amended. So the position now is that you can, any person anywhere in the world can come in our beautiful nation and buy up to 5 acres and just register the transaction. Land then is, and since the repeal, land is being sold on the internet, sold and bought on the internet. This has driven up the price of land. And so I think we should have started with in my view, if you're gonna have a land, if you're gonna deal with the issue of land and crown land, as this Prime Minister has said, and you start about talking about the prohibitive cost of land, you ought to have looked, in my view, at a more global approach as to how to counter that issue. Land is also a national security issue, and that is why, one of the reasons why I vigorously and vehemently object to Prince George Dock, which is a port of entry into our Commonwealth, has been leased to a Turkish entity And some divide you did with this company and the shares and all this, but at the end of the day, it's a Turkish company. And if you read the agreement, the potentiality is about 55 years if they're successful in their renewal processes. And so I think that we should begin by, I might view, saying that we are not maintenance men and women, that we are architects, and we are in the business of governance, of advancing the cause of a people, and that land is critical in this enterprise. And there's also the issue of land use policy. I heard the member for Freetown saying the land just sitting there looking at us. No, the land ain't just sitting there looking at us. We have land all over this country, and it may look vacant or unused, but you have to have a rational understanding of how your nation is going to develop. You have to decide whether the land, this is one of the reasons you have zoning, and where you have proactive planning. So to say it's just sitting there looking at me, it's not looking at you. And you know, I found a quote online, and they couldn't attribute who it was. I always thought it was an African one, but it says, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children." And see, that's why the member Freetown has to understand that we're talking about something that really does not belong to us per se. We are this is where we are managers. We are in a management process, and we have to be responsible, transparent, and rational. And so I think that one of the first things we need to look at is how do we control how land is divested in this country. The language used in this debate, I think in the Prime Minister's communication, in my view, it's overkill, it's misplaced, and it's misleading, and it's untrue. And then he said something to the effect that my government has a policy of empowerment through affordable ownership. Well, where's that policy? Where is this policy? Don't tell me you're doing a project for 150 or 250 people or whatever it is. You are saying that as an architect in our nation, you have a policy of empowerment through affordable ownership. But where is the evidence of that? There's absolutely no evidence of it. In fact, this administration is probably the least productive on housing than any administration I think this country has ever seen. And in my view, because you are entrusted for the 5-year term with this process, you have to demonstrate to the Bahamian people that you are using the land of this nation and that your policies advance the cause of a people. We're not happy if you got a little project over there. I mean, it's good, it's okay. But that's not my expectation. My expectation is that what you do is going to take forward the Bahamian people in a more collective, global, advancing way. And I don't see any evidence of that at all. If you look at the issue of Crown land, the Prime Minister going all over the country and pictures of him with a piece of paper handing to someone, giving away Crown land. It's not transparent. We don't know what the policy is. We don't know what the criteria is. We don't know how come that person qualified and the people in Central and South Illustrated who got the judgment ain't qualified, or the next people in Mayaguana ain't qualified. This has not only have you not demonstrated a policy, but this administration has engaged in ad hoc actions which bring into question the obligation and responsibility you have for this thing that we didn't get from our ancestors, but we're borrowing from our children. Our land is our patrimony. It's our patrimony. That land out there ain't looking at Freetown. It is a patrimony. And the question is, how do we deal with the patrimony? So a land policy is overdue. And a land use understanding is not clear in this particular matter because My understanding is that government ministries were constructed along JFK by successive administrations. And that had a lot to do with access, parking, and all of that. That was a policy decision of successive administrations. But this seems to now disrupt that. And the question is, you know, what is it a rational shift from land use, or is it another ad hoc intervention? And as people have said, it's politicking in an election that appears to be sort of imminent. And so we have to be very careful that we are not frittering away our patrimony or marginalizing or impoverishing succeeding generations. The other issue is housing. So I started by talking about our role as lawmakers and as people in governance, the importance of land to human development that has to be transparent and rational. You have to have a policy underlying, and it has to advance a cause. And you know, there's a reason for that, particularly for us, and I think Sandoval touched on it. In this country, and I found a quote, and it's to the effect that the history of land is, I'm trying to find that quote, because it was so, sorry. Yes, in Western philosophy, a theory of history is closely dependent upon a theory of property. And if you look at history, you see the importance of land in history, the wars, the everything. It's about land. And so the history of land gives you an insight into the history of that country. Into our country, we know that land accumulation was the product of exploitation, corruption, all kinds of things. You think it's an accident that a handful of people own most of the land in this country? See, this is the other thing, you know, why it's so important to have policy that moves beyond and it is equitable in the way in which it manifests. I think the member for Yamakro always talks about the Cat Island case, but you had a member of parliament sitting in this house who was all over they said that his appetite was so voracious. It was like all that he lived for. And in Cat Island, he was the member of parliament and he challenged his own constituents. Three women with dusty shoes who were planting pigeon peas. Well, he said barefoot. I believe they had shoes on. And ended up in Foxhill prison. See, so land it gives you an insight into our history. And that is why it is so important that we have an equitable, transparent policy about access to land, because we have been deprived of it for so long. And because we know that land is wealth, land is access, land is all the things North Abaco spoke about when you get married and all of those things. The member for Exuma said that, you know, housing is a human right. And it is, like education and healthcare. And it's linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. And I can read them quickly because we subscribe to them at the United Nations. But I think that we should subscribe to them because of our role in architecture in building a just nation. And these are the 17, and I will go through quickly. No poverty. It didn't say reduction. It says no poverty. Zero hunger. Good health and well-being. Quality education. Gender equality. Clean water and sanitation. Affordable and clean energy. Decent work and economic grants. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reduced inequality. Sustainable cities and communities. Responsible consumption and production. Climate action. Life below water. Life on land. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnerships for the goals. So land is also connected to those things because it's connected to an issue of equity in our own country. And traditionally, not traditionally, then I want to put in context the Progressive Liberal Party, because you hear the talks in here for the PLP this. I heard the member for Garden Hills about the PLP this and the that and the $1 million. But there's some realities. And the realities are the facts on the ground. And in October 24th, 1979, Lyndon Findling rolled out what he called the social revolution. Just so you understand where the context of the members of the Progressive Liberal Party. You could use your propaganda all you want, but we have a contextual, factual reality. And he said this before. He said this at the time. He said, once before I was involved in a quiet revolution. That one, part one, was mainly a political revolution. This one, part two, will be the social revolution, designed to enhance the most essential human and national rights, which man's dignity, morality, and his true freedom rest. I thought that was so interesting because he actually tied it to freedom. It's an amazing concept. He ties it to freedom, Mr. Chairman. And when he spoke of it, he said that he was inspired by the words of Pope John Paul, who had then recently visited the Bahamas. And these are the words that Pope John Paul left that Lyndon Findling said was the cause of an inspiration. He said, assist the poor. Listen to what I'm saying now. I heard the member for South Beach, but listen to what the mandate is from his Pope. Assist the poor. Comfort the sick. Guide the youth and bring peace to every heart. And at that time, he made a number of commitments. A lot of them are still to be realized, but one of them was to provide public housing for low-income families who cannot afford to buy their own home. See, we believe everyone should have housing. People who can access financing, like the ones who we're talking about here, because they're professionals, and there's an assumption that they can go to the bank and access funding. But not everyone can. And it is, my father always used to say that we are not here for the strong and the mighty, the rich and the mighty. We are here for the weak and the marginal and the vulnerable, because see, the rich ones can take care of themselves. It is those who are in this category of the poor that the folks spoke of. But I want to look quickly to see what transpired after Lyndon Findling made that speech and what housing developments the PLP rolled out in a commitment to that mandate. And I'll just give you some of them. You have Elizabeth Estates, Nassau Village, Yellow Elder, Adelaide. Houses were built in inner city communities like Engliston, Marshall Road, Golden Sun and Golden Gates. Houses in Exuma, Jubilee 2, Call Road in Freeport, another development in the Nassau Village area, Pride 1 and 2, Dignity Gardens, Pastel Gardens, Heritage Freeport, and Bohemia South. And so this is evidence of the commitment of the Progressive Liberal Party to housing. I was speaking to the leader opposition. We were talking about policies and the middle class. I was querying, how did what was it that created a middle class? Because I think that is what is probably seeking to be fueled here. But I'm not sure that this is the way to do it. But I'll tell you how it seems to me that the Progressive Liberal Party in its heyday, did it. And it was things like education. Bearing in mind, you couldn't go beyond grade 6, and there was only one public high school, which was Government High. And then you had the Bahamianization policy and immigration policies, which ensured that educated Bahamians and trained and skilled Bahamians, whether before or after, that they would be given priority in the economy. All of these things are empowering moves. So for this administration to say that they're empowering somebody, when they brought here the Commercial Enterprises Act, which prioritizes foreign labor as an incentive for investors, is to me counterproductive for what they say they are engaged in. And then you had the Bahamas Development Bank and the Mortgage Corporation. All of these things were empowering tools to cause for the Bahamian people to advance. And in that way, the middle class was created, you know. And so the I just want, and the other, I just made a note when the Freetown was talking, and because, you know, I was hoping that when he spoke, because I know the area that he, part of the area that he represents, I thought that he would make a case for the vast majority of people who he represents. And then he spoke about the fact that we must do something for the bright, innovative, educated Bahamians. That's the terminology he used. But, you know, I want to show him in Angleton, tell him, take it to the bank. You will find the brightest, the most innovative, and public school educated students in this country. And so I'm not sure what it was he was seeking to convey by saying that, but they can't access the housing and they wouldn't qualify for this. And speaking of a qualification, when you look at the qualification that's set out in this speech, I think it's on page 7. It's almost it's ludicrous. You're saying that the people who are going to be able to access this, okay, in this country, this nation, is someone who is accomplished in his or her field, sufficiently independent to sustain a mortgage. Could you imagine? We are actually now using, and I don't begrudge anyone, okay? But I don't know, you know, tax policy, for example, you tend not to give tax breaks to the rich. And I'm not saying these two persons are rich, but it's how you make policy. And I'm looking at the people who qualify for this. A professional is someone who is accomplished in his or her field, sufficiently independent to sustain a mortgage or the financial responsibility for a residential dwelling in the community. It's a very broad and vague description, and it's not even clear what it means, but it does seem to speak of someone who has some economic independence and by vibrancy in the economy. And so it just seems peculiar that at a time like this, when you have really done very little for housing in this country, I mean, y'all made the Prime Minister Ingram look fantastic to what we see in this administration, FNM administration. That this would be your major intervention. Free plans, $1,000 for the architectural plan. Swimming pool. Who can maintain the swimming pool? That's another question. Who can maintain that? The Bahamian people can maintain the swimming pool in this gated community for people who are financially able to sustain themselves. Gated community. See, a public-private partnership, maybe this could have been a little more acceptable. But when you've done nothing really for housing, very little, and what is not nothing, that's not right, for moderate income or low income individuals for housing, which is the focus of most countries. I'm very interested that what we have chosen to do here. And it seems to me that you're subsiding, at the looks that you said, in excess of $200,000 in this project for select few. So I want to be clear. I believe housing, every person is entitled to housing and should be facilitated. I believe our young people should be fully integrated into our national life. We need more in this parliament. We need more everywhere in our national life. We want the energy and the buzz of young people in this country. So I am with it 100%. The problem I have, however, is that this seems odd and peculiar in light of the fact that we've not addressed an elephant in the room. And speaking of the elephant in the room, and I want you to give me 2 minutes, please. Would you, yeah?
2 minutes.
Thank you. you look at landlord and tenant in this country. I've been talking about this for a long time. And when we served, we didn't do it. But this is another thing. People who rent. No, it's a confession. People who rent. We are one of the few countries in the region that have absolutely no, not even minimal standards for rental accommodation in this country. It's a disgrace. It is a disgrace that after all these years, we continue to not protect poor people who are renting premises from people, many of them who are wealthy or doing quite well and coming into these communities and renting houses, and there's no standard put in place. We gotta speak to it, do something about it. And speaking of that, and the member for Centerville spoke about it, we here talking about upscale gated community in the western part of New Providence, but you have Bahamians in your rental units, which honestly, and we have them in Angleston also, and I can tell you, that's a disgrace. Sewage coming up, dilapidation, absolutely minimal attention being given to those units. And here we are on the one hand, putting our people in that, poor people, and saying that's acceptable. And then on the other hand, we're talking about a gated community with swimming pool and tennis court and sauna and all this kind of thing. You got tennis court and sauna, right?
You're wrapping up now, England?
I'm wrapping up. You just put that to me. So I end by saying land is a valuable resource that we have an obligation in the way we manage it to be transparent, fair, and promote equity. Secondly, we should have land use planning. What is the planning for this particular in play here? Particularly, I'm told this land is prone to flooding and that it will probably require a lot of fill. And then I say finally that the first obligation of the state is to the weakest amongst us, and that this administration has failed miserably. Over the hill ain't reached Angleston yet, and we need a proper housing policy manifest in this administration. Speaker, and as the members indicated for Carolina Rumpkins in Salvador, this is this administration's policy. We will not stand in the way of it. However, though, this is not what we would consider to be sound policy for use of land and for housing in our nation. Thank you.
That's many. Hold on.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Grateful people. Affordable housing to members of our community. Speaker, I know we just came out of a beautiful holiday where I spent it on Cat Island, and that is the holiday, not a holiday, but the Easter holiday, where we celebrated the death, crucifixion, burial, and resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And so I would just like to explain for the Bahamas, who already know it, but for all of those watching, that he's alive, he's risen. And thank God for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and all he did through those actions. Speaker, I will not be very long. I'm going to look at, for my presentation, I'm going to look at the history of land law in the Bahamas, because
I think this is a momentous occasion, Speaker, in that this tract of land, for all intents and purposes, has been properly researched, and it has a good root of title. And so that would be what one legal luminary described as the mind-boggling, fraudulent acquisition of title to land in the Bahamas, which we saw in the Pinewood Gardens area, or the Nassau Village area, and the Bosine Town area, is not happening here. And so, Mr. Speaker, I note that the question was asked, what is the plan in terms of and Cat Island gone? I wanted to ask him what he meant by he got something for me. He said in terms of how old people is there. That may almost cause you to walk on the next side of the road. But Mr. Speaker, yeah, on the 11th of April, 2018, I brought communications as I then was the Minister of Justice in the Office of the Attorney General on the 11th of April 2018, where I spoke to a white paper on land reform. And that document, Mr. Speaker, which I signed and laid on the table of the House, highlighted the history of land in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the level of injustice wrought by way of land within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. He was showing me the judgment. Yeah. The level of injustice that was wrought because of the way land is presently dealt with in the Bahamas. And Angleston got it right. And that is not by mistake, because her father led the charge in trying his endeavor, his best to reform what we now have as our land regime in the Bahamas. But Mr. Speaker, if I may, with your leave, just to be allowed to read a portion of it, Mr. Speaker, what I laid at that time. And it spoke to the urgent need for land reform to be addressed, to address this tyranny issue, this thorny issue of the provision of good title to land, the creation of a national system of land registration in a standalone registry, the ability for all claims and charges affecting titles to every lot or tract of land in the Bahamas to be registered in a registry, and the accurate calculation of the full extent of crown land and the specific location of every tract of land in the Bahamas. And the Speaker, that paper went on to identify the whole question of the cause list. And I take this opportunity to commend the Honorable Chief Justice and the judiciary for what they're now doing, laying on a solid foundation to digitize the entire experience of the Supreme Court of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, which includes the records that have been started. But I'm quite certain that with the energy being brought after years of effort, that they're going to get it done. And so, Mr. Speaker, the document spoke to the whole issue of quarters right. It spoke, Mr. Speaker, to the, and I quote, the bitter and enduring experience of the residents of Bosine Town and Nassau Village, also Linden Tilden Estate in Nassau and New Providence, in losing what they apparently believe in good faith to be valid titles, serves as a premise, a pressing reminder of the urgency of thorough reform of the entire system governing land reform in the Bahamas. And the paper went on to speak to Dame Anita Allen, former president of the Court of Appeals, Justice Allen, and the work that she's now doing. I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, she announced very shortly that those legislation are being worked on. It will be laid, and that a land, someone to be in charge of the land adjudication tribunal will be selected to deal with the whole issue of land. And I think I'm going to this to show the strategic plan that this government, and it would be remiss of me if I did not take mention of former former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram, and the work that he did during his tenure. And also Mr. Byron Woodside, who was a classmate of mine. He was then, I think, the Minister of State in Agriculture, it was. Byron Woodside? Yes, and somebody he worked on the, yeah, he was the Minister of State for, responsible for the reform. And I do recall that Mr. Arthur Dion Hanna Jr., we participated in town hall meetings where with the good Minister of State, as he then was, where the discussion, discussion was on the Law of Property Bill 2010, the Law of Registered Land Bill 2010, and the Registered Land Adjudication Bill. And Mr. Speaker, it brings me again to highlight, and I always, when I speak to land, I like to speak to Ms. Adeline and Bristol, Janetta Rowell, and Virginia Rowell, three ladies who suffered imprisonment in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas after going through a case with the oligarchs of this country. And at the end result, I always said, Mr. Speaker, they appealed to the Privy Council, only to find, Mr. Speaker, that their entire file had gone missing. And so it was then one, Mr. Oscar Johnson, moved a resolution. And at the end of that resolution, and this is why I tied the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, because I thought, as we speak about land and land reform, you cannot speak to it without speaking not only to the former Governor General, Mr. Arthur Dion Hanna, and the work that he did. And I can tell you that his family suffered because what they were doing those days, because land was used as an opportunity for oppression. You voted by how much land holding you had. And so if you were excluded from owning land, then it gave much more power to the person who had land. And so I would just like to read this portion at the end of the resolution, Mr. Speaker. And be it further resolved that the Minister of Education and Culture be instructed to consider the availability of taking the necessary steps to acquire land at Old Bight Cat Island on which to erect a secondary school as a monument in honor for those residents of Old Bight who, through courage, patience, and sacrifice, have helped to bring the Bahamian people thus far. They went up against people who you shouldn't go up against. You know, sometimes my father would tell me about certain things and say, well, so some houses burned mysteriously, and some people went disappeared mysteriously. He didn't tell me, and then in this context, you understand what I'm saying. It was really rough. When you look at the history of the Bahamas coming out of slavery, they said we had revolts here, coming up to the labor movement and who owned what and who did not own what, and then you had the land, so you vote and you determine. And when you look at, and Angleston is right, the country was basically tapped up. And so, Speaker, I always like to highlight those ladies, and for those persons who are interested in what I just read from, there was a resolution passed in this House on Wednesday, the 14th of October. And I got it from Wednesday, the 14th of October, 1970, a resolution was passed to pardon those ladies for what was done to them in a very unjust way. And so I was assisted by your able class. The Speaker then brings me, Speaker, to commend the government, as I have indicated, in looking at the strategic plan. You see it from Hubert Ingram, Mr. Byron Woodside, and then this government coming in there in the white paper saying this is what we're doing. So for those persons who ask for strategic plan, resources are being given to land and surveys department, and those young persons are being strategically entering or digitizing the whole process of land in the Bahamas. Surveyors have been going throughout the island, identifying every fraction, portion of land. I can tell you because they went to Cat Island. And so we now basically know where the majority of the crown land is. We know where there's some title to land. They're identifying the agricultural land in Cat Island, and they're doing that coming up. And that is how you're seeing tracts of land are being given out now. And to commend the member for North Andros and the member, my good cousin, from Marco City for what they did in Andros and causing those persons to be given their land. But Mr. Speaker, in order to understand the level of treachery to which the land regime that we have now in the Bahamas lends itself to, I crave your indulgence just to take you a bit to the Dennis Dean case, where the late Mr. Justice Neville Smith just break it down to show what happened during that time. And so, having regard to what I told you about those three matriarchs from Cat Island, which Cat Island should have already searched the school out, name Old Bite High School and all of those ladies. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask Felicia Knowles to do, the person who is running to Cat Island, to draft a letter to the Prime Minister and CC a copy to the Minister of the Leader of the Opposition and the Minister of Education, calling for Old Bite High School to be named in honor of those ladies. And since we're in the process of constructing, I understand this hangar is going to be constructed in Cat Island. We're working assiduously for Artistown and New Bight Airport to be put in place, that their statues should either be at the school or when you come off at the international airport, you see those three young ladies, a statue of them, and we celebrate their life, work, and time. So, Mr. Speaker, the Privy Council, our higher court, looked at the Dennis Dean case, the Bristol case out of Cat Island. And the Dennis Dean case provides a very interesting, and I'm going to simplify it to show how the Land Quieting of Titles Act, which 1959 was used in the Bahamas to really disembowel and rob persons of what they thought they had. And so the whole history of land, we are a British colony, Mr. Speaker, and through the 1799 Declaratory Act, the common law was placed on this country, because we know that through the common law, that is how we dealt with land. There were several pieces of legislation in the 1958 Act, the 1959 Act, the 1969 Act, two of which was never really brought into action. But the 1959 Act brought a lot of difficulties in this country. And you saw it, Mr. Speaker, where you had Arawak homes legitimately purchasing tracts of land in the Pinewood subdivision. And then they created the Pinewood subdivision limited to purchase those. But there was a 1926 subdivision that was drawn in Florida, was never really put in place. That Mr. Paul Adley, when he calls them the Cat Poor, or land thieves, some of which still exist today, were able on two occasions, and I don't want to name the person, I'll just say CJ and JF, were on two occasions able to even do the court to get a certificate of title in that area using fraudulent land papers for that area to get title, and which caused hundreds of persons, assisted some by lawyers. I remember the bar did something, town hall meeting on it. Hundreds of persons thinking that they would have purchased properties in that area, finding out that they did not have the title that they thought that they had. And that robbed them of their dignity. But what Justice Neville Isaac says, on one occasion, he actually dismissed the matter. And certain individuals were able to go and get a next fraudulent document, go before another court and get a certificate of title, which they chopped up land and purported to sell to Little Linden, Finland Estate, or this Nassau Village area. So hundreds of persons, and took hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so that's why he spoke to the mind-boggling fraud that was undertaken. And so you see why it was motivated Mr. Hubert Ingram, former Prime Minister, to say, and Justice Smith, to say there's a need for a land registry in the Bahamas for all land, every tract of land to be put in a registry, so that we could absolve ourselves of this level of fraud in the country. And so Justice Neville Smith, the late Justice Neville Smith, referred to the land, disposition of land in the Eastern Caribbean states that they use right now. But Mr. Speaker, this was meant to highlight the level of fraud that now exists, and throughout these islands, Mr. Speaker, you had persons, and he explained how you go and you make these applications for tracts of land. You put a petition together, you could pay a few persons who could come to court. You're supposed to put signs up to show persons that their land is being acquired, You would put it at the administrator's office. You would put it in the newspaper. But you had some persons back in the day who did not read, or who could not read. Or you had some vicious, dishonest persons who would put it up, take a picture, and then take it down. But think about this, Mr. Speaker, in terms of funding, because we have very little legal aid in the country. If you own a tract of land and someone is attempting to take your land, the money that you have to pay to get a fit and proper lawyer with sufficient skill is more than the person can afford to even fight the battle. So normally he ends up with a court order against him and having to move off the land. And so that's why he had Justice Supreme Scott speaking to the whole land regime in the Bahamas, saying that the court may be an unwitting participant in a fraud on an individual if we allow what we now have to be in place. And Mr. Speaker, to be quite honest, successive administrations, Mr. Speaker, have done very little, Mr. Speaker, to remove this scourge or this disease or this virus that really affects us. And it affects us more than just, the poor or the less fortunate in our community who cannot afford to get a lawyer. And then when you speak about foreign direct investment, I always remember as president of the U.S. Embassy always spoke about, listen, our citizens are coming here, they want to live, they want to buy vacation homes, but people are robbing them. They're pushing, you can't check the registry properly. Persons are really taking advantage of them. And they have paper, they have documents that is not worth the ink that is on it, because they really can't connect it with a good portion of land. So here you are, Speaker, with this fundamental injustice that still exists. But I think in terms of the strategic plan or strategic approach to land reform in the Bahamas, you see where the Minister administration has taken it upon itself, Mr. Speaker, to properly deal with it. Mr. Speaker, there's one other document that I would like every member of this House and the community of the Bahamas to have sight of. And that is, and again, I was assisted by your learned class, Mr. Speaker, is a report of the House Banking Committee, Mr. Speaker. And it deals with issues that I heard persons speaking about the ability of persons to build homes. I'm a member of Parliament with a master's degree, and I'm trying to do my home in Cat Island. So I have to go through the process now of either trying to regulate what is a fiction, and Anglican's brother always said that the whole thing about generation property is really a fiction in law until we adjust it or bring regularity to it by giving our citizens the right to own generation property they claim they own. And so the list of legislation that I named earlier that was to be brought, were laid, will address that, Mr. Speaker. And so, but this report, Mr. Speaker, speaks to banks and the way that mortgages are conducted. And Mr. Malcolm Adley Jr. sat on that committee. Sidney Stubbs, and Holy Cross, Bridgewater, Marco City, Kenneth Russell, Hyde Rock, and Robert Sweeting, the member for South Abaco, sat on that. And Speaker, I would like every member to read it. I heard on the radio one day a group was making a presentation from the University of Bahamas, and I'm going to send it to them to see how things remain the same in terms of you get an insurance on your house. It's unacceptable that if you don't pay the insurance, they add it to your mortgage and then put all the interest on it. And that committee then was saying that we just don't do that. And there were any number of recommendations that they came back to the House and identified that wouldn't occur in the home countries of these banks. That they can't do at home. That would be seen as illegal. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have it put place in social media I don't think there's a need for me to lay it, but any member who would want to have sight of this, I think should have sight of it. And I think we have to, I know that we have to continue the work of this committee, Mr. Speaker. But I would just like to commend the Minister Administration, Mr. Speaker, for building on a solid foundation. And for those who asked for the plan, you see, the plan was laid in the communication that was given by myself in this honorable state in 2018, which looked at the need for land reform within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, the situation still exists. People are still being robbed, and both over the years, I know I've heard the member for the Speaker about the Movable Properties Act and the subsequent legislation. We had a right as a strong to set things right, Mr. Speaker. And we still have an obligation today to set things right. There are many persons in those islands who claim to have, you'd hear people saying we own from sea to sea. But while they're saying that they own from sea to sea, somebody's in New Providence probably quieting the property. Or someone has quieted the property and have title to the property. But why? But what? The injustice is, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I think we see ourselves in a certain way that we ought not. And persons believe that because you can claim, let's say, 500 acres, and because you come from Auckland, you're not entitled to it. But we have when those who was in power without the authority used what they thought was their authority, they cut off whole chunks of the Bahamas and they took it. And so if a family could prove, like the Seymours in Cat Island, they own from south side to north side, and they could put in there, they should get it. I remember, it reminded me when I first became the Minister of Financial Services, Trade and Industry, everybody said, Alfred, but that's a big role. You don't think that's too much? Let's say when the white man had it, my good friend Fernand, you didn't say nothing. You say he was doing a good job. Now that I come in, you say it's too much. When you look at the tract of land, you say, boy, it's too much for you. But the next guy could come in and get it. Promise year in, year out that he's going to build a big hotel or somewhere. And he never does absolutely nothing with it. At least we have plenty of children, we could cut it up and give it to our families. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister Administration, Mr. Speaker, in the context of COVID-19. I'm going to bring it home right now. In the context of COVID-19, the first hurricane where we had to extract persons from Inagua, Ragged Island, put them back. Now, even though Exoma is speaking about the lack of progress and the government has done absolutely nothing, you see environment-friendly, an environment-friendly energy project in Ragged Island, the school, the police station, and other structures being constructed. And not only that, he was taken to investigate it, Mr. Speaker. And so with all these things, COVID-19, 2 waves, and I'm praying that we escape the 3rd wave, and now we're taking the injections. I'm advising everybody, especially in Yamacross, and I know my mother and my family is going to take it in Cat Island, to take the vaccine. For us to stay the course, it's not being easy, Mr. Speaker. But I want to commend this government for identifying portions of land. And I hear persons saying, who will afford it? I've had persons, young lawyers, police officers, defense force officers, customs officers, I'm to say to the Director of Immigration, let's see how best we can corner some for young immigration officers who would want to take a piece of it. Persons are not just asking, but asking for the application and saying that they would like to get a piece. There are family members who are saying, I have a child, or I have a daughter, I have a few dollars, I want to be able to invest this in there for them. And so to say, Mr. Speaker, anybody who would suggest that, and I'm happy that the opposition supports this venture. I would like to see it, Mr. Speaker, and I know that we have identified tracts of land throughout the Bahamas. I'm looking forward to see the tract of land that will be identified in Cat Island. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, total land reform. Total land reform within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, now we have majority rule. We have the women's suffrage movement. I want to encourage women in the Bahamas to support those three ladies. Put them out front for what they did. They were brought down from Cat Island on a plane and sent to prison. Their families were at home in Cat Island, and they just went to get some of the crop that they grew. And still today, Mr. Speaker, the land is vacant. The land is sat there. You go on Cat Island, you find these people who claim to have come to the Cat Island or these islands, who claim that they were given grants. They didn't come back, and their children didn't come back. But the tracts of land is still there. But they punish. And can you imagine the level of stress? And on those islands, when you grew up on those islands, nobody wanted to interfere with the law. And the people thought that that day, if the police picked you up, you was wrong. And not only that, look at the people that they had to confront. One is to thank God that you had a person like Mr. Arthur Dion Hanna Sr., who came out to support those ladies. And then Mr. Oscar Johnson, who they take down the sign and name the road after him, then remove the sign on the road. I used to see the pictures of the boy who brought the resolution. And all isn't wrong about Sir Lyndon. Sir Lyndon supported it. Supported it. To have those ladies properly discharged. But we have to take it to its final, to its finality, and locate a school in Cat Island and cause those children in Cat Island to know the names of those ladies, to know their names and to be able to call their names with pride. And that is Miss Adeline and Bristow, Janetta Roll, and Virginia Roll. And then to cause a statue to be built in their honor. We're talking about land, and we have to carry this process through, Mr. Speaker. We now have the majority. What has taken us so long to realize it? There's very little that is supposed to be presented. But let me say this to you, Mr. Speaker. I remember Mr. Hanna had gone on vacation, and Justice Thompson became Director of Legal Aid, and we held a town hall meeting looking at land reform, and there were some very powerful people who said, you know, and there are some people on this side, Mr. Speaker, of the aisle, and there's some people on that side who do not want to see land reform because it's not in the best of their economic interest. Both sides. And there was a gentleman said, you know, you could go and look back at titles, but don't go too far back. Because if you go too far back, there's some of those titles that you could really question as to how they got them. But I think we have to exercise the level of intestinal fortitude. And I know for a fact that having regard, that's why I spoke about the whole issue of land reform, Mr. Speaker, and identifying it to the concept of a good root of title, and created a registry of land titles within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and looking at the strategic approach that was taken. And I think this will bode well for the legacy, even though he did not look for it, of the Honorable Hubert Ingram, in terms of making this move. This was a giant move. This was like a giant move to say, you're going to open the airwaves. It was unheard of. And release new licenses. It came now where we have to, Mr. Speaker, deal properly with proper land reform, so that when we give title to land, and we have to complete the whole process in Finland Estate, and complete the process. I know we're working on this to complete it in Bozane Town to correct what happened. But as I've identified in the Dennis James case, we have every reason, as I wouldn't say that we are people of color, because this is a metropolitan country, but where you find the majority of this youth, for us to push and bring good land reform within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, Yamakra supports the motion. I would just like to say one thing to Yamakra. We're still strong, standing tall. Mr. Speaker, we're going hard because we're not going home. We're going hard, Mr. Speaker, because we're not going home. And so we are able to give a full account for our stewardship. Mr. Speaker, this is the jungle. And my mother always tell me, say, son, you let them know. When they're ready to eat or cannibalize, you ain't on the menu. And so, I want to let them know that we're gonna have a project. We're gonna be on Portland Drive. We have the largest backyard farming project in I would think, in New Providence. And we're juxtaposing, Mr. Speaker, the old way of the conventional way of farming and the way that I grew up as a boy of farming. So we're putting in a greenhouse. We're putting tomato vines on hangers. And so you're able to come and see it. You're going to be able to come and see you can see our cassava and all those different things, our nature trails. But this weekend, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be giving out our farming kits. And if you need cassava sticks, if you need some advice on how to plant with the moon and all those different things, you can get that. We'll have light refreshments, and we'll be able to tell you some other things. We're walking, Mr. Speaker. We're still working with the Ministry of Environmental Health, Work, and walking through it. We're putting up our signs. We've just gone, BPL couldn't help us the way we wanted with our life. Everybody, go to Mr. Paul Smith. He's work out deals. If you can't pay him now, you can pay him later. And so we've worked out a good one for all our lights in Yamacraw to be repaired. And he told me that he's doing some work around the country. He says he may even be in Anglican. Get that man. He's a good man. And he don't go around pronouncing his name. So we're in there, we're cleaning, we're working with the young persons. Our band is starting virtually. We're getting our young, now that COVID-19, we can move about our girls club. We're working on our boys club. And so we're working in the community. We did not give up. We stuck in there, Mr. Speaker. I can't always call everybody, I can be honest with you. Phone ringing all the time. I try my best. But I'm gonna be at the headquarters on tomorrow evening to have office hours. On Friday afternoon, we're gonna be at the basketball court at Elizabeth Estate, and we're gonna be walking. And so I'll soon be at your house. I've been visiting with a number of persons. But remember, this Friday afternoon between 3 and I think it's 4 and 7, to send out the notification. We will be giving out our backyard farming kit. Come out and join us and take a walk in the backyard farming nature trail. Thank you very much. The Yamacraw support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, your track through the history of land reform reminds me of a number of bad experiences that I had as an attorney in dealing with some matters. I don't know if you might be familiar with the Oceana Heights limited case. And I can never forget seeing a number of fraudulent documents when I was dealing with the Cabbage Beach situation, where right-of-ways and easements were on one map and moved on another map, and so on. And then there was major issues with this issue of the equity of redemption, where these banks seem to be foreclosing on persons' property unilaterally without any consideration of the investment of the purchaser. And I personally feel that we've taken too long to bring these reforms. I know things normally move incrementally, but we need to speed this process up. Don't mean to get in the debate, but those bad experiences of injustice. And like you say, your partner, Bumshak, always reminded us that, look, the laws are set up in such a way that, for the most part, the court becomes an participant to the detriment of the poor person because of the laws that we refuse to reform. But I can talk about that for quite some time because that's the issue that I seem to share with you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Eleuthera.
Mr. Speaker, I know the hour is late, and even the member for Marco City was ready to close. I only need a couple of minutes to address some issues that are very pertinent in my constituency. Firstly, the last time I spoke in this house, I spoke to the issue of a deadly boating accident that occurred. And since that has happened, 2 of the 3 persons that perished in that accident has since been eulogized. This coming Saturday, the third person, Miss Leanna Cartwright, would be laid to rest. I also want to congratulate my good friend, Mr. Reno Taylor, who on Saturday past, he and his lovely bride, she's now his bride, got married on Saturday in Gregorytown. So I just wish them the best going forward. Mr. Speaker, I know the hour is late, and I know everyone is tired, but there are a couple of issues that I wanted to address and also to lend my support for the resolution. Mr. Speaker, I understand the purpose of the COVID tests and allowing persons to be able to move about and to also help to mitigate the further spread of COVID-19. However, Mr. Speaker, these prices, to me, are very, very outrageous. And there must be an attempt to lower these prices to allow persons under certain circumstances to be able to move about. When the previous orders came out about 8-9 days ago, many persons were traveling home for the Easter, as well as what would have been the first funeral of the 3 persons that were tragically killed. And so there was a lot of people that traveled home to Eleuthera. And as a result of the new orders, everyone traveling needed to have a PCR test. Now, obviously, if they were going to be transiting back within the 5-day period, that might not have been necessary. Unfortunately, a lot of these persons haven't had the opportunity to travel for well over a year. And so they wanted to spend some time with their loved ones. But the cost of these PCR tests was so prohibitive that I took it upon myself as a result of the many, many inquiries and partnered, and I'd like to thank Dr. Kulma and the Wellness Center for coming together and partnering with me, where we were able to get the PCR test provided at what was most certainly a lower price than what was being offered. In the partnership arrangement, persons only had to pay $75. I picked up the others, and we did that in several areas in North Eleuthera. I say that to say this. We can't expect persons who've been through such long hardship for well over a year and expect them to be able to fund these tests. There has to be a way where we can reduce these prices. It's outrageous. And I will tell you, it is my intent to somehow, some way be able to find a way that these prices could be lowered. I just can't accept the current level that is being charged. My granddaughter had to travel back, and for her to get the test and the time that she needed to get it was going to cost her $250. Now I could afford that, but there are persons who can't, and I shouldn't have to pay that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want us to be cognizant of this, that we address this issue, because we who are on the Family Islands, it seems as if we always catch the raw end of the deal. You can get a PCR test here in Nassau for $120. $120 you can get it here all day, every day. As high as $302. And that's not right. And I had to get up tonight to speak to that issue, Mr. Speaker, because my people and all of the family islands deserve better. All. Having said that, let me just thank you, Elutra. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I hope all and sundry, all of those under the sound of my voice, that we figure out a way to deal with this going forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just want to address the issue of this resolution as it relates to land. Some are saying that we are appealing to a limited group of people. The bill is the resolution is being put forward to appeal or address or to assist the professional class or the business class, or, well, let's just say those persons, those young professionals. Thank you, Southern Shore. The young professionals. But we've put together a group of offerings. A menu, like Southern Shores would say. We have the service lots, where persons would be able to access getting a service lot, getting it at an extremely low price, paying on it, and when they get even greater equity in it, then they can go from there. Then we did the lots out Carmichael. And I know some say, oh, well, we talked about it some time ago, but then we should have been further ahead. I understand that, and I agree. But, Mr. Speaker, I know there are persons that really don't like to hear the fact, or when we refer to what this administration has been faced with the first hurricane, and then the monster hurricane in Dorian, and then COVID. If you lose those revenue streams that we lost as an administration, it's a miracle that we've been able to accomplish the many things that we have. Well, I ain't even go there. I ain't gonna go there. I want to keep it non-combative, and I want to keep it real. You see, we have been faced with a lot of financial strains as a government, but we've been able to accomplish a lot of things. And now that some of the things that we've been accomplishing and completing, they're now saying we're campaigning with. A bridge does not just get built overnight. Roads just does not get paved overnight. Buildings just does not get completed overnight. We were able to do many of these things in spite of the fact that we lost millions and millions of dollars in revenue. And so now the government is reaching out to a group, some 250 lots, and persons feel that, oh, we are just pandering to a certain selective of people. No, we're not. We are completing the menu, like Southern Shore says. So we've touched the crew in Bain and Grantstown. We've touched the crew in Carmichael. And now we're touching the crew in the Cable Beach area. It's all about you, my Bahamian people. I don't have the campaign. I let the work I do speak for me. But, Mr. Speaker, and while I wrap up, all I want to say is that there are things that we need to do for our people in providing affordable housing for the overall scope of Bahamians. That is what this resolution seeks to do. And so I say, North Eleuthera gets up on behalf of his people, and he supports this, but North Eleuthera must say, lastly, that we need this to transfer to the family island. Mr. Speaker, I have hundreds of people. I have hundreds of people on the island of Eleuthera that too needs now to access land so that their dreams can become a reality. Because they too. That's another matter. That's related to the airport. But what I'm talking about now is accessing land for, like my good twin like to say, Eleutherians, to access land to build homes, to build apartments, to build businesses. And so while we take care of Nassau, let's not forget our family islands. And on that note, I say North Eleuthera supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Chair recognizes Honorable Member from Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Marco City supports this important resolution. Mr. Speaker, we believe that it is one step on a journey to empower Bahamians. I believe that a number of us read from similar books, and we have access to similar statements about the value of land. Some of it is overstated, but it makes the point that land is the basis of power. It is the basis of defining a nation. It's difficult to lay claim to nationhood in the absence of land. Some writers talk about the willingness to fight for it, to die for it, and to cast their lot with the people who would fight to maintain it. Land, according to Malcolm X, and to many other heroes and sheroes that we admire, is the basis of power. My colleague and brother from North Abaco tells the touching story of taking his child and whispering to them, in a sense, transferring psychically a message in their spirit about the value of ownership and what it engenders. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there is no member of this place, no matter the political colors, that do not appreciate, no matter how this concept for West New Providence was conceived, that this is not a good thing for Bahamian people. So, Mr. Speaker, just for a few minutes, I wish to address a few of the concerns raised relative to this proposal. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying that where we stand depends on where we sit. And it is appreciated that as members of the opposition, as independents, that it is expected that we would pursue power, hence the pathway that gets us there in a confrontational system such as the one we have, in a blood sport such as politics, where persons are often on the sideline hoping for the best battle possible. It is expected to some extent, but unfortunate, that even with sensible proposals, that persons would take fundamental issue with it. Mr. Speaker, I agree. There are some challenges that we have, and I'll come to that, as an administration relative to the housing issue, relative to what we've done with respect to land reform. But to make a point, Mr. Speaker, that the provision of a park is not a significant step forward in light of the deficiencies surrounding it is thoroughly an unacceptable and peculiar argument. Because our responsibility as architects in designing the new Bahamas means that we must transform not just the physical environment, but the human condition. And a part of the physical environment are the parks for recreation, for developing and cultivating a spirit of community, for providing a place where children and adults, young and younger longer, can gather and create camaraderie. A park is indispensable, or green spaces or recreational spaces, indispensable for developing communities. And we have a responsibility to do so, and we have failed over the years as a country to do so in the over-the-hill community we love to tout as being so important to our development of a people. And so the Southern Recreation Ground project is an important project. Is it something we should spend an inordinate amount of time patting ourselves on the back for? No, but should we celebrate the step forward? Of course we should. And no matter what our political colors are, we should count moments of progress, especially if we expect others to count the contributions that we have made. And so, Mr. Speaker, with the development in West Grand Bahama, creating, for example, green spaces and parks as a part of this overall community is a step in the right direction, just as Southern Recreation Ground is. But it is woefully inadequate, bring the vastness of the over-the-hill community, that we have not made it a priority to create community spaces on a consistent basis, which is why I'm particularly proud of the collaborative effort that is now underway between the Ministry with responsibility for housing, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Works, where we intend to take 5 properties in the over-the-hill community and create green spaces, as well as community gardens that can assist in the ongoing development of our over-the-hill community. Mr. Speaker, we ought not be preoccupied with terminologies that will one way or another not define the nature of the project proposed by the member for Kalani. There are many definitions for professionals, and quite frankly, it is not as relevant as we are seeking to make it. The development is for young Bahamians primarily who are 40 years and younger. What is interesting is that in those 40-year-old homes are likely to be some mothers and fathers and grandparents as well. We're talking about developing a community. And the reality is there is a need for us to make land more accessible. This is but one of a multiplicity of projects, as has been outlined by colleagues earlier: Crossing Rocks, Fox Hill, Spring City, Carmichael Road. There are numerous projects that have been developed. Is this the ideal set of projects? Well, we'll quickly say no. I believe the ideal set of projects is to put an actual house on the property, sell the package, and make it happen. That's the reality. But is this a useful project and a step in the right direction? Of course, it's a no-brainer. And so, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the project that is being proposed will make a difference in the lives of many Bahamians. And Bahamians are brilliant people. At the end of the day, if they do not support you, then they simply don't vote for you. So I don't need to construct a narrative that diminish a useful effort in hopes of gaining political brownie points. Bahamians have been exposed to ministers that have hired thousands of persons, and not only the government was voted out that they were part of, they were voted out. Have designed programs that hired thousands in the weeks leading up to the general election and got voted out. So Bahamians are very shrewd in how they discharge their political responsibility to choose the next set of leaders. And so I commend this project to residents, invite comments on how it might be improved, because I've heard some useful recommendations on how to utilize this project and expand it and make it more useful. And any sensible government, as I believe we have, will take on those constructive criticisms. Again, this is one development that targets a certain demographic, which is perfectly okay, because there were other projects that had a different price point, a different geographical area that would not have attracted a number of the persons who will take advantage of this particular project. That is perfectly okay. What we now need to do is to ensure, as we are proposing in Marco City, to identify tracts of land where we, in conjunction with contractors, private sector investors, wholesale construction supply owners, build small subdivisions to assist residents who are in desperate need of housing in Grand Bahama. And we can do this throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So this project, for many persons, can serve as a template of what is possible throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And all of it does not have to be led by the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The government can become a facilitator, and the government should never be an obstructionist in the process by having so much bureaucracy that it could hinder additional developments by any other private citizen or group. And when I talk about the government, I'm not just talking about central government in Grand Bahama, I'm talking about the municipal government, because we want to make sure that the Grand Bahama Port Authority does not begin to move as some suggestions that it is, with the same kind of pace that the central government does. We have to be nimble and agile. Municipal government, central government has to behave in a way as if we recognize we are in a crisis, and therefore we have to move with a greater sense of urgency, because most of us in the system, in this house, in the upper house, in the public service, we are doing infinitely better than many of our brothers and sisters who need us to dismantle the bureaucracy in many ways and to facilitate their empowerment and their development given the challenges that they are facing. Mr. Speaker, we fully agree that there is a need for a rent-to-own program. It's not a novel idea that was raised by the leader opposite. Successive administrations have talked about it for quite some time. We just need to get it done. But continuing to regurgitate the same ideas election season after election season by any administration is woefully unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we have also talked about identifying vacant lots over the hill again. And the whole idea that we just need to simply execute as a people. And then, of course, this whole idea about if we were interested in truly helping people, we would design a way to handle or help them nurse these old delinquent loans. Again, Mr. Speaker, I've done my best to steer away from the comparison between administrations, because I firmly believe in my heart that persons elect us, Bahamians elect us, in order to solve the problems that were left untackled or were not dealt with sufficiently by the crew that they just threw out. But the way in which we execute our debate continues to force us to have to go back and make the comparisons, which again, Mr. Speaker, is most regrettable because we can't get on with the people's business. But the last administration's housing program, Mr. Speaker, did not do so well. Even when the most powerful in the administrations appeal to institutions on behalf of folks, the very folks on whose behalf they appeal still lost their homes in many instances. And when the count was done on how many people were practically helped, let's just say the numbers as reported in the media, and I would gladly withdraw if incorrect, was in single digits. And even those persons were searching for. So, Mr. Speaker, both administrations has its share of successes and failures. And to the extent that we locked into a back and forth about it, is the extent to which we continue to cause disillusionment among many of the people who have been unaffected by either set of decisions. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're here. We're here today. As my friend from Angleton often say, you're in the chair, so do it. So we are now fixing it as she has rightly recommended it. There is a large number of young people, and I found it laughable. However, it was unfortunate when I heard 250 being dismissed as an insignificant number, considering the thousands who still need homes. 250 persons who have families is a significant number in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and only those of us who are secure in our homes could believe for a moment that 250 persons in a leasing arrangement, a renting arrangement, would not find that thoroughly empowering for them and their children and their children's children yet unborn. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a move in the right direction. If we were to stay here and use this as a hammock or a lazy boy chair, or a point where we pause and celebrated inordinately, that would be a fundamental error, because we are on the right road, I believe, moving in the right direction. But, Mr. Speaker, there's still a pace that we have to pick up, and there's more work to be done. Mr. Speaker, I live in Grand Bahama, absolutely love it, have no intention on relocating in this lifetime. Mr. Speaker, there are many residents who lost their homes in Dorian. There are others who have lost their homes to financial institutions, government and private. And Mr. Speaker, I've spent and continue to spend a tremendous amount of time seeking to negotiate with financial institutions, intervening on behalf of residents who are losing their homes. Mr. Speaker, any project that seeks to help persons get into new homes or save existing homes is important. And we should be single-minded, independent, PLPs, F&Ms in this place to secure that. Despite the season, trust the Bahamian people to know what they wish to do at the end of the day. But we should be united. And I think this is what we are missing in this pandemic, post-Dorian. This spirit of unity that recognizes that we're in a crisis that need all hands on deck. The people are smart enough, they'll make their choices. So, Mr. Speaker, in Grand Bahama, institutions, much like the rest of the Bahamas, in my estimation, are not working with residents with sufficient sensitivity to their condition. Mr. Speaker, if somebody has not been paying their rent or not been paying their mortgage long before Dorian, long before the pandemic, I am sympathetic to landlords. I'm a landlord, okay? So I'm sympathetic. People have to pay their bills as well who own assets. However, I do have a fundamental problem with landlords or banking institutions, whether they be insurance companies or commercial banks, who are giving residents such a difficult time when the problems those residents have only emerged after a catastrophic event and a loss of jobs. I understand that the workers in those institutions, we're sympathetic to you. We know you have quotas. We know that many of the institutions you're working for, they are contracting in their operations, and therefore they don't have much loyalty to you, and you're working to meet quotas. But we have people with real life situations whose lives are being torn apart by the kinds of decisions that are being made. I can think of a family right now, 30 years in a house, being evicted, a mother who has paid consistently, and monies have been dumped on the interest rate rather than the principal, and they have nevertheless been evicted. And I've had the most difficult time reaching persons who I've been able to historically reach to have a conversation about real human lives. But when we talk generally in the media about the interest in transforming the Bahamas and making it better and in ensuring that our people are empowered. One good way to make those public pronouncements make sense or ring with a degree of sincerity is the extent to which when you are faced with an actual family with names and do not intervene to at least do an examination to determine if they have a valid case and have been lost in the system, have fallen through the cracks. But this is the reality that we're dealing with by powerful men and women who hold authority in this country, but refuse when the least among us are in vulnerable positions. And Mr. Speaker, this has to stop. It's making me look at ordinary people who I've enjoyed good relationship with for many years differently, and making me wonder, where is the compassion and the heart for a people that's going through a difficult time? This is not for the folks whose priorities are wrong, who've squandered their resources. This is for people who, amidst the worst pandemic in the history of the country, for the first time had lapses on their mortgages. For the first time, have not paid the rent on time. The point was made by my colleague from Anderson about minimum standards for rental right now. Right now, in Grand Bahama, I can think of an apartment complex, more than 25 families, all facing eviction. Mr. Speaker, the struggle is real. And therefore, any project that seeks to empower persons by giving them ownership is a project I will support, even when there are deficiencies in the project that I believe sensible dialogue can plug the holes in the project. So for all of the commentators, the armchair pundits in the media, social or official media, commenting on a proposal to empower 250 families, your comments ring hollow to those that have needs. You can only appeal to those that have agendas. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians are seeking empowerment. No discussion in this upcoming election about anything short of how we could be empowered would ring true to those that are listening and are trying to determine who is best suited to lead them. Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about the unrealistic discussions where folks are purveying stories of grandeur, that their proposals will produce $100,000 for you, and you'll be able to sit home and drink Mai Tai and virgin daiquiris, and if you prefer libations, maybe it'll be leaded, and you'll get $100,000 from our sovereign wealth fund. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about that, because a part of our preamble, a part of our admonition by our founding fathers and mothers have told us that industry is by and large what will help us to be successful as a people, and therefore we have an obligation. In much the same way we have rights to our natural resources and our patrimony, we have some responsibilities to eke out an existence every single day and to take advantage of people who are in desperate need of empowerment, to give them the impression that giving you a chance will all of a sudden put money in their pocket with no clear pathway on how that's going to happen is disingenuous, it's untrue, don't buy it. And so one day it's a ragged night, another day it's the medicinal marijuana, and I understand reasonably or reliably informed that that's likely to come, but I'm saying in the absence of industry, in the absence of partnership, in the absence of finding creative ways to source funding, we still won't benefit from our natural resources. We have rights, but yes, we also have responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, I've heard sweeping generalizations in this place, and Mr. Speaker, whether it comes from our side or the other side, or those that are trying to decide which side they're on, Mr. Speaker, it is unfair. It is unfair, Mr. Speaker, for these sweeping generalizations where people talk about no credibility. Mr. Speaker, I dare not do that. I look across the floor, Mr. Speaker, I see Warren Miller. No one can convince me on any part, no side, that Warren Miller is not a nationalist and a patriot that has a love for this country. We see some things differently. But no one can convince me otherwise. No one can convince me that when the member from Angleton gets up and begins to talk about the things that she feels strongly about, that it is not rooted, and not just in her DNA, because she comes from incredible stock on all sides, but I firmly believe that she has a genuine passion and love for the Bahamian people. And while our pathway may sometimes be different, I could not make a sweeping generalization about the Progressive Liberal Party without making a distinction that there are some differences among those that lead the organization. And I'm careful, Mr. Speaker, to sometimes evaluate the culture of an organization, because by evaluating the culture of the organization, I'm making an allowance that there are some folks, despite their best efforts who are on that team, they can't affect the culture. So I can speculate without knowing all the facts that Angleton was not the dominant voice in the last cabinet of the last administration. But I can easily ascribe any missteps by them to her, but it wouldn't be fair. And so I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, this business of accusing one side of having absolutely no credibility, not committed to truth, being strangers of the truth, it does not help the cause. It continues the culture of demonizing each other in a time where we are in crisis and need each other, Mr. Speaker. And there are some Bahamians right now that need home. And if they can find it in the development of 83 acres, 250 lots, at the price point that was mentioned, God bless them, and I wish them well. And if they can find it in Carmichael Road, or Crossing Rock, or Spring City, or in Marco City, or in Central Grand Bahama, or East, or Pine Ridge, wherever, let us support our people in finding shelter. Let me also say that some of our people are out on the street right now, not just because of a landlord, not just because of a financial services company, but they're on the street because of conflicts within families. In the midst of this pandemic, many persons have gotten on each other's nerves. People are tired of living, in some cases, in cramped quarters. Sometimes there are historical issues, generational issues in families. And so every day, those of us who represent a number of Bahamians are finding displaced folks because domestic situations between husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, between mother and daughter, father and children. Mr. Speaker, this is a painful situation in our country. I am appealing to families, to the man who has left home, collected funds after Dorian, and made a determination that the situation that you have just survived through together no longer works for you. That if the decision is to leave, it's entirely yours, but to leave behind children uncared for, bills not paid, is unacceptable. For the young person who has difficulty cohabitating with a mother or father who may be strict or even problematic, I'm saying the challenge out there is real. We can make decisions in the moment, not appreciating the long-term impact on us, and in some cases, the short-term impact because of our inability to pay our own way. Sometimes we just have to be more tolerant. We are often more tolerant of the wrong set of people and the wrong set of circumstances, and we're making bold, big people decisions that we cannot live with the week after, the month after, the year after. We have to find a way to get along despite some challenges in our homes, so that less of our people are relying on government that is stretched and cannot solve and pick up the slack for everybody that's having a difficult time financially. We have to find a way to get along with each other, to turn to each other instead of on each other. Mr. Speaker, I've said this before, and forgive me for those who have heard it before. I've said this at least once before. Nothing is more disconcerting than attending a funeral of a senior citizen who at the time of their passing, their house was in darkness, no electricity. In some cases, no water. who were struggling in the waning days of a life that was dedicated to building this country. And what makes it worse, that in some of the funerals, you have persons who have enough resources to ensure that the family is properly coordinated in the colors. The limos were there to pick up. The libations would flow a couple hours after. And some persons, even with stature, are members of the immediate or extended family. And it is amazing, and I don't doubt for a moment the sincerity of the sentiments shared at the funeral or the grief experience, but it cannot be right. It cannot be right for that senior citizen who is still alive, for the 300 who would attend the funeral whenever they die, to permit them in their weaning days to live such a challenged life. It cannot be right. And sometimes, just instinctively, you do the count, you do the math in your mind. If everybody threw a $5 bill, who were there celebrating the life lived so richly, how much easier would we have made the waning weeks and months and years of that life? I should say this, Mr. Speaker, and I am supporting the resolution because I believe it is the right decision, and I appreciate the recommendations from side opposite and independent so that we could improve this and make sure that it works. And we accept a property with houses on it is infinitely better, but let us not discount the value of this. But I wanted to say this as well, Mr. Speaker. I've come to the conclusion, and I'm not a preacher. I would love to live every day sold out for the master. But let me say this, and I issue that particular statement because I don't wish to give a different impression of a man who has a feet of clay and who have been given to moments of backsliding multiple times. But let me say this. Mr. Speaker, I've come to the conclusion this is why there's such freedom, and I hear it in a number of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, many of the challenges we face as a people, and this is what I want to say to my brothers and sisters, those that are right now say, I'm waiting for this one to come knock on my door, and I'm waiting for that one, I got something to tell them. And listen, some of the problems we have as a people have absolutely nothing to do with the government gone or the government present. Some of the challenges we have in our life are manufactured by us in many cases. And even when they are not manufactured by us, there are forces sometimes that are systemic in the system, sometimes are spiritual in nature, that cause us to be in the position that we're in. And sometimes the solution is not a political one, but a spiritual one. And this isn't meant to deflect from what our responsibility is. It's only meant to say that if you are interested in surviving this, the worst pandemic ever, and if you're in Grand Bahama or Abaco and you're still rebounding from the worst natural disaster ever, you should ask the question in your toughest moments, what has given you solace, peace of mind, the energy to fight every day to make sure you make it into the next week, the next month, the next year? And I guarantee you, it hasn't been any of the colors that have knocked on your door. It's been spiritual. It's been an abiding faith. It's been a network of people who love you despite every bit of challenge. I only throw that in there, Mr. Speaker, because I have come to the conclusion that the deepest need that we have as a people is not the things that we have elevated so high and made important. It's not the men and the women who tell you everything that's wrong so that you could believe that they're the right choice. It is that spiritual connection, that faith, that peace that passes all understanding, that peace that my mother in Yellow Elder has had over the years when in a hot kitchen, she is saying, oh God, I praise you, I magnify you, I celebrate you. And I'm thinking, I'm under my breath, I'm on the border of blaspheming. What you thanking God for? We in a hot kitchen in a cramped house with some bad men you had I'm sure the husbands you may have traded in, and you have bad children too, including myself. But yet she had a peace that passeth all understanding. I commend that to everybody in Marco City because I want the best for you, and the day you don't think it's me. I want to thank you for this awesome honor and privilege that you have given me today, but I want the best for you. And I'm telling you, it isn't in politics. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is irresponsible for national leaders to give the impression that the conspiracy theories that we read about, hear about, are so accurate in nature that we would put our people's lives at risk in the way in which we recklessly discuss this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, lockdowns are not good. Sometimes they are useful. And I fully support the Parliament of the Bahamas having full control and making a determination on all measures that should be taken. But let me say this. Vaccination is far better than no vaccination. And even if it is not the particular one that we prefer, if it is the one that is available and has been certified to be helpful, I believe we have an obligation to recommend it. I told a joke, maybe I was halfway serious, that in cabinet, the top 7 ministers should have taken it first. I'd like to wait and see how that goes, since I'm probably number 8, and then I would take it after. But the reality is, I took the vaccination, and I'm commending to residents throughout the Bahamas, and particularly in Marco City, protect yourself. Protect yourself. You can be vaccinated, please go ahead. Make that decision to do so. Continue to wear your mask. Do not gather in these massive functions. And again, when libations flow, defense mechanisms tend to go down. And so I'm asking, this disease is real. We have lost people we love and care about. We cannot afford to lose you. You are the pathway to the recovery of this country, and we are pulling for you and working on your behalf. The economy has opened up. It's opening up even more. We know that we stand a better chance of success with this economy open because the government does not have the resources to take care of every citizen, to make sure that they're clothed, they're fed, that their bills are paid. And therefore, I'm in support, and I will fight for my constituents and fight for Bahamians to have an open economy, because you want the hustle to do better than a government on its best day. However, we have to help the process by being responsible in terms of what we do. And for the young people, you are not invincible. It is possible for you to get sick and die, but even more significantly, it's possible for you to be infected and infect those in your family who are far more vulnerable and would not be able to fight off the disease that your young bodies can. And so I'm appealing to my little brothers and sisters to protect your parents and your grandparents. Bahamians, conspiracy theories are not helpful to us, and no national leader should be engaging in them on an ongoing basis. I want to commend one of our members opposite who said that, this is a sweet proposal. So I will discount what they said afterwards, but I appreciate the admission that what is being done is in fact a sweet proposal. Mr. Speaker, I join those who have made the point that rent to own is an important proposal that successive governments have expressed, and this is something we have to make happen. We have to make some bold decisions. The member for Yamacraw, a kindred spirit, a family member, I stand with him. I stand with the member. I stand with those who have said, listen, how much longer are we going to discuss making sure that all lands in the Bahamas are registered? How long are we going to discuss making sure that rightful owners of land have access to it, and that we remove the impediments that does not allow them to take possession of the land that is rightfully theirs? How long? Mr. Speaker, there is a righteous restlessness in this country, and I'm happy to be a part of a team that is committed to dismantling this system. Mr. Speaker, again, the public is smart. All of my colleagues are fully aware that if we don't move with the sense of urgency to change the trajectory as it relates to the governance of land in this country, many persons are not going to give us another chance. I'm happy that we are free now in Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources and in DAIC. This week, a number of calls will be going out to farmers in Eleuthera, a member for North Eleuthera and South Eleuthera, signing the leases for the land that they've been petitioning for, some of them 10 years, 15 years. The same thing is true for Grand Bahama, for Andros. We're working diligently on resolving some matters in Andros. We expect that over the course of this week and next week, you're going to see a substantial amount of agricultural land made available to Bahamians, many young Bahamians, and this is not discriminatory, but it's a reality, who are under 35, who have applied for land. We want them to know this is your land. We saw your proposals. We believe they make sense in terms of empowering Bahamians, and we are prepared to sign off on the lease arrangement. We also are prepared to recommend to the Prime Minister the granting of Crown grants. There are persons who had these properties for 25 years. This should be a no-brainer. We just need to sign them off, get them in person's hands so that they can have collateral to go to the bank. We could put in place covenants that ensure that the land continues to be used for the original purpose in agriculture, for example, or in manufacturing. But right now, it is clear we have to be agile and nimble. We have to move quickly if we're going to have a chance of transforming this country. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I wish to say that we, Marco City, supports this resolution. We believe it will be discharged in fairness. A number of us, I can speak for my colleagues quite candidly, we ain't watching no colors when the applications come. Again, we are prepared to make sure Bahamians of all colors benefit, whether it's from a housing application, whether it is a lease arrangement on a land, whether it is the appliance distribution program that we are running now in Marco City, along with Bahamians in South Florida, whether it is delivering hurricane supplies as we're doing, not just for Marco City, but throughout. We are not watching colors. And so I could stand in defense of my colleagues when I say they are committed to Bahamians, and I believe so is Angliston, and I believe so is a Golden Isle, and so is Exuma. I believe that there is a commitment to help Bahamians of all stripes, and so this whole business of dwelling on the potential of unfairness is unfortunate, and I don't share the view. I thought the member for Jet Island would call concerning persons, and clearly not all of them are flying yellow. And so again, let's not demonize each other. This is a good proposal. I'm glad all the members opposite are in fact voting for it. And let me just say this as well. I'm sick and tired of hearing about monies being squandered on the hotel. Have some love for Grand Bahama, for God's sake. Please whisper to colleagues when you hear them saying you spend all this money on the hotel. Are we not worth it? Are we not worth it in Grand Bahama for a government to take responsibility to acquire an asset that clearly the folks who had it weren't going to do anything useful with it? But are we not worth it? Because I can think of several deals that were cut. One was mentioned in here today concerning the Seventh-day Adventist property. So there are 20+ million, I believe it's now probably around 35 million. We've gotten nothing for it. And here's a hotel, let's say 65 million, that we will in fact turn into something. Are we not worth it in Grand Bahama? 65 million is not an inordinate amount of cash in my mind. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, we have an opportunity, but the opportunity will only be realized if we work together as Bahamians. And so with those few words, Marco City rests and supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the government of the Bahamas, the government, recognizes that the cost of land in the Bahamas, and especially in New Providence, has made it prohibitive for many young Bahamians to achieve their dreams of owning their own home. Now therefore be it resolved that one, this House supports the development of the said hereditament as an upscale community for young Bahamian professionals and the granting of concessions which would allow them the opportunity to access affordable land for the building of their homes within the western area of New Providence. And two, pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3A of the said Act, this House approves the conveyance of the said hereditament by the Treasurer to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in right of her government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the sum of $10 in the said currency. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolution.
None, Mr. Speaker.
Member statement.
Mr. Speaker, I got to, you all spoke.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was out of town from the 1st of April. And so I want to take this opportunity to say happy Easter to the good people of Southern Shores. And I want to thank Team Campbell for successfully carrying out in my absence fish fry that I advised everyone who attended enjoyed, and also the Easter contest for the children. Mr. Speaker, I want the constituents to know that effective Thursday, I'll be back in office, and those persons who are waiting for calls, they will hear from me. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say happy birthday to a very special lady, Emily Colebrook, who adopted me as a nephew after I would have married her niece, Catherine. So she celebrates on Thursday, and I want to say a happy birthday to her. Mr. Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to address an issue of personal concern. While out of country, it was brought to my attention of a video that has gone viral, suggesting that Frankie Alfred Campbell has fathered a child of a woman with whom he has an intimate relationship. I want to say, get thee behind me, Satan, that there is no truth at all, and I find the mere thought repugnant. And I want those responsible to know that I am taking the necessary advice. I don't bother with anyone. I don't pick any fight, but I'm not going to run from any fight either. So get ready. Let's bring it on. Let's bring it on. My family didn't sign on for this. You want to see Frankie Campbell? See me. See me. Leave my family alone. So we'll have a bit more to say about that, but I want them to know that I've taken the matter under advisement, and we'll dance if that's what they want to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the honorable member said a moment ago, just last week we celebrated the very special season of Easter. And I'm very pleased that this past Easter was not like Easter of 2020. We actually had an opportunity to be outdoors, most of us, and we had an Easter holiday and an Easter Monday that we could enjoy. Thanks be to God. We've come a very long way since last year Easter. And we had 3 events in Golden Gates, and I am especially pleased and grateful for the wonderful team in Golden Gates. So we had 3 events, which is very ambitious. We had an event in the morning for the children, where we gave them Easter bag, all socially distanced, and all those protocols being observed, and it went very, very well. And we are very pleased. And Easter Monday is always a wonderful time for the children particularly whether it's the Easter egg hunt or whatever you're doing. And we've done this every year. And then we had a second event where we had a 3-point shootout for the young men on the basketball court on Carmichael Road, right next to Bishop Ross Davis Church. And that went extremely well. And then we went into Sunshine Park, where we had food and drinks that we gave to persons who came to the park. We did the same thing at the basketball court. And Mr. Speaker, I must really, really thank the people on my team. It was tremendous work because we also did a flyer. We produced a flyer, and that flyer went to every home in Golden Gates. Every home got that flyer before these 3 events. It was a massive undertaking, and by all accounts, everyone says all of the events went well. And I say thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There being no further member statement, I just wish to say that I am grateful to the people of Nassau Village for their many words of encouragement and the many daily scriptures that I've been receiving, words of encouragement and upliftment. And I reflected when the member for Marco City began to talk about colors. Because when you look at the blue and the yellow, you end up with green. And if you blend the red with the blue, you end up with a little purple or magenta. And my wife has been throwing bleach on all the colors. So I say no more, I rest my case. Appointment of select committees. Instruction to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices of future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Engliston.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the opposition would wish to renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, I want to renew all matters in the name of the government and give notice. I move that the business of this House adjourns until Wednesday, April 21, 10 a.m.
Is there a second? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. the 21st of April 2021. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a final adjournment for the business of this House to return here at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 21st of April, 2021.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 21st of April. As many members that are in favor will remain seated, those who oppose will stand. The business of this House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. the 21st of April, Wednesday, the 21st of April, 2021.